Welcome to Bonn Park.
Welcome to Bonn Park. I'm Sarah Geidlinger.
And I'm Marshall Ward.
And I'm Caroline Varon. I'm with the City of Kitchener Arts and Creative Industries. I'm the program administrator.
Welcome to our special series on the City of Kitchener's Artist in Residence program. We're celebrating 25 years.
Over the next several weeks, we'll be speaking with some of the past artists in residence at the City of Kitchener.
2020 and 2021 looked quite different for us in terms of the Artist in Residence program. So we're very excited to celebrate and look back on the past artists in residence, their projects, and celebrate their current successes.
Caroline, why don't you tell us a little bit about our first guest, Paul Ruerda?
Paul Ruerda was an artist in residence in 2007. He's a mixed media visual artist. He still resides in Kitchener. He was really interested in young people creating art. He invited young people to submit work for a street redesign of the King Street and downtown area. He was really interested in the downtown and the King Street master plan, so kind of redesigning the downtown and the area around King Street was happening at that time. So he provided an opportunity for these young artists to submit their design concepts and kind of reinterpret their own version of King Street. And that was part of an exhibit. The other part was an exhibit of art from students in Africa whose lives have changed through the AIDS epidemic. He really wanted to bring that forth and I guess to educate as well and kind of bring awareness to that issue at that time. So he was quite engaged with young people for his residency.
Thanks, Caroline. Welcome, Paul Ruerda.
All right, Paul Ruerda, thank you so much for joining us today.
Oh, I'm happy to be with you.
We're excited to dig into what it is you do and why.
Okay.
And before we officially started here, we started talking about the cyanotypes, and I'm very interested in this. I actually wasn't super familiar with them. I knew, I had seen them. I knew what they looked like. I've never made them before, but Sarah Fleizik, who was one of our first guests on the show, the girl who soaks her prints is kind of her tagline. She's really into them. So she's explained that process to me, and I think it's so fascinating. So why don't you tell us how you got into that and why?
Okay. Oh, trying to remember how I originally started. I was trying to do some work with the photos I had taken of old walls, and what I was looking for, and this is something I've been fascinated for about 20 years, taking pictures of old deteriorating walls, stained walls all over the world and locally. And I was always looking for a landscape kind of scene, a horizon line or something on the wall that would make it look like some kind of sky or cloud or whatever. And so I had all these photos, and I had done some paintings ages ago with that theme. And I wanted to work with the actual photos. I thought that I could do something really interesting. And I am not a photographer per se at all. I didn't study it. I don't even know I've done a wee bit of the typical black and white darkroom technique. But
Fun stuff.
Yeah. That's really interesting when you can get your hands involved in the actual making of it. But what I found was the cyanotype. First of all, the rich blue color, I just loved it. And it also has a very handmade kind of quality, like the edges of a lot of the prints you see. You can see that the chemicals were brushed onto the page rather than working with factory-made papers. So I like that aspect of it too. And then I realized after doing a bit of research that it's a very old technique. It's one of the original photography processes. And a lot of my work is dealing with vintage objects, old antiques even with my sculptures. And so this old technique, reviving it in my own work, seemed to really be a nice fit. So that's sort of how it came together. And then I spent about a half a year experimenting with how to make it work. And for me, it was as well really nice to be able to work with the materials. The chemicals you brush on to paper are, I like that tactile nature, but the actual processing was working with sunlight, the UV rays of the sunlight, and the chemicals interact. And then when you set the paper, the treated paper, in water, it gets developed. So it was very. I just like the aspect of taking it out into the sun, then going into the studio and washing it with water, rather than all kinds of harsh and difficult chemicals. And I found it very forgiving. So it was a nice entry point for me. And then I spent a year developing it to basically work with and say what I wanted to say.
What I love about that, Paul, is Marshall and I find this running theme with artists about the happy part, the magic part is when you get your hands dirty, right?
Yeah, for sure. It's and when you've been away from something for a while, and then you go back to it, and your whole body remembers. Mm-hmm. Oh, this is what it's like to work with these materials, mm-hmm. right?
Mm-hmm. Well, and for me, it was. I find with my work from one, time period to the next, I'm always switching the way I work. Sometimes switching the materials and. Early on, it kind of disturbed me that I was, not sticking with the same thing. I mean, the age-old
story
advice.
of my life.
Yeah, like pick a style and then really make it your signature style. And I've done that with several kinds of work, but I don't want to be bound by that at all. So with me, the thing that I was coming back to with this was this total fascination with old walls, weathered walls from around the world. And I've done quite a bit of traveling, and I would find myself looking at an old wall at the side of a grand monument, and I'd be like with my camera taking a picture of the stains on the wall of the shed beside the grand monument, because that was also fascinating. Now I do love the grand monuments, that's why I'm there, but it's those overlooked details that I want to make something of in my art at times. So it's that's what sort of has caught my eye, and I just couldn't let go of those images and those pictures, so I had to come back to that. But you're right. The working with the materials and experimenting them, that's really where a lot of the enjoyment comes with the art, of course.
For me, those images are a reminder of something that actually I had a great fear of for a long time. And what that was I had a lifelong fascination / fear of photos of terrestrial planets in our solar system and how harsh the landscapes looked, and how there was something so ominous about a photograph of the surface of Mercury, you know what I mean? Or Mars or Venus or even our own moon. There's something about that is so, there's something familiar about it, and it's otherworldly, but it also looks like and they are hostile, harsh places that we can't live on. So I think I'll always feel that when I see images like that, and that's certainly, I find something that's in your work.
Well, yeah, that's interesting. Like it's always interesting for an artist to hear how people are seeing the work. Like I'm realizing that I'm so familiar with how I perceive my own work. I sometimes don't realize how other people bring their own point of view and their own vision to what I see. So it's really great to hear that. But it does touch on something that I'm intrigued by. Like I do like the idea that when people see one of these prints, it's from a distance, you approach it and it's obviously a landscape. However, when you start to look, you see the scratches and you see the cracks, and you start to think, well, wait, what's going on here? And I like that to be in a lot of my work. I like there to be the first look where people take something in, whatever it is. Maybe it's a beauty, maybe it's an intrigue, maybe it's an amusement. And then as they looked there, the questions start to come to their mind, or the other feelings. Maybe there's a little bit of a troubling aspect to it. Because I don't know, I think that there's room for both. There's room for those layers that can be uncovered as you look. And so with those landscapes, I want people to look at the works, and I imagine that they first see a landscape just because of that solid horizon line at the bottom of the print. But then I want people to come and see, well, what is it? It looks abstract, but wait, what? And now I see the scratches. Now I see the marks that tell me it's a wall, and I love that kind of I guess a complex viewing, and there's not something only comfortable about looking at a landscape. I want that to be there, but I want there to be something else, that sort of the edge that goes with it. So yeah, it's interesting you brought that point up.
And they walk an incredible fine line between representational abstract and non-representational. It's really in the eye of the beholder, isn't it?
Exactly. Yeah, and when I've handed people work to take a look at, sometimes people see the wall first, and then they see the landscape, and other times people see the landscape and then the wall. And it probably depends on which print, but as a collection, and there's quite a number. At this point, I've done 120 of them, and I hope to present them as a big collection. As a collection, I want it to be that back and forth feel, like you're looking at one thing and you're looking at another thing, and you have to sort of, you see that, two things at once, I guess.
What I want to get to next is I'm very struck by the project A Moment Between that you have. This, you're speaking my language here.
Okay.
Like, as a photographer, I very rarely go back and keep or look at the scratch images, the stuff that's just junk, the stuff that is throwaway. But once in a while, one catches my eye and I think, wow, like, why couldn't I have envisioned that and taken that? Like, that was an accident. I did not intend to take this photograph. And maybe that's the art in itself. Maybe that's the creative process, that it's okay if I let go and made a mistake. And now this one particular image is better than anything else I shot that day, And when it happens, that's, again, to use the word, that's a little bit magical for me. So that you've gone back and curated these images and made something of them is so fascinating to me. It's so interesting. So why don't you tell me how that really came to be?
Okay, yeah, that was a project that was in this past year, and as most people, we were all in our homes, and luckily for artists, it was the kind of work I could just do in my studio during COVID. And so I was in my studio a lot, and I was going through all these old photos, looking for images that I wanted to work with for the other projects that I've mentioned. And I started noticing those exact pictures that you were talking about, the ones that, I accidentally clicked the camera shutter when I was, swinging the camera, or, I moved and jiggled it and I got a ridiculously blurry picture, or, all
or
kinds
an angle
of those,
that you never would have
all
perceived.
kinds of those errors that were still there. And I noticed one or two, and like yourself, I thought, oh, these are kind of interesting. But when I have thousands of pictures for, from either travels or documenting my work, or, work process related photos. And I was going through these and I started realizing, hey, there's a lot here. I'm going to just collect them all and take a second look at them. And then again, with the cyanotype process, because it turns it into these rich tones of blue and white, I knew that they would be different than original. Like, I could sort of abstract them even more. I mean, they were already abstract images because of the bad angle, because of the blurriness, because of the bad lighting or whatever. But by adding the abstract quality of the blue, it sort of turned it magical. And then it became another collection where you sort of see one after the other, and maybe you can get a hint of something from one of the pictures, or maybe the other is completely unrecognizable. Maybe you catch a glimpse of a figure, or a corner of a building, or a window, or a picture. I just was really intrigued by that. And so I experimented with it, because it was a little bit different than some of my other work. But I realized what it was for me, turning something overlooked, something that maybe is easily sort of set aside, or even thrown away or deleted, as in the case of the digital photos, turning something that's overlooked into something that is I guess elevated to something worth a second look, and because they didn't, I couldn't tell even what some of them were. That there was something I could mine from those errors, those accidents, that might have some kind of richness. And so it's a new project. I haven't shown it yet, but yeah, I really like how it came together, because to me it sort of reflected. Some kind of the experience of these foggy memories, or these a deja vu experience, or something like when you're trying to think of something and it's on the tip of your tongue and you can't quite place it, or like all those kinds of experiences which you can't quite get get a handle on from all of these photos. So yeah, I had a lot of fun and enjoyment out of pulling those together and turning them into the photographs. And what I actually did was I didn't manipulate or crop the photos at all. It really, for me, it had to be the original photo, the original, quote, bad photo or accident, just printed in the cyanotype blue. And that's what you get as my collection of errors or accidents.
You know, it's funny when you said that, when you said you didn't alter or crop, I kind of got some goosebumps, like a little bit of a chill, because do you feel that, Myrtle? Mm-hmm. Because what I was thinking was, do you think sometimes we, and I think this is actually maybe my understanding of the project, right? Like you said, it's subjective. We all take what your art might be and we interpret it in our own ways. Do you think we think about it too much sometimes? You know, like I was in Chicago a couple of years ago with my family, and I was trying to photograph the Crown fountains in Millennium Park, these two facing fountains with these digital screens with they're unbelievable, you know. And I'm trying angles and I'm driving my family nuts, kind of going around everywhere. Both of my daughters have those Instax cameras, and my one daughter went behind me and just shot it, just like la-di-da, you know, eating her, you know, popsicle or whatever we had at the time. And I was like, oh my gosh, you in 2 seconds just crushed what I've been trying to do here for, you know, almost an hour. She didn't think about it. She just saw what she saw, raised the camera, and went for it. And maybe that childhood nature of letting go and letting things just be is forgotten in our work sometimes.
Yeah, when you say that, it makes me think of the sort of more intuitive approach to the art making and the experimental approach. Like, I really like to think about my work, and I'm a planner, and I take notes and I sort of imagine where I can go with a project. But I know I've learned from many different projects, half the time those great intentions and great plans, they immediately, as soon as I try to make them, they don't work. They are not at all what was in my mind. And the other half of the time when I'm experimenting, I come across a wonderful discoveries just by trying things out, by messing with things, by, you know, playing with the objects, with the ideas, with the materials. And a lot of times it's an accidental discovery that really launches me into a new direction that is really valuable or that really works. So you're absolutely right. You can think, and thinking is great, but overthinking or only relying on the thinking and the planning, it's missing a huge part of that creative process when you go that direction only. So yeah, for sure, the sort of playing, experimenting, the intuitive, the just sort of letting go a little bit is so valuable.
When I think about old family photographs that I look at, you know, somebody took a picture of a family in a living room, and they made some choices about composition there to get everybody in the picture.
Hopefully.
But yeah, 40 years later though, sometimes the greatest information in that photo, or that really, really evokes some emotions, is the fact that there's a piece of the fireplace in that photo, or a ceramic dog, or a bell on top.
Or recently I saw a lamp in someone's photo, and it just opened up a whole box of memories for me.
Yeah, and there was no intention to get that in the photo at all. It just is there. And it may be the only photo that exists of that fireplace that was part of your entire childhood, right? And that's pretty cool too, when there's photos out there that existed where the most kind of emotional maybe information in there is not what was intended to be photographed.
Oh yeah, when you say that about the fireplace, it makes me think of a lot of the materials I use. I just think that when I've worked with sculpture and with two-dimensional mixed media work, the slip of paper or the image that doesn't seem all that important or whatever, those are some of the ones that hold the strongest associations, and they can be so meaningful rather than like the intentional thing, the thing that we were trying to get. Or you know, the things that we at times value. So I love those details that can hold a story, or that they can hold a lot of, I guess, poetic associations or memories. And sometimes, like, I've been dealing with a lot of the old objects from my parents' home. And some of the most valued things are the very simple objects, not the ones that have, monetary value. It's the ones that have the emotional value or the story that goes with it. And I think that has come out in earlier work, especially, dealing with materials that can hold so much of a story. And even years back when I was working with a lot of the either religious objects or very symbolic ritual objects, the beeswax, the butterfly wings, the ashes, rusty nails, old pages from books, those things were all very powerful. And I felt in some ways, as an artist, it was like cheating because I was working with materials that were already loaded with a story to tell. And I just had to assemble them or rearrange them a little bit and sort of work with that powerful meaning. Rather than a tube of paint, which was basically meaningless until I did something with it. So that's why I was really drawn to a lot of those mixed media, those vintage objects, those antiques, and those found materials, because they came loaded with personal stories. I didn't know what those stories were because for a lot of those materials, they weren't mine, but I knew that they would have sort of this sort of general, a way to spark the imagination and the memory of people about their own associations with those kinds of materials. And those were actually the ones that I was working with at the time when I was doing my artist in residency. I think it was back in 2007. So that was the kind of thing I was trying to evoke and at least work with in that time.
And you're a storyteller in your writing as well. I guess either the work you're creating is inspiring that kind of poetic way that you write about things, or possibly vice versa. I can't tell. But your website lends itself very well to accessibility. And if somebody's never seen your work in person, they can really enjoy and immerse themselves in your work online, thanks to the imagery, the nature of the imagery, and also the stories you tell with them.
Yeah, I find I'm quite drawn to writing more and more. Like, I've always enjoyed the writing about the work. It's a very different kind of way of thinking about the artwork. I do the artwork. I have some thoughts that are actually in words in my notes as I plan. And then the job of the artist afterwards is to write an artist statement to describe for either an exhibition proposal or a statement that will explain what the art is. And I enjoy that process because I start to understand my own artwork differently because I'm putting language to it. And the language I like to put to my artwork, the writing, the artist statements, I find I am drawn towards the more poetic, rich language that I can describe the work with, as opposed to theoretical or technical, because that I guess reflects mostly how I think about my artwork. I find my working with materials that have a lot of meaning or images that have a lot of associations, I really want to find words to bring that kind of richness to the visual experience. And I find poetic language leaves a lot of room for people's imagination. Like, it won't box my artwork into a very narrow way of interpretation, because if I'm using sort of open-ended and poetic descriptions, in addition to the sort of more technical or theoretical or ideas, when I'm using those kind of open-ended and rich language, it won't box it in, but it can open things up so people can see it in more than one way. Like, I really want people to take a statement or a writing about my work and come and look at the work again in a fresh way, so that they see it maybe in a way they hadn't looked at it originally, but without boxing it in and making it, this is how I want you to see it. Artwork's too big for that.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I could talk about the photography all day. I'm definitely want to dig into your sculptures with the objects, and now I'm wondering if you're making any sculptures out of your parents' items. We're tempted to. But I did want to talk about the Seeing Things in Clouds series. I was talking to Marshall about this. And again, to touch on remembering what it's like to not worry about being an imposter or self-editing or criticizing yourself, and re-exploring, looking to the clouds, finding shapes. When I was reading the description that you had written about it, and you're talking about a cumulonimbus cloud, I think, with a flat bottom and a poofy top, like a delicious dumpling, you know, and I could picture that right away. And that's something that I've always done. Maybe that's true of most of us that are sort of dreamers and creators. Like I'll still look up to the clouds, and I can be fascinated by that. And I think that it's such a bigger part of, I don't know, opening up that imagination than we let ourselves believe sometimes. You know, and I love how you related the clouds back to, you know, this sort of nondescript weather icon or, you know, online storage. And I thought, like, that's so true. It's such a ubiquitous, like, image now. We don't think about it the way that we should be, that it's this beautiful, changing, wonderful thing that affects our lives every day. But again, with that childhood sort of wonder. So can you talk about that series a little bit?
Okay, so the series Seeing Things in Clouds, the idea does come from that, like the way you can stare at a cloud and you see a shape in it, and everyone sees their own thing. And, you know, if I see one thing and I say that to, you know, the person beside me, it's like, no, I don't see that. Like
it's gone by the time you say it.
Right. And it's so quick to change. But Seeing Things in Clouds is about how we interpret the world around us. So it's a connection to our concerns about climate change as well. So it's a whole bunch of layered ideas in that title for that series. And the series, for that one, I collected all kinds of images, and they were, I was really, I guess, loosely directing them all towards concerns about climate change, the science of climate research, the news reports about all the, you know, the catastrophic events and the water levels rising. And so I was taking images of clouds and images of seas and ocean, seascapes, I guess, and then a whole bunch of other images that would make me, I guess, think about this sort of piled on information about the weather and about the climate change. And it's overwhelming. It's truly overwhelming when we get all these news reports and we experience them in different ways at different times. Sometimes we're burdened, we're anxious, we're fearful. Sometimes we're hopeful when we see things moving in the right direction. And then at the same time, we just look at the sky, and it's a beautiful sky with wonderful clouds, and it feels like nothing's wrong. And it's like this contradiction at the same time. It's hard to make sense of what's going on when it comes to the sky and the clouds and the sea, because we take those as our peaceful nature places, and yet they're also at the same time are a big source of fear and concern. So that series was sort of working with all those ideas, and then I guess with that as well, I was taking away a lot of the context and rearranging all those images and numbers and data and pictures, and I wanted to make it confusing and a bit putting everything together in a way that would lead to a lot of questions and a lot of discovery within each piece. They're very crowded with pictures and even some layered objects. And I just wanted people to get the feeling of that overwhelmed supply of information, and then we have to make something of it. We have to make sense of it. And these pieces are about that. So it's sort of like that, Seeing Things in Clouds. We look at the clouds, we can make some sense of it, and before we know it, it's changed again, like the time between, you know, one moment and the next with the cloud, how it changes just so quickly and yet so slowly almost. And I guess with the climate too, it's changing so dramatically quickly in terms of the geological scale, the time frame of the Earth and the time frame of human generations. It's like such an amazingly quick and shockingly quick change in the climate, and yet our experience of it day to day, moment to moment, we can't really put our finger on it. Only recently now, I think people are really starting to sense, yes, it's dramatically changing right here, right now, but it's really kind of a hard experience to sort of take at a very human, individual level. It's too big for that almost.
There's also this deception with clouds I find with they're actually much closer than I think we feel they are when we're standing here. Mm-hmm. Anytime you take off in a plane, mm-hmm. you're through those clouds pretty quick. Or in one case in my life in Dominican Republic, I remember being on a mountain, taking a gondola up a mountain to the point where you're above the clouds. And that's really interesting too, the idea that they're actually not that far away from us.
Mm-hmm. Well, what you said reminds me of a really interesting experience we had. I was in the foothills of the Himalayas, lucky to be able to travel there. It was in India, and was in an outdoor seating of a restaurant. And way down in the valley, you could see the village and the town down below. And at one point, I saw these clouds gathering, and this mass of clouds sort of started coming up towards us, up the slope of the mountain. And to see a cloud from that point of view coming towards me, rising, and I was still on the earth. I wasn't up in a plane, but I was seeing it come up, and I was thinking, that's amazing. That's wonderful. Big white, from above, it looked like a white cloud. But as soon as we were in it, as soon as it enveloped us, it was a storm and just a downburst of rain, and we had to sort of retreat inside, and the water was coming in through the ceiling, and then it was the power of it. But just to experience it from above and then be in the middle of this cloud and this dramatic weather change. But yeah, it's these things are, the weather is right there. It's closer than we feel, and there's some really amazing ways to experience that besides these, standing on Earth looking up at what's going on around you.
And your art has taken you outside of Canada as well. Yeah.
That's right. I mean, I do love to travel. I've had the opportunity to travel to a number of places. With my art, a number of years ago, I was doing some specifically religion and ritual themed work, and for that to get a viewing, I knew that it would be a good idea to sort of direct the proposals and try to get the attention of people who had galleries specifically for that kind of theme. So I did find I had two solo shows in the United States, both associated with theological colleges, one in Washington, D.C., and the other in Berkeley, California. And so I was very lucky that when I presented those series of work on ritual and religion and how we interpret belief systems and science and how they're all related, they were quite eager to show my work. So that was a wonderful opportunity, and that was, I guess, a number of years ago. And then I also had the opportunity to do an artist in residence in Berlin. And Berlin's an amazing city. There's a real cultural and artistic thing going on there. There's a lot of artists that are drawn to that city, and there's a lot of opportunities. But it was through the artists in residence there and through some other contacts, through meeting people in Germany, that I was able to get a couple of shows in Germany, in the south of Germany, and also near Dusseldorf. So I've had some opportunities through various networking and situations where I could meet people who had the resources to be able to show my work. So yeah, I've been lucky that way.
I'm moved by so many of your sculptures and your works, Paul, but the one that just kind of like made me stop and think for a second was the Dose of Uncertainty series.
Oh, okay, yes.
Specifically, there's like a wallet that's a Bible, and it contains all of your cards connected to all these big banks. Mm-hmm. And I mean, that's how I'm seeing it, mm-hmm. and how we're all sort of, drones to the money machine. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. That upon first glance, it sort of made me stop and think about that. Can you talk about that series a little bit?
That series, I was able to show at a couple different places in Wilfrid Laurier University Gallery. That series was dealing with the Bible, the Christian faith, religion in general, ritual, and I was at that time working a lot with the Bible as a material to change and turn into sculpture, because powerful meaning that the Bible as a book had. And to put it into context, my artwork basically takes objects of strong story and meaning, and it's always almost always discarded objects that I find at thrift shops and that kind of thing. So they're no longer of value, and I mine the value in them. So the Bibles I was using were from thrift shops that people had wanted to discard, or old and worn out Bibles that people didn't know what to do with. So that whole series was looking at what do people, what sense can we make of the meaning of this object and how it sort of encapsulates the ideas of religious faith and ritual. So a lot of the works in that series were manipulating, changing, transforming the Bible in various ways to give different messages about how we're dealing with belief and what to let go of, what to keep with our traditions, where the issues or concerns about how faith comes into life and politics and into further ways of being that aren't necessarily helpful or productive or good. So that piece was a cover of an old Bible that I had taken the leather off and sewn into a wallet and put my ID and money, and I just wanted to draw the connection between the power of money and the economy, and you can't separate it from the power of religion, and so many times religion is not pure. It's not lived in a way that's pure. Faith isn't necessarily a personal and good thing at all times. There's politics and there's power and there's money and there's economic decisions that are made with and in conjunction with faith. So I wanted to just sort of bring those together in one object, one sculpture that would sort of make people stop and think, how are these two related? How are they connected? Is it how is the money in the Bible cover and the credit cards and the ID, how is that all connected? And it's sort of a bit of a puzzle for people to solve. I mean, I don't want to box it in with a statement saying this is what it means, but that's what I wanted to sort of draw people to think about. Challenge them with a little bit of a discomfort that I've turned the Bible into a wallet. It's not an easy thing to look at if you have a strong faith, and you're not used to seeing contemporary art that may be portrayed that way. But I wanted to sort of challenge people to think beyond the comfort of where the faith might be, and look at some of the issues and concerns that maybe need a second look.
That's certainly what struck me. That's how it affected me when I saw the series. And there's a psychology element as well. Like, I know someone who's lost their faith in the Catholic Church, but sends their envelope every week with their cash.
Okay, interesting.
Because too guilty to let that part go. I still owe this. Even it's my fault I lost my faith, but I should send my money in.
Yeah, and I think
Wild.
it's complicated. It's not something you can just turn off or on. If you were brought up with a religious faith, if you held it dearly, and then your mind starts to change, it's not an easy process. And I'm not working on that type of work so much anymore. But in my earlier years of art, I was really grappling with those issues as individuals. How do people deal with a change in their belief? And as a society and politically, how do people deal with faith issues in the grander scale or a bigger scale? It was a very interesting different series of work that I was working with at that time to sort of make some sense of it and to get people to think about some of the things I was thinking about. I had a studio in City Hall, where the Berlin Art Space is now. That was some of the work I just referred to, the work with the Bible pages and the materials that could sort of talk about religion and faith and ritual. So I had the opportunity to work on it as the artist in residence in the public studio, and that was it was an interesting way to work. I certainly haven't worked. I mean, as an artist, your work in a studio is very isolated and very personal, and the door is shut. And that's how the creative process typically works, and works for me for sure. It was nice to be able to invite people in and have them look through the glass and see the work in progress in the studio, even when I wasn't there. But the work in the Artist in Residence, I really valued it because it sort of brought my thinking about art into the community a little bit more. I proposed for that and did several smaller projects. I had a art and faith panel discussion with 4 different artists of different faiths, talking about how religion and faith impacted and was presented through their contemporary art. I'm very interested in how children work with art. So at that time they were planning the streetscape design in downtown Kitchener, and I had students from all kinds of schools designing what they wanted to see for the streetscape design, and that was a contest that I organized for children. And I also had invited children from different African countries to make art related to AIDS in Africa and what their personal experience was, and collected that for, I think it was December 1st, World AIDS Day, and that was presented at the Children's Museum. So I did those projects, and there was probably a couple more, but it really made me think about how to bring creative thinking and art to different kinds of community members. So it was valuable for me to sort of see my art rather than art making, my own creative process, and then showing my art in galleries, sort of to branch out a little bit. And the other thing that was part of the Artist in Residence program, and I don't know if it still is that now, but the Artist in Residence has the opportunity to join the Public Art Working Group of the City of Kitchener. And that was a real revelation, too, to see how the big art projects were developed, how they sought the artists' proposals and how they were discussed, and all of the kinds of technical and city constraints and details to make those happen, and to be able to be part of the decision-making process about which art sculptures or public art gets presented in the city. And I really enjoyed that. And so even after the Artist in Residence program ended, I stayed on in the Public Art Working Group for a few more years, because it was a really interesting and valuable way to, I guess, contribute and to be involved in how arts work at the city level with the Public Art program.
This Artist in Residence Celebrating 25 Years series has been made possible by the City of Kitchener. The theme song for this series is original music by Janice Jolie.
Hey, yeah, hey, yeah, 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 hey. Welcome to Bonn Park.
Welcome to Bonn Park. I'm Sarah Geidlinger.
And I'm Marshall Ward.
And I'm Caroline Varon. I'm with the City of Kitchener Arts and Creative Industries. I'm the program administrator.
Welcome to our special series on the City of Kitchener's Artist in Residence program. We're celebrating 25 years.
Over the next several weeks, we'll be speaking with some of the past artists in residence at the City of Kitchener.
2020 and 2021 looked quite different for us in terms of the Artist in Residence program. So we're very excited to celebrate and look back on the past artists in residence, their projects, and celebrate their current successes.
Caroline, tell us about our guest, Julie Sperling.
Julie was our artist in residence in 2017. Again, she's a local artist, mosaic artist, and she's working at the intersection of art, environment, science, and policy. And her residency was titled Climate in Pieces, From Art to Action. She's passionate about the environment and advocating for climate and respect for how we approach, climate change and environment. So she actually was one of the first artists, right now I guess the only artist, to work on mosaic. So that was exciting. She worked with the community through different workshops and partnering with different environmental organizations. to engage with residents and talk about climate change, but also to make little clay tiles that then were assembled into 4 mosaic panels that talked about energy, transportation, food, and natural stormwater management. So it was a process of not just making art for the residents, but also, again, sort of educating and discussing, what's going on around us in terms of climate change.
All right, let's hear from Julie Sperling. Julie Sperling, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
We're very excited to talk to you. I wanted to just start with, you don't often hear of a modern mosaic artist. No. I came across your work actually earlier this year when I was just doing some internet research. There's a difference between research and internet research, people. When I was just doing some research about muralists. And there was a theme for a mosaic, but it was just like it was a loose theme. And that's how, I think it was Stephanie Scott who actually recommended you should speak to Julie, but they were looking for paint. But I started following your work and oh my goodness, this is some amazing stuff.
Thank you.
The first thing that really struck me was you think mosaic, you think of a flat surface, and this is not what you're doing.
Yeah.
This stuff is out there. It's 3D. Where did you start with it? How did this happen? Did you break a plate? What's the famous story?
My origin story.
Yeah.
It was, I don't even know how many years ago now, but a number. And my mom was doing stained glass at the time. And so she had all these scraps of stained glass just kind of sitting around. And my wife, my girlfriend at the time, she had this kind of nondescript IKEA table. And I was like, I could do something with that. And so I decided I would use my mom's scraps and just kind of, jazz it up.
And just wing it at the time.
Yeah. So it was like completely different from the style that I work in now. Is mosaic artists call it crazy paving.
I love
there's
that.
An actual like Latin name for it, but I won't get into that.
You can.
No, it's fine.
So it's like looking back on your sketchbook if you're working with paint or charcoal or whatever. This is where you started.
Yeah. So I just it was really a mosaic without cutting anything, just like fitting the pieces together as I could. And so I worked with stained glass, which is funny looking back because I hate glass now, like with a passion.
It never breaks the way you want it to.
Exactly. Like I just can't read it. A rock, you give it to me, I know how to cut it, or like I know how to deal with it when it doesn't go well, but glass, it just eludes me. It's also very colorful and I'm a color phobe. So anyway, so I made that table, worked in that style for quite a while just because I had this free source of material. And then a couple of years into it, I took a class in Montreal, and it was just kind of like Mosaic 101. And so then I got introduced to a couple different materials beyond the stained glass, how to cut them. And then I took a Roman mosaic class. And that was when I learned about the hammer and the hardy. And I was like, this is my tool. Like so much that I got them tattooed on me.
Oh, you did. We're seeing the tattoos now, people. They're gorgeous.
Yeah. And so that was like, okay, I know I want to use this tool. I know I want to use stone, but the marble, it just wasn't my thing, right? Like it was just the machined edges, which is kind of not inspiring to me. And then I took a class on how to use foraged materials, like just stone that you find in the forest or on the lakeshore. And that's where it kind of all fell into place. Like, this is my tool. These are my materials. And then I just needed to find out what I wanted to say. And
the rest
is history.
Yeah. The rest wrote itself.
Yeah.
That's an amazing process. And that there's like some very formal road to it, but also accidental.
And
right?
you'll find that with a lot of mosaic artists because it's not one of those traditional disciplines that you can take for your MFA or whatever, right? Like you kind of learn it on the fly unless you live in Italy. And then you can go to school for it.
I don't remember it even being part of the discussion in the fine arts programs I took.
Nah, never. No, we're not. We don't really fit well into the traditional like big A art scene.
And it's a medium where I guess like printmaking, like you consistently work flat. Yeah. What's that like?
Working flat?
Yeah.
Bad for your neck. Yeah, it's tough. It's one of those things where you can, like, you mean working flat, like on, not dimensionally, but
Right, like
during the
like
process.
looking down.
Yeah, you're spending
okay.
a lot of time
Just
looking
making sure.
down, and it's
Oh,
flat
that's
on
good.
the
Good
table.
to clarify that question.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, terrible for your neck. I have bulged discs to prove it.
Mm-hmm.
But because mosaic is so, there's so many details, right? Like you get obsessed with like one line of pieces, and you always have to be kind of bouncing back and forth from looking at, you know, this one little view that you have, and then you have to stand up and kind of move back and see it in the bigger picture, because you can get sucked in and just be like obsessed with that one little piece or that one little line or that one little group. And it's one of the things that I love about mosaic. It's just that, like, it can be enjoyed on so many different levels, and there's always something new to discover.
And what were you doing with those scrap pieces of stained glass? Was it all kind of abstract thinking? Yeah.
Yeah, there was no theme. It was just like me playing around, sticking stuff down. Like, it was, I would not consider that art. That would fall very much into like the craft side of things.
So when I first started looking at your work, I saw a lot of blue. What did you mean by you saying you're a color phobe? and what was it that what you was not drawing you to the? I heard you talk about the glass in terms of how the glass behaves, but clearly, work or color plays a huge role in your work today.
Or are they all earth tones? That's what I'm wondering.
Well, so I do use color, but I am scared of it. It's not natural for me, right? So I have a friend out in Edmonton, Erin Pankratz, who is another mosaic artist, and she solves a problem. If she's looking at it, she's like, I don't know what to do. She adds more color. Whereas I'm looking at my palette, and I'm like, I better take 4 colors away. Like, that's how my brain works. And so if I have 1 or 2, that's more than enough. And that's another reason why I love rocks, right? Like, it's all those just muted natural tones, and there's a lot of variation in there. And then you can supplement with glass if I have to, you know, if I need bright orange for whatever reason, or, you know, blue. But yeah.
And I was quite captivated by the use of plastics too. And I know that there's a whole narrative that goes with this, and that's very important for us to get to. But at first I was very confused, thinking, what am I looking at here? And then when you read the list of materials, like Marshall and I were saying before we started, we sort of were looking at the piece on your website, and then we're flashing back to the list of materials to try and make sense of what we're looking at, just from a process point of view, I think sometimes. But then of course it's so intertwined with the statement. So the plastics to me were like jarring, like, oh, we can do this, right? This is okay. I want to talk about that a little bit.
I mean, one of the fun things about being a contemporary mosaic artist is that, I mean, there are no boundaries when it comes to the materials that you can use, right? And so, yes, rocks are my like staple, but to get at the issues that I'm talking about, which are broadly environmental, I can use plastic. I can use coal. I can use, you know, a can of Spam, you know, and it's really neat to be able to manipulate them in a way that people can look at them, and it kind of, either they recognize them, or they're like, oh man, like I've never seen that way before. Or they kind of, I break them down to a point where they don't know what they're looking at, and then read the materials list, and then it all kind of clicks. So it's neat to be able to play with that as an artist. I've had a very fraught relationship with like using the word artist and applying it to myself. And I would say,
You and the rest of us.
yeah, I don't think I'm alone in that. I would say when I got more comfortable with identifying, that was when I figured out what I wanted to say, and that was an environmental message. And so since then, I've had like a very strong why to my work, and so it's much easier. So yeah, it hasn't been there from the start, but I considered myself, I would say my mosaic career kind of started as soon as I found that why, even though I tinkered for maybe a decade before that. It's kind of a very long lead up to when things got serious.
And we brushed very quickly past the word spam. We need to talk about this.
Yeah.
Right?
It's
Marshall, take it
a
away.
piece inspired by Marianne's trench.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's define for people who don't know what Marianne's Trench is. It's it's off the west coast of it's like near Taiwan and Indonesia and Papua New Guinea. But can you first define what that is, that part of what the world is for us?
It's the deepest part of the ocean. Yeah. And so I just remember
Far, far away.
Yeah. And we know so little about it compared to like what we know about space, which is just blows my mind sometimes. But I remember in my, like at work, seeing in my daily kind of news clippings, just this article about NOAA, which is like a government agency in the US, finding a can of Spam and a can of Budweiser beer down in the Mariana Trench. And it just blew my mind that could make it almost 10 kilometers under the ocean.
Intact.
Right? Yeah, and recognizable. And anyway, so I knew I had to make something about that.
So when I first saw that piece and the write-up, I was almost not, I wasn't reading clearly. I was trying to skip ahead because I'm like, how much Spam did she eat? But as it turns out, it wasn't much. So tell us the
just
story.
One can.
Tell us the story about that for anyone who doesn't know.
So, like I was saying, I really like to sometimes use those materials quite literally. And so knowing that I wanted to make a piece of art about this find in the Mariana Trench, I knew it had to be a literal can of Spam and a literal can of Bud. I really hate the self-checkout at Loblaws or whatever. That is the only time I've ever used it because I did not want the judgment of buying a can of Spam. I took it home and, oh man, if I weren't so concerned about food waste, I would have just emptied the can into the compost. But I was like, I can't. I'm making art about environmental issues. I can't just
you feel like a fraud.
Toss away good
edible food.
Yes, thank you. So I ate it. I ate every last bit of it, and I used the beer to make bread to put with my Spam sandwiches. It was horrid.
It doesn't sound enjoyable.
No, it wasn't. I really suffer for my art. I take that seriously.
I don't think I've ever had it. Have you had it, Marshall, in your life?
I think so as a kid. And
Yeah.
my dad ate head cheese, which
My dad did too.
Yeah, I grew up with head
Blood
cheese.
and tongue sausage, all that kind of
but
weird,
it's always
weird
repulsed
stuff.
me. It's
Yeah.
very jellyish. And
Yes.
the most
Yeah.
processed meat, I
Gelatinous.
guess you can imagine.
Yeah, like bologna, and then just take it
Yeah.
8 steps further.
Yeah. Had it been a long period of time that you had not eaten meat, and then you ate this one day? Like,
Did you eat meat when you had the Spam?
Oh, it's a good question. Yeah, technicality. Yeah, I can't remember how long I've been vegetarian, but yeah, it had been a while. I mean, I flex like maybe a handful of times a year. I'm not like hardcore, but like especially when traveling. But yeah, no, I mean, by and large, I would say 98% is vegetarian.
And how is a Spam can different to the can of Budweiser? I guess the beer can is very thin metal, and Spam is a more kind of almost industrial type, kind of hard.
And it's printed, right?
Well, that was the tricky part because there was the label on
Right.
just the.
So there was a paper label, which is what I'm
like the
I'm
plastic
imagining.
kind of
Okay.
shrink wrap kind of label. Yeah, so it was tough to like work with that and try to keep it intact or put it back together when it was peeling off. It's just very, very finicky, which I mean, all mosaic is, so it's fine.
But it somehow it was hard for you to work with and keep intact. But this was found in the deepest part of the ocean. That's the wild part.
Yep.
It's a beautiful
Yeah.
piece, really. And what I noticed with that piece, as well as a few others, is, and maybe this is where you get caught in the details, because I love how you were explaining how sometimes you can get immersed in a small area and not remember to take that high level look at the work. Because that's my life. I sometimes get very caught in the details and I forget to see the bigger picture. But do you sometimes start with that small piece and then I see a line kind of emerging like a crack out of some of the work? Is this making sense? And then working outwards from that, or is that just what I'm taking away?
I was kind of imagining that too.
Were you?
Yeah.
I mean, you always have to have like one place to dive in, right? Yeah. So for me, I find there's usually either a sort of a trend line or a directional line where I will start and then work my way side to side or up and down. But yeah, there's one kind of line that I will set out, and that kind of becomes what guides the rest of that either chunk of the work or the whole work, depending on what the composition is. But yeah.
And what about the blues in that piece? Where all did those come from, and how much are you thinking about this represents ocean and deep ocean?
Yeah. Those I made myself. So when I'm working, what I'm doing is I'm sticking the pieces into thin set mortar. And so have been making my own kind of tesserae out of the mortar. Started with just like using the leftovers and not wanting to throw it out, but then realizing that I don't want to keep a whole bunch of glass in stock to get the colors that I want. So why don't I just make my own? Also, the bonus is that it's not shiny and blingy like glass is. So it's nice and matte, and I can make a color gradation like that and not have to think about, buying 20 different kinds of glass.
Am I going to
to
have
get
enough
that.
of the, yeah.
And it's so expensive, that glass, my God. So this is super cheap and super easy, and it's much more enjoyable to cut and work with. And yep.
I thought you made a really interesting comparison between the deepness of something like Mariana's Trench on our planet and then the vastness of space. Do you think about that much in terms of like some people have really strong opinions and they wonder, why are we looking so far out into the universe and deep into black holes when there's so much work to be done here? And we haven't even really understood how to take care of this planet. Why are we constantly looking out that way?
Yeah, I think I go back and forth on that a lot. I firmly believe in like science for science sake. And so, sure, yeah, those are great questions to ask and to explore. Where I get a little bit ragey is where, it's very easy to justify spending so much money to chase after those answers, and we can't find the money for, say, climate change, right? Like, no problem writing that other check. So that's where I get a little twitchy.
I think we'd agree with that. And Marshall's a huge space lover.
For sure. Amateur astronomer, yeah. So I find this is always fascinating to hear an artist talk about struggling with the word artist, especially when you were officially the City of Kitchener Artist in Residence. So somebody validated and labeled you artist. But what's going on there that artists have such difficulty sometimes saying? Is it the how arbitrary the word can be? Sometimes someone will say, "Oh, my niece is a wonderful artist because she painted a bowl of fruit." It's like nobody says my nephew's a doctor when they're not a doctor, right?
Yeah, no, totally. I think it's probably different for everyone. I would say for me, my biggest hangups are really just like, I didn't go to school for this at all ever. I've never taken any sort of art class beyond grade 8.
But mosaic classes.
Yeah, for sure. But like, don't ask me anything about color theory or art history. I could not tell you, like, I would fail. So that part of me is like very much like, oh, I feel like an imposter. But put me in my like mosaic comfort zone and I'm fine. Like, I feel confident and I can kind of reluctantly use the word artist now, but it's still not like an easy fit. But yeah, applying for artist in residence, that was like that was tough because I was like, well, yeah, I tick all the boxes, but I'd like,
but do I?
Oh, yeah.
Is it an imposter working that form?
Right?
Yeah.
So it was tough.
But it's validating.
For sure.
And Marshall and I often talk about how art is valued and how people have no problem writing a check for one thing, but not necessarily for art. But in times like what we've been through over the last couple of years here, everyone turns to art. And why is that not valued the same as other professions? And sometimes I think that's where our struggle with the word artist comes from, or the label artist, because people don't take it seriously as a job, right? But everybody wants it.
Yeah.
Everybody wants it at a discount.
Yeah. My God. Yeah. Don't get me started on pricing mosaic.
Do you think a lot about the space where mosaics, your pieces end up, where they should be and how they interact with the space around them?
I don't actually. Yeah, no, I always love seeing where they end up and where people, make that decision to buy it and hang it in their home and have it interact with the light or whatever's going on around it. But when I'm making it, I'm communicating a message and like if I'm using a little bit of gold or whatever that I know will pick up on the light, sure, I hope someone will hang it somewhere where like that gets the kind of play with the light that it is intended to have. But no.
Our guest on last week's show, artist in residence Paul Roida, he talked about how much joy and reward he gets from other people's interpretation of his work and things he hadn't considered. Have people told you things that they see in your work that just never would have crossed your mind or considered?
I know they have. I can't think of a specific example, but yeah, I always love hearing what people see in it. And a lot of times it's new stuff that I haven't thought of. My wife is super duper smart. And so she always kind of gives me a read of what she sees in it. And it's always stuff that I've never thought of. And I'm just like, yes, tell me more, because this is so fascinating. But yeah, and so it's neat when people kind of give you their take on what they see. And sometimes it's completely opposite to whatever you were intending, but that's art.
I wanted to move back to not wanting to waste and wanting to reuse materials and take care of the planet. And you have one piece with a ceramic loon in it. I can't imagine that you went to, the tourist Canadian shop and bought a brand new ceramic loon. So what was the story behind that piece?
So my grandma, one of my aunts or uncles gave that to her as a gift, and it sat on her mantle or a shelf for a long, long, long time. And then through a number of moves, it went with her. And in one of the last ones, it was wrapped in an Afghan, I think. And someone
the best
just kind
of grandma objects.
Yeah,
yes.
Right. Someone just kind of shook out the Afghan, and it took a tumble and broke on the floor.
So it happened naturally.
It happened naturally.
I love this.
And my mom brought it to me, and I was like, why do I want that? But I have a tough time saying no to materials, especially if I have space for them. I'm like, sure, that can sit on the shelf for a couple of years. It's fine. And then and that's the beauty of having full shelves is that sometimes it's just the perfect material at the perfect time. And so the loon was it was there waiting when I was ready to make that piece. And it was brilliant.
I'm very moved by this answer and this story, because when I was looking at that piece on your website, I thought I need to ask Julie how she intentionally cut the face of this loon to work perfectly. Was the head in one piece, and you were able, so you were able to make some intentional cuts afterwards with ceramic, which sounds impossible.
Yeah. I would use the word intentional quite loosely. I would say some
guided,
very lucky cuts, especially when it's like, that's a very kind of weak ceramic, right? And it's going to break where it's going to want to break, especially on a curve. Like it was very lucky that I got those two pieces of eye kind of intact. And
Do you use anything now I know what did you call these tools that you have tattooed again?
The hammer and the hardy.
The hammer and the hardy.
Yeah, same tools that the ancient Romans used.
Amazing.
Haven't really changed at all.
Do you use anything like a Dremel or something where you can do more slicing and filing, or?
I do use a Dremel occasionally, but by and large, everything that I use is just like a hand tool, no power. I typically don't refine my cuts too much. I used to be so obsessed with making everything super perfect and like it must be square and it must line up and and it just takes the soul out of the work. I had to learn that lesson like the hard way after wasting a bunch of time and because what did it get me in the end, right? A really technically nice piece, but it lacks that human factor. So yeah, most of it is hammer and hardy. A couple things are cut with nippers, but I love the hammer.
You touched on this, that your wife is a big supporter. When she was introduced to you, did she see your work for the first time, and did it speak to her in some way and realize, wow, this is really something special?
We met before I knew Mosaic.
Yeah, okay. Now, I need to ask what you were doing beforehand, because you have a beautiful part on your website, or it's maybe in your blog, where you're talking about working less to live more, which is something I'm just learning now at this age, and still working on it. I'd say I'm failing usually.
Aren't we all?
I'm working on working less, so it's more work. But is that part of that story?
And I thought, man, the dream would be to quit the day job and just do art full time. And it took me a long time, like years and years, to be like, you know what? I don't know that I want to quit my day job and put that pressure on my art. Because really, what is the market out there for art about doom and gloom? It's like, I want to make what I want to make. I don't want to make something that's going to sell.
We know all about that.
Or be forced to make something that's going to sell. So it's tough juggling the two, but I think that's the way it's going to stay.
I think those artists I know who have managed to make it into a full-time job, you can see where the compromise came along the way at some point. And that's fine if that's how they want to approach it, right? And they also, they just grind at it too.
Yep.
It's like they're so determined that no matter what, it is going to work for them.
Yeah. No, like no judgment to like.
Yeah.
It's just that's not for me, and it took me a really long time to realize that.
When you became the artist in residence, did you have a vision for how you wanted to treat that time that lied ahead of you, and also the resources that come with the program?
Yeah, I mean, I knew I wanted to talk about kind of climate solutions and actions. It was my first time working with the public. So I was going into it very naively. So I had an idea in my head of kind of what I wanted to do. And, I was going to create this big mosaic that had all these little mini mosaics in it. And each one was, someone making a commitment to do something like, I don't know, wash their clothes in cold water or, and by and large, I think what I kind of had sketched out is what transpired. But yeah, it was not without its like challenges and moments where I was just like, man, it was tough.
When it comes to trying to live an eco-friendly life and be a steward for the environment, don't you find there's things that are said to you along the way? So, for example, we drive 2 electric cars, my family and I, and it's not often. Oftentimes someone will say something like, "Well, those factories have to make those cars, right? Yep. And also, what's going to happen to those batteries when they're all dead?" And I don't have the answers to those questions, but I'm just trying to do my part here. But don't you find with almost anything you attempt that way, there's another voice coming in trying to tell you, well...
Yeah, no, absolutely. One of the things that I'm really glad to see in kind of the climate and environmental kind of conversation happening now is more of like putting the blame where it goes, where it deserves to be. And that's not on like me because I forgot to turn off the light, right? Like I am never going to be a perfect environmentalist. You aren't either. Like even if we were perfect, we would be the smallest drop in the bucket. And so to see people shifting and being like, yeah, it's not just like us who got us here. Like it's the oil and gas industry. It's a whole bunch of like rich white dudes with a lot of power. So that shift in the conversation is one that I'm really excited about. And I'm hoping to kind of go that way in future pieces. Cause yeah, it's a nice compliment to say like the work I was doing with the residency, right? Which was all individual actions, which are super important, not knocking those at all. But then contrast that with like, yes, but there's this whole other picture and whole other like sphere that has to be held accountable.
And not a lot of people talk about it in day-to-day life. Really. It's always about your footprint, doing your best. We need to do better. It's never the big conversation that where's the daily uprising against that machine.
And the oil and gas industry loves for you to talk about your footprint. What are you going to do to save the planet? Doesn't matter what we're doing.
No.
One of the things I can't figure out about myself is after being vegetarian for 20 years is I notice how when someone asks me about why, my answer changes over time. And sometimes it sounds odd the way I try to explain it, and it's full of contradictions sometimes. And
sounds about right.
Yeah. How do you kind of process trying to communicate with those who might ask you, why are you vegetarian, and what do you think that's doing?
That's a tough one. I mean, for me, I give the answer that makes sense at the time, the one that feels relevant to me at the time. And yeah, that's going to shift based on where I am in what I've learned and what I've heard and what's going on around me, where the person I'm talking to is coming from. Like there's a whole lot to be said about knowing your audience, right? And so if they're not going to be compelled by, oh, the poor animals, or oh, the water use to get that like pound of beef or whatever, right? You got to take a different kind of tack. So yeah, no, it's tough. It's a work in progress.
I love that answer. I don't know if I've really ever considered the fact that that's what we're doing. We're adjusting ourselves to the audience who's asking the question.
I'm constantly doing that. Sorry, I didn't mean to talk over
Yeah.
you. I very often, and I debated whether or not I was going to say this. I very often avoid the answer because I don't want to have the conversation with someone who I know isn't going to be open with it. Maybe I'm just not the tough enough environmentalist. I usually say something very broad, like I've just always been one, always been a vegetarian, or just I'm a picky eater. I don't like meat, and I try and drop it and change the conversation as much as possible, because part of my story is that I'm not out to advocate it. This is just my choice and what I've chosen to do. And I find it just to be such a confrontational topic with everyone. Nobody wants to hear it. They're just looking for an excuse to ask you how you get your protein.
Right. Or sometimes there's an angry response. I was on
Yeah.
a local radio show one time, and it was when Maple Leaf Foods was closing. And I called in and I said, I for one am not sad that Maple Leaf Foods is closing, and I explained why. And the host told me to go eat a cabbage, right? God. And I found that such a strange response. First of all, I'm not crazy about cabbage. It's okay.
I actually like it. I'm one of those weirdos.
Yeah, I do in some things,
Yeah.
for sure. But just why would you be threatened? It sounds like you're almost threatened by.
Is it one of those you don't understand, so let's get angry about it and say you're dumb? Is it, you know what I mean?
I don't know. I think people just like to dig their heels in and just be right.
Yeah. That's the way we've always done it.
I have no problem with people eating meat.
No.
It's like, it's the big processing of it and the factory, like that gets me. But like, I remember doing one of my residency events at Steckley Farm, and there was like talking about, I forget if it was probably a cow that they had just gotten, and there were kids there, and they're kind of explaining, well, he's gonna be meat one day, and they said, I want to make sure that he only has one bad day in his life. And I was like, yeah, I can get behind that kind of meat, but the hot dogs,
Spam.
Spam, no.
When you were a kid, I'm sure you didn't dream and think, I'm going to be a mosaic artist.
Heck
No. What had you imagined as you were growing up? And somewhere along the way in your teens, you must have realized, well, I've got, I'm thinking deeply about things, and I have some creative, ways of expressing myself. And was it something that was almost indiscernible? You couldn't quite touch on what it was you were going to be?
Yeah, I had no idea. I think even once I got into university, like I still didn't know what I wanted to be. I graduated, I still didn't know what I wanted to be. Like I kind of have bounced between degrees and jobs and kind of found my path that way, but I did not have a clear vision like coming out of high school.
Has your education though had an influence on the work you do today?
For sure.
Yeah.
I did my undergrad in environmental studies and then my master's in geography. And for sure. So like I work in environmental policy at Environment Climate Change Canada. And then I also work on environmental issues in my art. So yeah, it's all connected. But had you asked me when I was 16,
well, that seems extremely cohesive to me. That's a beautiful idea.
What I was gonna say.
It's almost like you tackle this thing you're passionate about from every angle, including artistic ones.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and that's part of why I got into doing that kind of art, is that working for the federal government is amazing. There's so many cool things that you can work on and make a difference, but you're also a very small part of a very big, very slow moving, very risk averse machine. And so you kind of have this like, I want to do more. And like, it's great for patient people like me. But I was at a point where I was just like, oh man, I just need something else to do. And so it ended up being art.
Do you have days where you're discouraged and feel demotivated?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think any job has that.
Yeah.
But I love that was something about your work less to live more idea was you could, jump on the machine and try to get every promotion and try to get every pay raise and try to, climb that ladder, or you could choose not to.
Yeah.
and just do a good job at what you're doing.
Yeah.
And that's not a story we hear often. I was very moved by that. While I was reading it, I was taking breaks to try and think it through and apply it to my own life. And I really found that there was something special about that. And I really do think that if you bear with me here, that it translates into your work where, you know, you take your time with that. You do have to be patient. It's not something you can rush through at all.
I think mosaic lends itself to a very particular personality type. So yeah, you can't be concerned with cranking out 10 pieces to make ends meet. Like it just doesn't happen, right? Like I can honestly, if I look at the size of the palm of my hand, that's how much I can do in like 3 hours. So it's slow.
It's slow, right?
It's slow.
And being patient and not trying to climb and move and get and just enjoy the process of what you're doing, especially, and how that relates with the environment. Do we need to get and take and, you know, get more all the time?
I think there are different ways to be ambitious. It's not always about accumulating more or getting the next promotion. It can be about doing better work or like learning a new skill or whatever. But like, just because, you know, I was at the same level at my job for 10 years doesn't mean I'm not ambitious. Like I do good work. I want to be ambitious elsewhere too.
And be ambitious about protecting your free time.
Yeah. Yeah. I think for me, the residency was really good in just like giving me that sense of like, yep, I'm legit. I am an artist. And that first taste of like working with the public. And I learned so much from that. I remember very clearly because when I'm doing my own work, I have very exacting standards. And here I am making very quick mosaics with people who have never made mosaics before. And they're mosaics, but they're not to my standard, right? Like, but they're for a purpose. And so I remember a friend saying, yes, but there's a very big difference between like public art is not fine art necessarily, right? And so it took me a while to realize that and be okay with that and kind of give up that bit of control and be like, okay, you're feeling very like excited about making this piece about saving water or putting in a rain garden or whatever. And it's not how I would make it, and that's okay. And I'm gonna make it look cool with all the other ones. But like that give and take and that giving up control was a really big thing that I had to learn about working with the public. And I've been able to take that into other projects that I've done. So that's been really neat for me. Going forward, so coming out of the residency, I made a piece that was in the form of Pangea, and it was all about community. And I had people send me like pieces of their lives, basically, and then I made them into something pretty amazing. And I think I'd like to do more work like that, like drawing on, involving the audience more in the creation of the pieces, maybe not with them making the art, but I don't know. I've been thinking of this one piece where I could like experiment with the idea of resilience and having them throw curveballs at me or something. I don't know. It's like, I haven't thought through it yet, but finding different ways to engage people, that's one thing that I really want to explore. And then also just taking down big oil and big gas.
This Artist in Residence Celebrating 25 Years series has been made possible by the City of Kitchener. The theme song for this series is original music by Janice Jolie.
Hey, yeah, yeah, hey. Yeah, 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 hey. Welcome to Bonn Park.
Welcome to Bonn Park. I'm Sarah Geidlinger.
And I'm Marshall Ward.
And I'm Caroline Varon. I'm with the City of Kitchener Arts and Creative Industries. I'm the program administrator.
Welcome to our special series on the City of Kitchener's Artist in Residence program. We're celebrating 25 years.
Over the next several weeks, we'll be speaking with some of the past artists in residence at the City of Kitchener.
2020 and 2021 looked quite different for us in terms of the Artist in Residence program. So we're very excited to celebrate and look back on the past artists in residence, their projects, and celebrate their current successes.
Caroline, tell us about our guest today, Janice Jolie.
Janice was the City of Kitchener's artist in residence in 2015. She's a Korean-Canadian folk soul singer, songwriter, poet, and playwright. Her residency was entitled Folk Myths of Kitchener. Reading about her residency, what really struck me was that she wanted to create this mythology and magic about Kitchener. So she went to different folks and asked them different questions kind of to reflect on the city of Kitchener and living here. Came up with this collaborative kind of community creation of video poems and poetry posters. She concentrated on 4 locations that she highlighted to kind of create these poems around and stories around. It was the Central Library, the Iron Horse Trail, Kitchener Market, and downtown. And she recorded these different conversations and created these poems. And then the posters also reflected her written word. And she worked with graphic artists and designers, local graphic artists and designers to present those posters and those videos.
Thanks, Caroline. Here's Janice Jolie.
Protect the land. You said, I said, protect the land, protect the land. You said, I said, what did we do? For the oil contaminates the river again. For the oil contaminates the river again. Drink the water, for we are. If you cut me, like the land, I will bleed. Like the land, I will bleed. Protect the land, you said, I said. Protect the land, you said, I said. What did we do? For the oil contaminates the river again. For the oil contaminates the river again. For the oil contaminates. That was Oil in the Grand.
Janice Jolie, thank you so much for joining us today.
Hello, Bonn Park. Happy to be here.
So we just heard the song Oil in the Grand. Do you want to tell us about how that song came to be?
It's a song about the Grand River, and it was during around 2010 when the land defenders from Six Nations and other Indigenous land defenders were going to the Grand River Conservation Area and trying and presenting to the committee there about the Line 9 pipeline, which runs across the Grand River. It's a 40-year-old pipeline. They're trying to reverse the flow from Sarnia to Montreal, and it's the same type of pipeline that spilled catastrophically in Kalamazoo, Michigan. And I remember sitting there and watching this, literally they're called the Grand River Conservation Authority, and it seemed to me like they didn't care about conserving the Grand River because they rejected the proposal. And it was still in my youth when I was still being heartbroken by watching hypocrisy like that play out before my eyes. And as I was in that period, I remember standing in my kitchen and waiting for the water to boil on the stove. The water which literally comes from the Grand River watershed, which I drink in my tea and literally becomes my body, the water. And at that moment, I remember reading the news that a truck had deliberately dumped pollutants into the Grand River, and feeling such a sense of mourning that happened. And this melody came out of me as I was feeling those feelings. So it was the first of my ancestor songs, Sweet. Melodies which I feel have come out of my blood memory, like out of my cells, only in moments of silence and stillness when I'm giving space for my feelings to emerge and melodies to emerge that I can actually hear because there isn't so much noise. Yeah, that's Oil in the Grand. So that's going to be on the upcoming album, Ancestor Song.
The song is mournful. Like the fact that you use that word is very powerful because it sounds like it's full of pain and mourning. So I was listening to the trailer for the Sing Hey docu musical, and you said something that really made me think, which was the weight of all of your ancestors has been waiting. These stories, their existence, their cellular structure has been waiting to come out of you. And this is the right time and place to have their voice and feelings and mourning and celebrations come from you, your voice, from your heart. Can you speak to us about that?
Yeah, I mean, there is musical ability in my family, but no one older than me in my family has had the privilege of being able to pursue the arts. It's been more of a survival. I have to provide for my family. I have to, my dad has 7 sisters. There's like a lot of, and he's the only son, so there's a lot of, and Korean culture is patriarchal, so the kind of different responsibilities you have. And, your immigrant parents, the stereotype is they want you to have some sort of professional job, doctor, lawyer, professor, whatever. But really, what they do say, immigrant parents, is that they want you to have a better life than they did. So when I'm pursuing the arts, I'm like, do you want me to suffer like you did and have to be a workaholic, or do you want me to actually pursue what I want to pursue? And so having that kind of autonomy to create my own life, I feel like I'm probably the first in my family to really be able to pursue the arts. And truly, I know there's 27 generations that come before me in my family, and to be the first of all those generations to put these melodies out into the world as my job, as my responsibility, I think I carry that as like an honor, and think about all the songs that people in my family created just, farming on the mountain, but they never recorded them and put them out into the world, right? And so it's a biomyth that I've created, that they've passed those on to me, because the voice in my chest literally has been given to me by my ancestors. It's what I've inherited. It's their legacy. So it's very motivating to be like, oh, I must sing these songs and put them out to the world because my ancestors are depending on me. They passed them on to me, you know? And so that's the story behind the ancestor songs.
You ever think about how with our ancestors, how even just going back a couple generations, how we tend to know so little about them? You know, like you might say, well, my great-grandfather was a blacksmith, right? You might have a bit more information about them, but there's just not a lot of information that was documented and passed down, don't you find?
For migratory people, that's common. Koreans have quite a good record. There were, as far as I know, always been Koreans in Korea, although there is a diaspora. So in my family, we literally have 2 books that printed out of all the names of our ancestors. The record keeping is quite good. That's how I know I'm the 27th generation, 900 years of my family. And it's a real special thing because people who are descendants of stolen people, like slaves, they don't have that history, right? Many cultures, a lot of white people in Canada and European settlers don't have that record as well. So I'm really lucky that we have that, to have a sense of grounding or clear lineage of where you come from.
Well, that's what struck me. I'd never heard anybody make reference to how many generations they are. That's really something.
I have a little bit of story about my family, but because my parents struggled with mental health and addiction and died rather young, like a lot of their stories died with them. And there isn't, there's some family I can go to for this or that, but it's not the same as having those stories told or seeing what, your parents have documented to give to you or your children, or, as far as I can count, I can go back maybe 2 or 3 generations, and that's about it. So there's something very magical, but real in knowing that you have that lineage behind you, that, centuries of family.
I think it's pretty cool. I like to think they're cheering me on. Because, some people, when they think of like what inspires you or what keeps you going, what's the life force, they speak of God. And for me, I just replace it with my ancestors. Where does inspiration come from? My ancestors. Where does courage come from? My ancestors, kind of thing. Love come from, yeah. Because that's literally what I've inherited. It's from my body as instrument.
Inspiration in writing melodies, is it something that comes like in ebbs and flows for you? Like, do you get down and sit down and write for quite a while, and then there's a long period of time where you are not creative in that way? Or is it something you can kind of get up in the morning and take on each day?
Melodies, I find, are the easiest thing for me to create. And the only difference of when I create them is if I decide that I'm going to write something right now or not. So it's not melodies particularly. Words are more ebb and flow, depending on if I'm feeling inspired or if I really feel like there's something to say. Words, I find generally it's after there's some buildup of reflection and feeling and life experience. But melodies is no problem. That's the easiest thing for me.
So when we're talking about your new album and you're talking about inspiration, we're very excited about this work because you're working with the wonderful Jojo Worthington.
Jojo!
How is that work going?
Jojo was the grounding and structure that I needed to record, because I have a really hard time recording because it takes this kind of patience that I'm so bad at. I really consider myself a live performer first and foremost. I love connecting with the audience. I love improvising and being off the cuff. Recording is a science. There's a click track, like a metronome. I hate that. Sometimes you're recording instrument by instrument, so we're saying track by track and building it that way. So for me, it can kill the natural musicality of a live performance. But Jojo is a professional, and she knows me. She knows my music, my vision, and she also knows my temperament. Like when I get hungry, I cannot continue. We must stop. Or if I'm just getting cranky and I don't want to do it again, and she's like, Janice, we're going to do one more pass. I'm like, I don't want to. And she's like, one more pass, then we'll take lunch. I'm like, okay. So it's been really great to have Jojo and to have someone who technically knows exactly what they're doing and how to create the sound that we want to create. while also musically understanding that the feel for me is the most important thing. Are we capturing the spirit of the song? Because you can capture the recording perfectly pitch-wise or rhythmically, but did you capture the feel? And you can hear it in a recording, right? And so that's really what what I think is the difficulty in recording, is to capture the feel, the spirit. And so it's been really great to work with Jojo on the album.
We struggle with that sometimes, even just with our podcast. I know Marshall and I had to record some pre-scripted things recently, and we tried some tricks where I said, Marshall, just try and smile while you're saying this. I know it feels dumb, but just try and smile, and it'll sort of, even if this isn't the take, it's going to be the next one, because now we're going to get the giggles and it's going to work and we're going to feel a little lighter. And it usually takes us a few times, but authenticity in anything audio is so much more important because there's no visual to go with it. All you're relying on is that sound that you're getting.
For sure.
Watching you sing, it's pretty clear that you have a very deep understanding of what you want from your voice. Like I'm talking about also the distance that you put between your face and the microphone at times throughout a song. And when you come in for, I guess, more, lack of better term, maybe more emphasis or clarity or something.
Intimacy.
And then other times of the song, it's your voice is very kind of instrumental, right?
Thank you, Marshall.
Yeah. What do you like most about your voice, and what is it you're...
I know that's a hard one to answer. What do you like most?
Or maybe even what do you hear Jojo doing that you really like, that makes you sound as great as you can sound?
I'm a vocalist, actually, first and foremost. My voice is my instrument, and the stuff I do with Looping Station, I can do a whole song with just my voice, recording it over and over and creating soundscapes, right? There's definitely, I feel that there is, in music, a lot of women are singers, and we don't give ourselves enough credit for the mastery of the voice as instrument, as if that's easy. Oh, you don't play an actual like physical instrument that exists outside your body. But I just think that's patriarchy, because the voice, and to be able to channel emotion through your voice, meaning and feeling, that is, to me, as authentic as you can get, because it's coming straight out of your body as instrument. And so to be connected, to be able to connect with an audience through your voice, I think that's really magical. And for me, the microphone is the secondary instrument that amplifies it, that connects it to the audience, right? And what I love about recording or podcast is, if someone is listening to something in their headphones, it's as if my mouth is right next to their ear. I can whisper into someone's ear if I want to be this close to the microphone, and as you say, like if I back up in poetry, some would say, this is what the mic sounds like from back here. This is what the mic sounds like from up close. And all of the fun things you can do with capturing. And that's the job of the engineer in recording, is to choose the right microphones, as they say, to capture the correct sonics. I love this word. Do you want to capture it authentically as it sounds in the room? Do you want to change it to add a reverb? Do you want it to sound far away? There's all these things you can do with the software. And Ancestor Song has a lot of cascading vocals. And, at one point I was like, Jojo, this song, it's really circular. I want it to sound like my ancestors are walking around me in a circle. And she's like, oh, I have a plugin for that. I was like, what? And then if you listen to it on stereo headphones, you get this effect of a circling with the pan from the right to left. So for the best place to listen to most music, I find, is the car, because you can get a real surround sound in a little booth, basically. So it's been fun to geek out about things like that, because I don't know anything about, and I have no interest, actually, in learning about mixing and software. To me, that takes a kind of patience that I'm so bad at. So it's fun to geek out about sonics.
And to have a friend like that in your house, to bring those ideas to life without, having the 12 microphones and the 12 moving people or whatever it is that you're trying to achieve there. You said something earlier where, like a patriarchal comment about not playing a real instrument and the voice singing isn't real. I have found that. I mean, things are changing now for sure, but I have found that the female voice in regards to music is judged much more harshly than men. If you're a male singer, it's almost better if you're a little bad. And I mean that in the sense that we're far more forgiving with the male voice and singing, I think, traditionally than the female voice.
Yeah, I see that for sure. And there's something, like, for example, I was listening to later years Leonard Cohen singing, and I was like, this is horrible. I never want to listen to this.
Or like Bob Dylan.
The singing is terrible. Yeah, and these are artists people love, like Tom Waits. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, it's gravelly. I don't like it. To me, it's unpleasant. Mm-hmm. But in a male singer, I guess there's also people are looking for that kind of masculine or testosterone style voice singing where it's like gravelly and I have so many feelings, I have smoker's breath, and that adds to the character, I guess. Yeah. But it's not the same with a female voice. It's interesting. I mean, every time I go into a music store, I have my armor on because I know that it's highly likely that the people who work there, the men that work there, are going to question me. Like I've been into Long and McQuaid and been like, I would like these D'Addario strings, medium gauge. They're like, are you sure these are the ones that you need? I'm like, yes.
I'm laughing because I've been there with many a music store.
Yeah. So I mean, but at this point, I'm used to that now, and I try to. I'll actually go in assertively. I'll like preempt them. I've definitely walked into the Uptown Waterloo Long and McQuaid, and there's been like 4 men behind the counter, and I've been like, "Hello, men of Long and McQuaid."
This is what I'm looking
and they're all
for.
just like, what?
What I find so odd is I went and watched a bit of a Olivia Rodrigo playing like a outdoor live show this year, and comment after comment underneath was, "Oh, her voice sounds awful," kind of thing. I always think, what is it you're looking for in a live performance? For me, a live show is like, that's a performer that you've come to see, and they're going to sound like whatever they sound like on that given day. Mm-hmm. And for me, I want to be as authentic as possible. And I can't figure it out why someone's like, this doesn't sound anything like the record. Of course it doesn't. Yeah. Female artists are judged differently from a different standard. But also, people don't know about a live show that, depending on the venue, depending on so many things, if the person has monitors, the sound quality is going to be so different. And if you don't know how to enjoy a concert, then just don't go to a concert. That's fine.
People do like to complain.
That's a very Canadian thing to do, yeah. You thought you knew the world, its crevices and its curves. Do you remember discovering the roof? Growing little girls, swiftly flying bird. Do you remember discovering your voice? Hollow belly drum winding on your tongue, tongue. Do you remember but turning breath into sound. A litany of tones, the melodies your own. Ba-dum da dum do da dum da da dum, ba-dum da dum do. Da-dum da dum do da dum da da dum, da-dum da dum do. Ba-dum da da dum, da-dum da da dum, ba-dum da dum, da-dum da da dum, da-dum da dum, da-dum da da dum, da-dum da dum do. Oh, how sound echoes, waves on walls. Never was a cage, it was holding empty space. Oh, the earth, the glorious, oh, the earth, the symphony, a chorus. Listening, the land dancer bouncing back, back. Do you remember feeling your first ever breeze? Led you to a door unknown to you before. Do you remember the blinding of the sun? Expanding of the sky, opening your eyes. Oh, the earth, the glorious, oh, the earth, the symphony, a chorus. Oh, the earth, the glorious, oh, the earth, the symphony, a chorus. Oh, the earth, the glorious, oh, the earth, the symphony, a chorus. Oh, the earth, the glorious, oh, the earth, the symphony, a chorus. Oh, the earth, the glorious, oh, the earth, the symphony, a chorus. Oh, the earth, the glorious, oh, the earth, the symphony, a chorus. Be sure to remember that after this life, when body turns to word, melodies survive. Listen, listen, have you heard? Inside you is a bird. Remember, carry on. Remember, carry on. Ancestors. All the earth, the glorious, all the earth, the symphony, a chorus. All the earth, the glorious, all the da-dum-da-dum-do.
Janice, we'd like to hear about your time as artist in residence, and also why the decisions that went into leaving Waterloo Region.
Yeah, that was 2015. My project was called Folk Myths of Kitchener. And when the call came out, I just had an idea right away, so I felt really good about applying. And the idea was to create 4 poems about 4 parts of Kitchener. And I decided upon the market, the Kitchener Market, the Iron Horse Trail, just downtown, and the libraries. So what I did is I went to these places and I did what I called story gathering. So I spoke with residents. I just had a table with like a Bristol board and just asked people some questions about the area, like why do you come here? What's the feeling you get here? And people just shared stories with me, and it was really great to have a lot of time to just talk to people. Because oftentimes you are in a rush, so it's nice for like retired people or elders to like tell me their whole life story, and I just took notes. Or young people to tell me like why they come to the library, places that they can hang out, feel safe. And a lot of young people love to talk about how comfy the chairs were in the library, and that's something that made it into the poems. So basically I would gather all these stories and then from there create, like edit it and create a poem or a spoken word piece. And after I'd write that, I would make a recording myself, and with that demo, I would go back to those places and have residents record their spoken word, kind of dubbing mine, which turned out actually to be quite challenging. A lot of people had a hard time just matching my words. I remember like recording, I think the mayor or somebody, and I was like, okay, all you have to say is thump, 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 echo, thump, 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 echo. But it's a kind of an offbeat rhythm, and the person just kept going thump, thump, echo, thump, thump, echo, and I was like, oh, okay.
Doesn't come naturally
right.
to
And
everyone.
I was like, oh, spoken word and rhythm is hard, I guess. So I did a lot of editing after, and then after I made those recordings, I then filmed, or I filmed them recording it at the time, and ended up being quite a big project. I was a very early filmmaker at that point, and I did all my editing at the Queen Street Commons, or what's it called, Commons Studio. So that was cool. It was a lot of skill building for me in terms of doing all the recording on the spot, filming on the spot, and editing it all together. Yeah, and the best part about being artist in residence was having an artist administrator, Carrie Kozlowski. You're the best, because she would keep me on track, kind of like Jojo. Set up all the dates, do the producing work, So I would just show up and do the artwork. But what's interesting about being artist in residence in Kitchener is you kind of become a de facto ambassador for the arts. And in 2015, we were still trying to educate people that you have to pay artists. Isabel Cisterna from Neruda Arts is one of the first people who would say, like, organizations would call her and be like, oh, can you recommend a musician for our fundraising dinner? And then Isabel would say, like, okay, well, what's your fee? What's your budget? And they'd be like, oh, can't they donate their time? It's a fundraiser. And Isabel would go through the list. Do you have a caterer? Yes. Do you have a venue? Yes. Are you paying these people? Yes. Okay, well, then you should pay the musician, Or she would do the other thing. What do you do for a living? Oh, I'm an accountant. Okay, well, why don't you come to my organization and do some accounting and donate your time, because it'd be good exposure for you to like meet all our people in our organization, and then they would get it, right? So she did a lot of the legwork in educating folks that artwork is real work. So when I was artist in residence, I was asked a lot to like speak on panels or come to this event, come to that event, and Carrie warned me that it would easily balloon the workload. And so there was all these things that were outside of the job description that I ended up doing, and it actually ended up being the hardest year of my life, 2015, and it was the year I considered quitting art. And I was so poor. And I was like, oh, maybe I should like try and apply for a job at Manulife, and then I'll have health benefits. I remember the week I won an award at the Rogers Oktoberfest Women of the Year Arts and Culture. I was so broke. And to get tickets for a table was like $25 or $30 or something. And I was like, I can't even buy tickets to like bring my mom
to receive my honor.
And I remember just going up there and making my speech, and I think it was a little bit snarky, or I made some like underhanded remarks about funding the arts. So yeah, I loved the project I made, but at the time, still the infrastructure was still very nascent for an artist to make a full-time living in Kitchener-Waterloo. So it was a struggle that year, for sure.
So we see that you're set up in a beautiful new apartment with a nice window streaming light onto you here in the studio. But this is not in KW, as we mentioned earlier. What prompted that move for you?
Oh, I was so burnt out. I didn't know about boundaries. Kind of in the 2015, 2016 time in my life, I was running the Kitchener-Waterloo Poetry Slam. I was directing at Rainbow Wheels Queer and Trans Film Festival. So these arts groups that were very interested in anti-oppression and constantly having to fight for space. There's this problem of there's no venues in Kitchener-Waterloo. And they're either inaccessible physically or there's some sort of issue. There's not a stage proper, or there isn't lighting. They're just very hard to get small stages for grassroots arts. And then Center in the Square is just simply cost-wise inaccessible, or Conrad Center is inaccessible that way. So we were always fighting for space. That was always a battle, because you're trying to like create a space for spoken word poets, or artists of color, or queer people to do art, and constantly kind of being invalidated that you don't belong in this space. Like, the reason we left the Boathouse after it reopened, the Kitchener-Waterloo Poetry Slam, was because one night after our slam there was a band, and people who were already there for the band, and our featured poet that night was a gay poet and doing gay poems. And the audience for the band was heckling them with homophobic comments. And of course, that was the one night I wasn't there, and it was handled badly on all ends, from staff at the Boathouse and people from KW Poetry Slam, and it became this whole mess. And we ended up having to leave the Boathouse because it was no longer a safe space. We didn't feel like the staff would handle it responsibly, right? So things like that kept happening, and these things, they build up, right? One organization, one nonprofit emailing me to come and perform for free. Would you donate your time or perform for 30 minutes for $50? You know, one email like that, and having to send a polite reply about like artwork is real work, and having to advocate for myself. I can handle like one a week, let's say. But when you're getting several inquests like that, and not just like via email, via Facebook message, like when I go to Cafe Pirates, someone's cornering me and asking me to do something. And at that point, like there weren't that many artists who were outspoken about their feminism and anti-racism the way I was. So I felt really alone in that period. There wasn't kind of a network of people, artist activists, that you could draw upon. And this was before the larger cultural literacy around Black Lives Matter, Indigenous Lives Matter, and just talking about whiteness and white supremacy in general. So it was just very exhausting. So I was burnt out spiritually, because if someone tells you like some oppressive thing is happening in this organization or at this place, can you come help us? I was gonna say yes. You know, I was not gonna let that nonsense continue. Even if I was like totally had no energy. You know, in later years, in my healing years, one of my mentors, the great Lillian Allen, dub poet, playwright, professor, she's telling me this story about burnout. You're driving your car and you're trying to get to the emergency, but your gas is on empty. You see that it's on E, but you know you can still go like 50 miles on E when your gas is at low. So you keep going, and you pass by gas station after gas station, but you don't stop because you're trying to get to the emergency. And this is how a person burns out. You don't stop and take care of yourself.
I feel a little pain in my chest here because I can relate to that feeling. Sorry to speak over
for
you,
sure.
But that's why I'm smiling
Everyone,
so big.
yes,
Yeah.
And not knowing how to have boundaries, how to say no. No, I need to stop for gas, or no, I can't come this time, especially when it feels urgent. And so, like, I don't begrudge myself or have regrets, because by making those mistakes and by living my life that way, I learned like that is unsustainable. You know, and eventually I had to like find the courage to, what I had to do was create succession plans and train new artistic directors for these organizations so I could pass them on. And that took like a year. And then after that, kind of slowly pulling out of a bunch of projects, and then staying home and like, you know, feeding myself, taking a bath, being quiet, not doing anything, to have some time and space to reflect, gather my feelings, and then grow back enough courage in my body to be able to leave. Because there was just no way I could heal in a place where I was constantly being harmed by people. And this is the thing about racism or oppression, or what people may now know as microaggressions, which to me it's a misnomer. It's small acts of oppression that build up over time. Is people are not intending to harm you, but it's just coming. If you're in a place of ignorance, you don't know that I'm getting several requests a week to donate my time, or you don't know that you're the third white person this week to ask me to educate you about white privilege or et cetera. It gets exhausting. And so the person who's asking me is not necessarily at fault, right? We're all trying to fight the wave of ignorance that we've grown up in, or the wave of internalized racism we've grown up in. But for me, this was a pattern, right? So some people are like, so do you like hate KW? I'm like, no, I don't hate KW. I just had no boundaries back then, and KW was behind, and I was like ahead, trying to like drag from the front, and it was exhausting, right? So I injured myself. So yeah, having the courage to leave, and when I moved to Toronto, people were like, how's Toronto? I was like, oh, it's good because it's not KW. Mostly I was just at my apartment or walking in High Park with my dog and just resting, and not giving away all my energy, but keeping it for myself and regrowing all my stores, energy stores, so I could be anonymous. I could walk on the street and be anonymous and not have people constantly asking me for things. So now I feel I have healed. My elders, a lot of women and femmes in my life, fed me, healed me, validated my experiences. And now that kind of the movement, the social justice movement, has progressed so quickly in the last few years. That Black Lives Matter rally in Kitchener last summer, there was 35,000 people there. The Black Lives Matter rally we had in 2017, there was 100 people there, right? So, and I think because of the pandemic, people have had time to face themselves, be at home and face their feelings that they've been running away from, and have time to like read the articles, read the books, and not run away from feelings of guilt or shame or responsibility, which is really what I'm interested in. And so to be able to have energy to join the movement. So to see that kind of progression happening, it's actually very fast from 2015 to 2020, 2021, 22. The wave of literacy around anti-racism, also like the Me Too movement, it's happened quite fast, and I'm glad to see that. But now what we're seeing is a wave of white urgency and performativity. Canadians are especially bad at feeling uncomfortable. Immediately they want to fix it. What can I do? The Indigenous folks I know in KW are constantly being asked to come and do a land acknowledgement, or can we support your land back camps? Like, listen, if we don't have a relationship with you, you can't just come in here and ask us for things. There's no shortcuts. I know you feel bad and you feel guilty and you have this urgency, but if there is no trust built and there's no relationships built, you don't just become an ally because you donated to us or you took a course. You have to prove over years by building a relationship and trust that you're interested in this movement, and it's not just during this hashtag moment. 2, 3, 4. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Alarm of the morning, sun cutting through cloud and branch, a quiet bird only sings. She can hear herself twisting her head up, ears perked. Wind is making announcements again. Back in her nest, she burrows, holding in her song of sorrow. Day doesn't slow it down, wait, or make time around the land she flies. Radio and engine sounds crashing up, never spare a measure for her soul. Day doesn't slow it down, wait to make time around the land she flies. Radio and engine sounds crashing up, spare a measure for her soul. River lines are boiling. Turkey, no rain. Magic sound emerging. Crumbled hearts unfolding. 감사합니다.
This Artist in Residence Celebrating 25 Years series has been made possible by the City of Kitchener. The theme song for this series is original music by Janice Jolie.
Welcome to Bonn Park.
Welcome to Bonn Park. I'm Sarah Geidlinger.
And I'm Marshall Ward.
And I'm Caroline Varon. I'm with the City of Kitchener Arts and Creative Industries. I'm the program administrator.
Welcome to our special series on the City of Kitchener's Artist in Residence program. We're celebrating 25 years.
Over the next several weeks, we'll be speaking with some of the past artists in residence at the City of Kitchener.
2020 and 2021 looked quite different for us in terms of the Artist in Residence program. So we're very excited to celebrate and look back on the past artists in residence, their projects, and celebrate their current successes.
Caroline, tell us about today's guest, Dwight Storing.
Dwight Storing was the artist in residence in 2014. He's a filmmaker, digital media artist, and I think above all, a storyteller. He invited residents really through working closely with community centers and neighborhood associations to talk about their stories. His residency was titled Neighborhood Voices, and he made a film really focusing on the storytelling of the residents. He recorded their stories and interviews. He met up with them and captured their day-to-day lives in a documentary film, really, I think, highlighting the residents of Kitchener, really getting into what they had to share.
Thanks, Caroline. Here's Dwight Storing.
Dwight Storing, thank you so much for joining us.
And thank you for having me here. This is a very exciting opportunity.
I have been looking at your website. We were just talking about it before we officially got started here, and I'm sort of floored. Not only am I really interested in geeking out on your documentary, your filmmaking, and what the nuts and bolts are of how you do this, because Marshall and I are very interested in this. Marshall's made a few documentaries as well. The honoring of the Estonian history is very interesting to me. It's not a place that people seem to generally know the history of, generally understand the rich culture that was almost wiped out in history. What led you there specifically?
Well, really, what led me there was the latest documentary I'm working on. It's called Anna Kaljas, The Untold Story. And I don't know if people know that much about Anna, because Anna was one of those people of my era. And I'm not ashamed to say that I'm in the third act here. And so, when I was young and working at the Record, Anna was part of our coverage, heavy part of our coverage. And Anna was someone who was very well known for her sheltering, her caring for, her advocating for the people who are living on the fringes of society. And things were much different then when it came to social services. The House of Friendship was still around, and they were doing a great job. And the Working Center was just starting up, very, very much in its infancy. But the whole environment around people who were living on the street, who were ex-psychiatric patients, who were ex-convicts, who were, and in the early days, displaced people coming from Europe, there just wasn't the services in place. And yet the city remained a magnet, and it still is a magnet for people looking for a multicultural environment. So one of the things, this is what Anna's driving force was in life, was to look out for those people, to try and offer housing and food, and also advocating for these people. So Anna was a person of a particular time. She started that in the 1950s. At her houses that she had accumulated at the corner of Simeon and Frederick Street in Kitchener. And Anna was an Estonian refugee. So part of the untold story about Anna is the life that she had lived before she came to Kitchener. She was 38 when she came to Canada, 1950. Her early years were spent in Estonia, where she was equally active and equally someone who was living, I think she was entrepreneurial, she was pushed back against authority, and that was her life. I think the thing that has kind of, that's the part that has brought me to the Estonian community here in Waterloo region and in Toronto, and discovering what went on in Estonia before she came here. And that really formed her life. The idea that she was, at one point, she had to hide out in a woodshed for over a month because she was on the list of people that the Russian occupiers were looking for. She was a teacher. And so as soon as you get into that realm at that time, you're targeted because you're an influencer, to use a modern day term. You're a person who can determine how people respond to things. And so the Soviet powers were looking for those kinds of people: teachers, artists, journalists, the judiciary, those kinds of people. And we know from what's going on in the world today, those are exactly the people who are targeted in any situation where someone is trying to occupy and run the country. So that's how I got to thinking and finding out about the Estonian people and their history.
And when you're preparing to start filming a documentary, do you already have an idea of the beginning, the middle, and the end, or like almost like a script, or are things shifting along the way and you end up with something different than what you thought you would?
That's an interesting question, because I think actually I do start out with this idea that, okay, I know where this is beginning, and this is going to be the middle part, and I'm going to talk to these people, and then I'm going to end with this. But as we all know, with the creative process, other influences come into it as you go through the work. And I think, I do start out with kind of a sense of a sketch of where I'm going. But I think as you do interviews, as you talk to people, as you find out things, your story starts to unfold and it shifts. Things start to shift. And I think the hard part with documentary making is always in the editing. So you might start out with a kind of a roadmap in your mind, and you might lay that down on your first edit. But as soon as you start showing that to people, you start to realize that you've got it all wrong.
We've been through that process with the podcast, even when we're trying to honor something and then, put it out there for some feedback and get it back, and it's not received the way that we saw it. We understand the story because we know the backstory and the research that we've done and the people that we've talked to, but it's not coming across that way on the other end. So this must be the same type of experience.
It's exactly that way. And I remember when I was doing my documentary on John Lingwood, the architect, so I gathered some people together and showed them a cut that I had, and I felt it was pretty close. And I had a room, I think I maybe had 12 people. So I like to do a test audience, at least one or two test audiences to kind of help you with that part. And I showed them the cut that I made, and it was long. I knew it was long. There's a lot of stuff in it that needed to come out.
That's usually our problem. Yeah. We like to let it run forever.
Yeah. Well, and I kind of call them the darlings. You kind of like, you because these things get into your heart. When you're doing an interview and you just suddenly there's this moment and you're there with the person emotionally, and it really strikes you, and sometimes you even have you can just kind of feel a tear coming in the corner of your eye, and you think, oh, that's got to be in the film. But sometimes it ends up that those are the things that you have to take out, because as you say, Sarah, the listeners or the audience don't quite get it. They weren't there.
Something I wanted to ask about was, I saw this in one of your films. It's a very powerful thing. It's simple, but it's powerful. But I'd like to know about the decisions that go into it. I've seen it where you have like the viewer sees a black screen for a few seconds, and there's a voice speaking, and you get this blackness before you see the visual. It might be the person speaking or something that you present. That's a really fascinating part of your filmmaking. What is that you're doing there when you present a voice over a black screen?
And is that like the radio 3-second rule? If you go beyond that sort of certain amount of seconds, people are like, what's they're asking. It's like waiting for an elevator. Wait a minute. Where is this information?
I think it's a technique, well, this is something I want to talk about based on what we were talking about before, but I think this fits in nicely. And that's the idea. We're talking about beginning and middle and end. And I think when you first start out a documentary, or at many points in the documentary, you are talking about the information. The hardest part I find with documentary making is getting away from the information, being aware of the information. You've got to collect the information. It has to be there, and have to know the entire backstory inside out. It's getting on the emotional journey, because that's really your job. Your job is to take the viewer on an emotional journey, not an informational journey. The information comes into the documentary, but really as a filmmaker, you're using the information to take people on an emotional journey. And so the idea of using a black screen, it's a way to give people a break, to signify, okay, the situation is changing here. Change gears, be ready for something. And then you have the speaker introduce sort of the next thematic piece, the next emotional element. And I think that's really at the heart of that. And sometimes you're just using it to cover jump cuts.
Mm-hmm. And it can be very effective, right? And that's okay. I really do think that's okay. Going back again, I know we're beating this point to death here a little bit, but about that beginning, middle, and end, and knowing your backstory, specifically with the work for the Estonia Project and the Museum of Estonians Abroad, even knowing that information and knowing that history, do you still get surprised where it's leading and what you're digging up?
There are always surprises. I think the Estonian story, once you get into it, is really well known by all Estonians. It's sort of embedded.
By Estonians. Mm-hmm.
Yes, it's embedded in their lives, and they are also very good at honoring that story. They consider themselves to this day refugees. They were driven out of their country. And so that piece of it's really accessible once you get into it. The part that isn't so accessible and that is surprising are the individual stories that happened around that and how they unfolded. For example, Anna Kaljas, I didn't realize this. I realized that she fled Estonia with some friends who happened to have a car. They managed to get a hold of a car, and they fled Estonia in the wake of the German exodus in 1944. So Germans were recruiting Anna and her friends, her parents, and Anna mainly were the part of the story that I'm interested in. They followed in the wake of the German troops. But I come to find out, after interviewing the head of Estonian Studies at the University of Toronto, that was a very rare instance. Most of the people who left Estonia at that time left by boat and went to Sweden, Germany, a few went to Finland. And those people that left by boat, many of those boats were torpedoed or bombed by the Soviets as they fled. So many, many people died in transit. And so this story of Anna leaving Estonia and traveling across to 3 other countries to get to Germany is something that's somewhat unique. And she tells the story in her memoir. So these kinds of things become surprises. And then the stories that she tells take on a much deeper meaning to me. The idea of having to sleep in the streets, having to scrounge for food, knocking on doors and asking for food. And, when they refuse her, she pulls out a deck of cards and says, would you like to know about your husband or your son, kind of thing. And she presented herself as a card reader. She said she knew nothing about reading cards, but, she said sometimes they gave her a potato, sometimes they gave her nothing. So it's those kinds of details and stories that are really surprise you as you go through these individual stories. And then the other surprise to me is the links. So as the stories unfold and you learn about them, you start to develop modern day links into the stories. Part of my research has actually taken me to Estonia virtually because of the pandemic. And also, these days you don't necessarily need to be on the ground someplace. And I've connected with a person, a filmmaker in Estonia, and she's been helping me out doing interviews with people in Estonia. And these are people that will be part of the film, and not to tease too much, but I think it's part of the film that will be, how should I say, has a very deep connection to our modern day world. And so I was able to track down this person through the internet, and then and Facebook, track down this person's daughter-in-law who'd actually written a book about this man's life. And so I was able to connect with those people, and then using Patricia Go, who's the filmmaker in Estonia, to actually go out and record interviews with them. We did it over Skype. And she's shooting B-roll footage and that kind of thing. So these are the kind of the elements that are surprises, but they are also the thing that add the depth to Anna's story. I could easily have made a film about what she did here in Kitchener-Waterloo, but and there's equally interesting and exciting things going on there. And that will be an important part of the film. But there's also this big chunk of 38 years of where was Anna and what was she doing, and how did that life in Estonia influence her choices here in Canada. And I think that's really at the heart of what I'm trying to do with this.
Do you ever have this, reassuring conversation with yourself along the way where you realize, I am the right person to be making this film at this time, and as in, like, you kind of like the chosen one. This is, everything falls into place, and it's like, I am the only person who can tell this story in this way.
Wow, that's an interesting way to put that, Marshall. I think in many ways, I would say yes, and although my thinking on that is a little bit different, in that what I find is when I'm looking around at things I want to do, projects I want to do, I do a lot of dabbling. I'll dabble in this, and I'll check out that, and I'll read this, and I'll maybe shoot an interview with somebody about this and that. But what I find is when I know I'm in that situation, like you say, I'm the person to do this, is when things start to come to you serendipitously. So when things just, you're saying, wow, geez, I'd really like to do this, and I'd like to have a different approach to this, and how should I do that, and that kind of thing. So I'll give you an example. So in 2019, I visited Philadelphia, and my son lives in the United States, and he lives in Princeton, New Jersey. And so my wife and I spent 5-6 days in Philadelphia. Went to the Museum of Art in Philadelphia, and one of the shows that was on there, it was a short-term show, was called Whitman, Alabama. And if you don't know about it, you should go and look at it. This is a filmmaker in the United States, also has a journalism connection, worked at newspapers. She is taking one of Walt Whitman's epic poems, and she's taking it around Alabama, or she has taken it around Alabama, and she finds people and she gets them to recite one of the stanzas. So these are ordinary people, So one of them is a pilot who I don't think he flies commercially. He just likes to fly planes. So he's flying his airplane and reciting this stanza of the Walt Whitman poem. And immediately I was sort of struck by this because, the number one thing in my practice has always been ordinary folks living in the place where I am. Those are the people that I want to talk to. Those are the stories I want to tell. I'm not interested in, big stories of celebrities or anything like that. These are the stories. So that hit me directly. But also her treatment of the material and the respect that she had for the words of Walt Whitman. And then also, and this goes back to your point about your audience is not stupid. Well, these readers were not stupid. They were able to bring something to these words that, was exceptional. And then her ability as a filmmaker to put all the bits and pieces together, to have the B-roll, to have, the scenes. So it was a big aha moment for me. And since then, I've been working with Anna's memoir. So it's this little obscure memoir that she co-wrote with a friend of hers called Anna Kaljas, A Lifetime of Memories. And in it, she unveils her story because not even her children, her family, knew the background from Estonia. They didn't know it until she published this book. And so part of the film will be several generations of Anna's female descendants, I guess, in a way. One will be her daughter-in-law, her granddaughter, and her great-granddaughter. Part of the film will be them reading edited portions, segments from this memoir. And so that's, that's the sort of thing, that's the serendipitous kind of thing that I find, when you're working on a project and these things are revealed to you, these are gifts, in my opinion. You're given these gifts, and it's saying you better act on this, this is really for you, and it's an opportunity for you to advance your work.
And storytelling is so gloriously important. We talk about it a lot on this show because that's what we're doing. And storytelling has also become a real buzzword in marketing and branding, which should be, I really wish they would have come up with a different word for that, because storytelling is what gives us that rich culture and that rich history, even of our own little family units, to understand where we come from, why, and what the purpose was. And that gives you kind of a boost to, hopefully, understand why you're here and what's next for you, and how you should be, perceiving your community around you. Without stories, like if Anna hadn't written this, that story would die with her, and off it goes. Nobody knows those details, and we wouldn't be sitting here talking about it right now. What I think is also really important to touch on here is you spoke about talking to ordinary people, which is a parallel between us. This is what we do on our podcast. Our neighborhood, our community, ordinary people is our focus. And Marshall has interviewed just tons of celebrities. And if I may speak for you, Marshall, this isn't what you find interesting anymore. It's the people
for sure. Yeah,
no,
that's why what Dwight was saying resonates with me so well. Mm-hmm. I remember there was a time where I was like, can't believe I spent so much time hunting down the rich and famous, and actually got bored with it. And thought, wait a second, the people I really want to talk to are actually right here.
Right in our neighborhood.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And this is also related to what your artist in residence work was. And that was Neighborhood Voices. Do you want to tell us a little bit about that project?
Well, I think that I think one of the important things that the residency at the city really did for me was really solidify what I had been working on for a few years prior to that. And I think that's one of the beauties of the residency program. It really gives artists a time to reflect on their practice, to really feel validated, I think is the right word. And as I mentioned before, I'm into the third act here. I was in the third act when I became artist in residence. And, there's a lot of cliches about people, moving through this and becoming artists as they age. But, you're always, as you start into these new changes in your life, there's always a need for validation. There's always a need to have people recognize your work in a way that is outside of you as a person. And I think that's what the residency did for me. And also, I mean, Kitchener is kind of a perfect place for doing these sort of neighborhood stories, because it has this network of community centers, which is not common in the world of cities. I mean, Kitchener has a lot of community centers, and that was a great place and a great resource. They also have community associations. And so the idea of getting on the ground and talking to these people was as I say, a reaffirmation of the work that I've been doing, but it was also an incredible opportunity to build contacts. And that's one of the things that, these kinds of things do for you as an artist, is it allows you the opportunity to build contacts, to meet people, to really get in touch with your practice. I think one of the things as an artist that I've tried to do is not to hang out too much with artists. I think there's a real risk of
like becoming insular.
Yeah, exactly. That, you're kind of looking at arts for art's sake. And so my practice has always been about community, about finding a way to have an impact on the community and to really connect with people. And I think, also, and I hate to keep bringing this up, this third act business, but one of the things that you bring to that is you bring many years of experience of living in a community. You have all kinds of contacts, and that gives you sort of a kind of a working environment that you might not have if you're, in the second act, I suppose. But the other part of that is that comes along with that is the idea, as a person who has a lot of life experience, you can't depend on the idea that your life experience is everything. You really. So I think the other thing that making this change in direction in later in life has afforded me is the opportunity to find mentors that are younger than me. And
I am on this. I hear you. I get you. They know more about some of the stuff than we do.
Well, exactly. And I think that's the thing that I really started to realize as I sort of started into this process. And it's not like the creative aspects of life were foreign to me. I mean, I worked as a photojournalist at the Record. I worked in sort of all of that different aspects of newspapers. But as I kind of moved further and further away from that, into sort of management positions in the photo department, and then into the online world in 1996, if you can believe it, it became further and further away from me. And then when I left the Center for International Governance Innovation, I just decided that I really wanted to go back to kind of the roots of the beginning for me, which was visual storytelling, and moving from still photography to moving pictures was a bit of a change for me, and took quite a bit of development. But these things are sort of I would say, lessons in terms of, as you grow older, you have this sense that at some point you're going to kind of be in this space, and everything's just going to be just, it's going to go hum, it's going to have this hum. But the fact is as you get older, you have to be ready to embrace change as much as when you're younger, maybe even more, because things start to speed up as you get older, because that this is the last stanza. And so your things speed up, and you have to realize, okay, I've got to change that. You have to realize that, okay, that's old school. You gotta figure out how will this work for you, and how can you make this work for you. Some of the old school stuff, you might want to cling to, but other stuff you just have to know that you got to figure out a new way to approach things.
I think about the talent you would have been surrounded with at the Waterloo Region Record. Something I remember being so impressed with was you'd have a writer like Colin Hunter writing a series called Remarkable Reads, and then you'd have the photography of Matt McCarthy. And that to me taught me a ton about how you can tell an incredible story when two people collaborate like that together. And then you would have had an editor looking at it. And when you reflect back on the Waterloo Region Record, you must think of all sorts of people who would have really touched you and are a part of the work you do today still.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And, I think that is, I think that's one of the forgotten aspects of the changes in media that have happened since around the turn of the century is, the actual objects like newspapers and I think television broadcasts to a certain extent, have changed and they're diminishing in their influence and that kind of thing. But the other part of that is these places were kind of a locus for talent. It was a place where creatives could meet each other and get together and do creative work. And I think that's something that's kind of lost for people outside the business. They kind of think, but today, connecting with other creatives is, I think in many ways is harder. I think it's still possible to do that. And there are many tools to do that, but to be in an environment where other people are there doing great work and inspiring you and offering you that one-on-one mentorship and peer support, that's a pretty amazing environment to be working in. And as you say, people like Matt McCarthy, wow. I mean, his ability to use light and lens to capture people is just like, he just blows my mind. There are going to be times as you get older where you just realize is that this whole idea of living in the moment, of being what we call mindful now, is really where you have to be, because the opportunity to do things is just going to be there in front of it, and you just have to grab it. I have been very lucky, I think, in being able to, make changes at a time where I wasn't sort of ushered out the door or anything like that, or that things became, where you parted ways in without, really having a sense of finishing something. But for me, life in general is a process. It's not something visited upon you. You're in the driver's seat when it comes to your life, and as I say, you just have to. When opportunity is there, you have to recognize it and just take it. And when the door opens, you just step through. And it is what it is. And most of the time, for me, I have been very fortunate. It has been good.
This Artist in Residence Celebrating 25 Years series has been made possible by the City of Kitchener. The theme song for this series is original music by Janice Jolie.
Hey, yeah, yeah, hey,
Welcome to Bonn Park.
Welcome to Bonn Park. I'm Sarah Geidlinger.
And I'm Marshall Ward.
And I'm Caroline Varon. I'm with the City of Kitchener Arts and Creative Industries. I'm the program administrator.
Welcome to our special series on the City of Kitchener's Artist in Residence program. We're celebrating 25 years.
Over the next several weeks, we'll be speaking with some of the past artists in residence at the City of Kitchener.
2020 and 2021 looked quite different for us in terms of the Artist in Residence program. So we're very excited to celebrate and look back on the past artists in residence, their projects, and celebrate their current successes.
Caroline, tell us about artist Susan Coolin.
Susan Coolin was an artist in residence in 2013, and her residency was called Litter Arty Project. She, I think to this day, is kind of fascinated with found objects and the local urban environment. So she really wanted to give new life to thrown away objects and kind of transform them into like different, very contemporary imagery. And I think part of that also was, again, emphasizing the need for cleaner environment. So she invited citizens to actually collect litter with her. She did a series of things. She did a lot of documentation, photo documentation, which was exhibited. She did this installation, Carpet on the Iron Horse Trail, which was really beautifully composed of different throwaway objects, but they made these very interesting, colorful patterns. Again, throughout that residency, she was documenting and speaking about the need for cleaner environment.
Here she is, Susan Coolin. Susan Coolin, thank you so much for joining us tonight.
It's a pleasure.
We are very excited to talk to you. Marshall and I have been falling down an internet rabbit hole of all of your work, and we're loving it.
Excellent.
We're absolutely loving it. So what I'm fascinated with is you, when I read about you, words like found objects or, recycling, like those types of lost treasure words are used. And I'm just so infatuated with how you're creating some art that is, you're creating art that is in situ. You're picking it up and putting it, like it's going back into its original place. And I haven't really seen that before anywhere else myself.
Yeah, well, part of, now how do I come around to this? So I'm always walking in the environment. I'm always walking somewhere. I'm just wander, I walk, but my eyes are always looking. So what I'm constantly doing, consciously and unconsciously, is responding to the environment and to what's there and to, actually what I'm quite interested in are the graphic forms. I think that those things sort of alert me on a level that, that pairs with other interests. I've have an interest in natural history collections. That extends to roadkill, but all of that material kind of returns back to the landscape. Interestingly enough, like everything turns the same color, be it litter or animal bones or whatever. So that's, I guess, to your point about things going back into the environment, yeah, they come from there. I extract them for my own purposes, and then they can quite often go back, either as another artwork, which I document and photograph, or perhaps it might be recycling.
And the photographing is really special to me because this is my area. This is my jam. And I'm sometimes reminded when I'm looking at a series of yours, so you're watching how it weathers and how it changes and maybe disintegrates or separates from the original form that you placed it in. And it's almost like a screen printing series, like you start with the first form, here it is, and here's how it's changed over time. And not everybody gives us that gift as a viewer, right? Not everybody gives us this process and this, like you said, return to the earth that we normally wouldn't see.
Yeah. It's, I think some of those aspects of it I discover myself because I'm not always looking to do that. sometimes I found old cardboard that had separated, from itself, from its various layers, and imprinted on that paper in between the cardboard layers were a honeycomb pattern of glue. So my graphic eye goes right to that, and that becomes an element to work with, and that I may link up with actual hornet's nests that I found, which if you cut those apart, have the same structure inside. So there's always a layering and an interest in multiple ways to reach into that material. And one thing that might be of note is that I was actually a graphic designer before I became an artist.
This makes sense to me because it does seem like you're attracted to pattern.
Yeah, very much pattern and ordering and organization. And funnily enough, so I have a degree in communication design from the Nova Scotia College of Art and Design back in the 70s. Pre-computers. And
so you knew Letraset well and all that stuff.
Absolutely, absolutely. And funnily enough, so in my mid to late 30s, I either had to invest in computers or make a plunge, and I made the plunge and went back to university and went to Montreal and then Chicago and did my degrees in photography in dark rooms. Okay, the dark rooms are gone. So in a way, it's interesting how an art practice can come in a circle and circle back to kind of earlier interests or earlier, tasks. And I use computers extensively. I don't use the darkroom anymore. I can't do that. But there are lots of ways to observe the photographic effect in the landscape. Sometimes it is patterns that come through the leaves of trees, or how water reflects on a surface image, and that will resolve and dissolve and resolve. And so all of these things are always bubbling through what I do. I'm never really looking. I isolate and simplify a lot of things, but really it's always a multiplicity of things that intrigue me or interest me or touch on something that I've done in my longish life. But it's not over yet.
That's right.
I read a book years ago called I think it's called Art Can Make You Happy. And a lot of it's talking about walking around and observing even just your suburban neighborhood and things you'll see.
Yeah.
And what I found so powerful was some photographs I looked at of yours that for hours later I was still thinking about them. They would be maybe some water on some asphalt or concrete maybe, and then construction foam laying around. And
I thought it was walnuts at first. It took me a little while. I thought it was bits of walnuts.
What I saw was so I love deep sea documentaries. Like the further down you go, the stranger and weirder the world becomes. And I thought I was looking at some alien like sea creatures, little creatures like a family almost.
Yeah.
And how beautiful is that you, through your observations and your photography, captured something that is just so completely, most people would never give a second look to. I'm not even sure I would even know what construction foam is. I would see it and think it looked familiar.
Yeah.
But
that's a joy of sort of wandering around and wandering where nobody else is, and not looking for something specifically, but that you're going to encounter something. But what's interesting about your feeling about that particular work is that I actually grew up on the ocean, the length of this room from the big ocean in Nova Scotia, in a tiny little village. And, I've gone back there many, many times over the years and collected things that wash up. And definitely that's a sort of return moment for me, because I see, odd things that wash up there that come from the floor of the ocean. And for me, there's a similarity and a layering. And, you can't really say that this is that, but there is a layering of recognition or response or familiarity that's connected to these other things that you remember from other experiences, or that have caught your eye, or that do something to your inner self.
It's okay that it's difficult, right? It doesn't have to be clear cut.
Yeah. So interestingly enough, as an artist, like so often we are asked to speak about our work or explain it or whatever, but it's really an inner conversation or dialogue with oneself that doesn't always have words, and it's more reverberatory. You can have interests or intentions with the larger project, but your time in the moment when you're out in the world, or when I'm out in the world, I'm responding to it. It's really like a free form, free floating response that brings in all one's senses, let's say, and not necessarily the verbal. The verbal can come later, because we are, you could say, trained to speak about our work and how to think about it, especially if one has gone through the university system, and there's a value in that. But as an in the moment practice, it's really it's like being in that ocean, right? You're just there floating in this world around you, and not editing yourself, and just letting yourself see and respond, let's say.
When did your curiosity to look at things that most of us would seem unpleasant? I'll give you an example. If I was going for an early morning walk, and if these things usually surprise you, there's suddenly a dead mouse that's on the sidewalk, right? It startles me. I'm upset for a moment. I'll continue my walk, and when I come home, I'll deliberately walk on the other side of the street. I don't want to see that dead mouse again. And that goes for any really dead bird, or I can't handle a dead bird in the backyard. And roadkill, I like most people, just quickly look away from.
Yeah.
But somewhere in your journey, you decided to look closely.
Not only look closely, but pick it up and take it back to my studio. And I actually developed methods of mummifying, because I wanted to be able to photograph it, and I needed to be able to pick it up when it wasn't in ill shape, let's say. But and I've had roadkill projects, I've had boneyards, fascinating scientific process to watch what flies and maggots can do. Then you get those beautiful bones, and I've boiled bones down, and how can I say it? Yeah, so it's, when one is interested in the form and what something can become, you forget about the immediacy of it. And so that's less important. So I'm not, bothered by that. And actually, I'm quite gleeful when I'm in my collecting specimens mode. But again, I grew up on the ocean, and things would wash up. And, I think I'm just used to it on another level too. But, and this is where, it starts to shift from perhaps what other people don't see. So I wanted fish skeletons at one point, and I would go to the store in Montreal, and they would give me their old fish carcasses or whatever, and I would boil the fish down. The eyeballs started popping out when I was boiling them. The eyeballs were beautiful. They're, varying sizes, like little marbles. And so I put them in some rubbing alcohol, and then I returned, and I actually scanned them on the scanner, which blew them up even more so than what my eye could see. And I was working on an astronomy-based project, and these became the planetary orbs called alien orbs. And I like to use titling in work, and, really for me, it was like the question of, well, maybe these planets could be just the remains of creatures of their actual eyeballs floating in space. I mean, I'm obviously temper that, but that's the sort of creative direction that I can go in. And had I not dared to boil down those fish, I would not have had the surprise, my own surprise at those beautiful disintegrating eyeballs.
This is fascinating. Because I did see another piece on your Instagram that was of like fish scales from like a meal that you'd had, maybe. Like it was just a piece, and that was then painted with pattern, and it's beautiful, you know?
Yeah.
And again, that's probably the pattern that grabbed you, and then you're not afraid to
Yeah.
touch the skin.
Yeah. It was the pattern, and then see, like the patterning on the cardboard, the honeycomb glue marks, the pattern, you know, leapt out at me on the fish scales, and I started painting them in. And so, and you know, there's a lot of room for just exploring something. It doesn't have to become a final piece of art, but the ability to just take that and say, what would happen if I did this? And they become like studies, you know, I guess that's sort of the equivalent for me of doing a sketch in a sketchbook. But I'm engaged by it too, and as I paint it, it's like, oh my goodness, this is so beautiful, and I want to at least document it, and hold on to it there, and then perhaps, you know, that somewhere down the line, something else will happen, and that aligns, you know, with future work, you could say.
Can we talk to a little bit about process? Because now we know, okay, you're out walking and exploring, and, you know, not only are you getting your physical activity, you're probably getting your nature intake and your fresh air. So it's a multi-purpose, you know, situation when you're out here, but you're also working. So maybe you find some roadkill or something that has passed away, you know, a little rodent or animal that's passed away, and you're taking that back. But what about when you're working with puddles or found objects? Are you bringing materials out with you? Are you finding something and then thinking, oh boy, I got to go back there. I'm going to go home and get these things from my studio. What's that process like for you?
Yeah, that's sort of it. Yes. So I don't really collect specimens anymore. I actually turned bins of those into time capsule project, and you know that was a big long project, which was turned into a time capsule project, and then those capsules they're buried all over the city, and they've been documented into bookworks, and those bookworks are now public art in the library. So currently the Puddles project is my way to go out into the environment and see what I find. I'm intrigued by the surfaces of water, like the sort of patterning from well, sometimes it's clouds reflecting, other times it's sort of foam, or it may be ice. And I would go back to the studio and I would start making drawings, and just drawings, paintings. If I found construction material, like during the LRT, I might take that back and do some work with that, because, you know, of course, a lot of these puddles are in actually deteriorated industrial lands. So it's not pretty nature that I'm usually in. Although pretty nature, you know, there's some wonderful things, but I tend to wander in these sort of more deteriorated areas. So there's a process of going back and forth and finding things and bringing them back, or just photographing and documenting and doing something else in the studio. But I started to then take the exploratory works from the studio back out with me, and I would take it back out into the industrial sites, and I call them interventions, and I would put them into the puddles and then photograph that, and that became the basis of a whole project called Puddles Pool. And I document each of these interventions, so I probably have more than 150 books. And, you know, sometimes I pour liquids that, you know, one thing begets another. So I might float artwork in it, but then I might have some old paints that I don't want, and I'll go, you know, water-based paints, and go pour those into a puddle and photograph them. Or of the foam, found the foam, sort of worked with that, and a lot of back and forth where I go now, and I will photograph something either taken there or found, and then I'll return for when the water evaporates. And I don't always know what I'm going to get, but I document it and then and make it into these books. And I see the books as a way to not only document that activity, and it becomes a project unto itself, but it's my own resource library to return to back in the studio. And perhaps if I decide to do some works on paper, or, you know, I mean, a future dream is to do some silk screening work based on those puddle explorations. So I'm kind of in a huge gathering mode, you could say, with this puddles project.
Have you ever been kicked off one of those sites? I've been kicked off of a few places trying to photograph before.
No, nobody bothers a little old lady with white hair.
All right. I'll look forward to that.
I think I put that in one of my Instagram posts, you know, like people, I know a lot of people know me to see me walking around, but there's a certain point in life where people really don't bother you. and there's an incredible freedom. And, you know, and I take advantage of those sites. I have to say I take advantage of those sites for now because there's so much redevelopment here. And so the Brahms city yards, I would go over there. There were sandpiper babies running around and just me and the sandpipers. But it's now changing and morphing into a parking lot and a construction zone. And that's all fine. You know, that's where I found the foam pieces. But, you know, you take advantage of these sort of, I'll call them, they're almost like wild zones right in the very heart of the city, and just respond and work with them as you can. And because they too shift very quickly.
One of the colors I see in your work often is beautiful yellows, Naples yellow, cadmium yellow deep.
Yeah, I'm into a yellow phase. I don't know.
Yeah, can you talk about the color yellow in terms of? I wonder if that's been influenced by much of where the space you've put yourself in, or is there something about yellow?
Well, you know, again, like it's probably something that's absorbed, but the long-time studio space that I had, now that you're mentioning it, was painted yellow. It was like the yellow of your shirt, and I just really loved being in that room. Even though it was an older space, there was nothing special about it, but that color yellow just felt really good.
Yeah, that's
as simple as that.
That's an interesting idea. No, I love that idea.
Yeah.
That possibly that's a color that you carry on in your work because of the space you were in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking more of the outdoor space, but inside, that's even more interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Susan, tell us about your time as a City of Kitchener artist in residence and what it gave to you, and maybe how it continues to kind of have a place in your work today.
Okay, so I was the artist in residence in 2013, and I actually developed a project for that residency. You know, you have to submit an idea, and you know, it was based on what I do all the time, which is respond to something in the environment. You know, to simplify it, that's what I do. But because this was a year-long artist residency, and there's an expectation of engaging the public, so I wanted to be thoughtful about it and something that I knew that the public could be drawn in by and observe and participate in. You know, there were public participation aspects of it that were required, and actually, so the Literarity project developed out of that. You know, I was near the KC High School, and they would have lunch in a parking lot and leave so much litter, and I would go clean it up. It was near my studio, but before I cleaned it up, I would lay it all out and photograph it as a big pattern, a carpet on the parking lot. So that's where it was born. But my own interest was in that organizing and looking at it as pattern and graphic form and all of those things. So the wonderful thing about the residency is that I had a year to develop something that could engage the public, and I took full advantage of that. I took every opportunity to have exhibits at City Hall with the work in process. And I had drawings, I made videos, I had artworks made from items that I found, studio work, you name it. I had it there, and showed its progression throughout the year, so that by the time the end of the year came and I did my final, which were very graphic, colorful works, the public who had watched it could fully see the process by which an artist develops an idea. But there were so many opportunities to do things myself that I might not have done. You know, the outdoor, well, the large, I think it was about a 50-foot carpet of litter that I had on the Iron Horse Trail. It was quite spectacular. And I had 50 categories of litter with 50 items each. So it was 50 ways to leave your litter. So it was playful. It was a playful aspect. It used, you know, those kind of playful terms to draw the public in. And I had projections on the city hall. I developed a public participation program called the Snowball Effect, where I went to community centers all across the city and had those communities gather litter in white garbage bags, which we tied up, and I photographed them on site, and they look like a snowball, and so I think there were hundreds of those. That was all documented and put into a bookwork that was also on display at City Hall, so that the public could also appreciate what their communities did in collaboration with me. So for me, it was terrific. The staff at the city were fabulous. They completely supported all of my events that I wanted to participate in. They connected me to people. They were terrific, and it was a terrific opportunity.
I was super excited to speak to you because my mentor, Michael Manson, who was my art teacher many years ago, she's passed away. Other than you, she's the only person I knew who worked closely with lots of found objects, especially bones and things like that. And I don't remember really having a great opportunity to talk to her too much in depth about that. And after she passed away, I always wondered if Michael had just another kind of level, a little bit deeper of an inherent understanding of impermanence and life and death, and if somehow that exploration you do is somewhat a gift, and either gives you a sense of peace about these things, or again a deeper understanding of. But because you're actually something that most of us will just avoid, you're actually handling.
Well, you are touching on something. I have so much work, and it goes back a lot further than the artist's residency. And one of the projects that I had, and this is connected to bones, was called Relic Relinquish. And I was brought up in a tiny Catholic village in Nova Scotia. So my childhood was very much informed by, you could say, the sacred. And there, you can think of the relics that the church has. That quite often there are bones. Galileo's baby finger is a relic that's collect. I don't know if the Catholic Church has that, but this idea of something that holds much more than its physical presence. And I think that I absorbed that. I think that underpinning of that, of the relic, of the sort of, I'll say spiritual. It's not so specifically that, but it's connected to that realm of something sacred or spiritual. Or there's a book by Iliadi, The Sacred and the Profane, which talks a lot about those kind of areas of thinking and perceiving and conceiving of the world. So yeah, that's all layered in there. And I think that comes back around to the idea that one's not necessarily so specific and consciously aiming to get something, but when one's making a piece of art, but you want those layers that are important to you to bubble up when they can and when it's right. So yeah, so bones are, I don't know, they're special.
I wonder if when you talk about your time as a child, on the beach in Nova Scotia or at the coastline, I wonder if you had the type of situation where I find my kids and, kids today don't have as much, especially in our area in KW here. It's just like free time to poke around with stuff. Like I played in the dirt. That was my thing. We lived right next to a forest. It was bugs and dirt and leaves and mud and this is where we spent our days, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
No, very much informs my sensibility to life, I think. And, I come from a big family, and we played outside. I don't think we were allowed to stay
I remember
inside.
my mom locking the door sometimes when the three of us were outside.
Yeah, well, there were 9 of us, and
Oh, boy.
and it was the big, the village is like Peggy's Cove. It's pure rocks, no trees, and the big primal ocean. And I'll say primal because you're also very aware of that force. But there are storms and there are things that wash up, and we had incredible freedom, just incredible. To just go out and explore our world and just do that. And, I've indoctrinated some nieces and nephews into that. Actually, just on the gathering and collecting, I went back for about probably a 10-year period and collected, at least about 30,000 dish shards, bones, bottles, clay pipes, all of these things from the ocean floor just outside my mother's house where it's called the land wash and the tide goes out completely. And these things have bubbled up in that spot from the village was started in 1754, right up until the 60s when, organized garbage collection was finally initiated. And so those works became 2 large photographic quilts. I photographed each individual piece and then used Around the World an Irish chain to reconfigure them as black and white works. Yeah, so
Susan, we've only met you tonight, but have the people you've surrounded yourself with in your life, do you feel like they have a very good understanding that you are an artist all day, like from the moment you wake up to the time you go to bed, and it's not just about going to a studio and creating some art and then going back to a different job or doing something else? It's very clear to us that you are thinking and making choices in your life all the time in the most kind of pure way that an artist can do it.
Yeah, that's actually true. I think I forget it because it's just so natural to me. And sometimes, and I would say that, yes, the people that really know me and have known me a long time would they would probably be quite articulate about me, and but every now and then I hear that again where somebody almost they are amazed in the moment that exactly what you said, that's what I do. It's just sort of it's everything about my life is sort of encompasses and is reflected back into that art.
I imagine
practice.
Some people even marvel at it and think, wow, I wish I could be so present and so connected with everything around me, because it's so easy to not be and to just get flustered with whatever the problem is today, right?
Yeah. I think my feeling is that people feel it's always remarked on in a very positive way, like that it's something that they want to, they wish they could touch or they want to touch or I mean, I guess the a huge accolade is when somebody says, wow, you've made me see differently. And, that's really nice to feel that it's reverberated something, that it's just shifted somebody's way of being in the world too. Not with an intention to do that to people, but I know that they got something got something, they understood something about me, perhaps, and that it is then shared.
Well, Sarah and I were just talking about what I love about Sarah's photography is sometimes it's very looks like non-representational abstract art, and I can't tell what it is until I've asked her what it is. And I find great beauty in it, but I'm interested in knowing what it is I'm looking at.
Yeah.
And I think with something like you painting beer bottle caps in that way, that they're beautiful images to something that most of us don't give a second thought to. But once you've seen it through your eyes, you realize, wow, this is something that looks like it could be connected to outer space or very small nanotechnology or anything, right?
Yeah, it transforms, and it's a fascinating effect, you could say. I don't know if effect is the right word, but that it's more than just what it is would be one way to say it, I guess.
I have to ask about storage. I like to be tidy and organized.
Oh, I hear you.
Don't open any of my cupboards, though. I've been busy. I think I'm assuming that the photography is lending itself to, or that your collection is lending itself to the photography, and that's the organization. So, are you, are you keeping a lot of this work, a lot of this stuff, a lot of it that's out there in the environment, like we were talking about, that's going to disintegrate and do its thing. But the stuff that you might be creating in studio, are you storing and keeping this stuff, or is it being photographed and moved on?
So in terms of the actual specimens or artwork, because both. So what happens? Yes, the accumulation process. So I'm a very tidy, organized, and also when you're collecting specimens, you don't want bugs, you don't want that, and so a lot of times I've mummified things, I've very carefully stored them, but I ended up with bins and bins of them. I had seal skulls, coyote skulls. People, eventually brought me things, boneyard. So quite an accumulation, plant material. After the Literarty project, I decided to divest myself of that. I gave away a lot of bones to other artists who then made bone costumes and various things, but I was still left with a lot. So I started working in the studio and painting things, transforming them, documenting them. The beauty of photography is that you can document them. But I made them into a time capsule project called An Incomplete Museum of Categories for the Future. And so, I categorized things. I had bird feet. I'd make little pedestals and put the bird feet on them. They looked sort of like signals, tortoise shells, whatever. I made 100 packages. I packaged them up very particularly, photographed them, and they are mostly in the KW area. I will not say. I don't expect them to be found for perhaps hundreds of years, if ever. That actually developed into a project that I used during a 6-month artist residency at the Air Library. So all of those works that were made into time capsules then were also translated into graphic works, and those are a collection of books that are in the library. I'm trying to paraphrase a very large, layered, ultimately graphic process. So no more specimens. I do not have any specimens. And a lot of the artworks that I have made have also become another time capsule project. Packaged differently, photographed. That's called An Incomplete Museum of Art for the Future. And the City of Waterloo's Waste Management Center opened up a new cell about 2 years ago for garbage. So they capped one off and they had a new one. So all of these packages were very particularly wrapped up. The work was documented. It's in a series of books. The packages have gone to the waste management cell. Quite a few. I think I tallied up about close to 300 pounds worth of artwork. And those are in bookworks. And I think the bookworks themselves may also become another time capsule because there's so many of those. I think I have about 30 or 40 at least books based on the artwork that was passed on. And of course, it's all digitally available, so I can sort of do that. But I see here again where the layers come. There was a fascinating story about I think it was in Africa somewhere, communities, their libraries, which were under threat of being destroyed by invaders, were buried. So they buried all of their really important books from centuries of, cultural life, and to protect them for the future. And so I sort of see it as my own little contribution to not only our now, but to, humans to come, hopefully. Anyways. So, but it also solves the accumulation problem, right? It's a way of sort of circulating it and finding a place for it that doesn't take up a place in a way.
This Artist in Residence Celebrating 25 Years series has been made possible by the City of Kitchener. The theme song for this series is original music by Janice Jolie.
Hey, yeah, hey. Yeah, 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 hey. Welcome to Bonn Park.
Welcome to Bonn Park. I'm Sarah Geidlinger.
And I'm Marshall Ward.
And I'm Caroline Varon. I'm with the City of Kitchener Arts and Creative Industries. I'm the program administrator.
Welcome to our special series on the City of Kitchener's Artist in Residence program. We're celebrating 25 years.
Over the next several weeks, we'll be speaking with some of the past artists in residence at the City of Kitchener.
2020 and 2021 looked quite different for us in terms of the Artist in Residence program. So we're very excited to celebrate and look back on the past artists in residence, their projects, and celebrate their current successes.
Caroline, tell us about today's guest, Sarah Gransko.
So Sarah was the artist in residence in 2016. She's performer and textile artist here locally in Kitchener. She is also part of the Scandinavian oral tradition, and she includes that in her art making. During her residency, that was titled Our Fibers, Our Forest, Adventures in Felting and Song, she involved the community in creating felted puppets and costume and clothing for these puppets. She engaged these puppets and residents in interactive performance. So she's very musical as well. That's part of her art making. She collaborated with local musicians as well. And she also, to make these fiber textile pieces, she did the planting and the tending of the natural dye plants herself, along with the residents. So it was kind of very hands-on, where she dyed the wool, she planted the plants, she dyed the wool, and they actually made the wool as well and did the felting themselves. So quite a learning experience and a lot of workshops. Again, different age groups that were involved in the activities. And we had the pleasure of showcasing all of these puppets, and it was sort of a piece also that included this large tree and one of the community centers for the public to enjoy.
Thank you, Caroline. Here's Sarah Gransko. Sarah Gransko, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
We're really looking forward to talking to you. We've been digging into your work, looking at some of your past work and some of your current work. And I know that puppetry in particular is something that Marshall holds very near and dear to his heart. Did you want to talk about that, Marshall?
Yeah, so I've been a lifelong fan of Sesame Street, so it's been in my life always, and I have just a forever fascination with Sesame Street, with the Muppets, with Jim Henson, and really that extends to, I think, really all puppets.
Mm-hmm. We were talking recently to an artist, Carolyn Parks, about her wool felting work, and
yes.
Marshall and I were just, eyes wide open, listening the whole time about her process, and it just sounded like so much fun to us. Can you talk to us about your process with working with these types of materials?
Well, first of all, let me talk about Carolyn Parks,
sure.
Because she contacted me once and said, I'd love to learn how to paint with wool. And this was before the pandemic hit. And so she came over and I had my baby there on the floor, and, we did some sessions and she took off with it. And I ended up hiring her to embellish one of my puppets, which I've never done any before, but I love the idea of collaboration. And now she's taken off with it. It's so wonderful to see that happen. Working with wool. So working with wool was something I actually learned from grade 1s or grade 2s, or I should say with grade 1s and 2s. It was in the context of doing a storytelling stop motion project funded by the Ontario Arts Council. And I worked in schools doing that for a number of years. That's how I came to puppetry, actually, because initially I was working with artist Kristen Osborne, and we were doing figures that were movable for stop motion made out of spoons and pipe cleaner, etc. And we found they got quite stiff. And we were thinking of something that might have more movement. So we thought of marionettes, and we were upcycling a lot at that time. And I thought, in terms of making the costumes, I had a love of felting as well, but I'd never really done it. I thought, wouldn't it be great if we felted to make costumes? And so, I had never really done it before, but there I was with a bunch of grade 1s, or I don't know, grade 2s or something. And I had my first felting experience because I actually didn't even have time to practice it at home. So we made some costumes, glued them on. And then from there I was hooked and started introducing the needle felting. And gradually these puppets became more out of wool. With the students, they were also upcycled. So coming to felting was coming to felting through puppetry. But then I took off with it and started making shoes, hats, shawls, that kind of thing. And it wasn't until my artist in residence experience, and actually my artist in residence experience at the Schneider House, which was then the Joseph Schneider House, in 2012, 2013, I started actually doing my felted puppets independently when I was also working at Sotheby School and a few other schools on these stop motion projects. So it's just kind of evolved. I started working with felting puppets, I think primarily because when I work with storytelling, in this day and age, there's a need for something visual. And so the puppets were, to me, a type of visual ballast, I want to say. I'm not a puppeteer, and when I perform, it's usually the audience members who use the puppets. I've never really had the time or maybe made it a priority to actually study how to operate them very effectively. And so, that's kind of how I came to felting. You try to get away from the city, and I'm not a pretty view. You peel your eyes for the birds and the butterflies. I try not to be heard. I am not the surprise you were hoping to discover. A shopping cart, some ropes and a tarp. This is my home, and you're just passing through. This is my home, but I am the trespasser. Am I blocking your view? If you can see through me, just walk a little faster. I am not asking for a coin or a crumb. All I am asking is the cops don't come. My camouflage of convenience, my hood of invisibility. I come here to disappear in the woods, so please don't see me. Hey, Mom, why's that guy lying down? Mom, what's a chair doing there? Oh, please come. I don't want you to stare. No fair. I want to camp here too. Camping is for days or weeks, and you can go home, 'cause the cold burns your cheeks. He's not got a fancy North Face tent, nor a chance at a space to rent. If he wasn't here, he'd be living on the streets. Divert your eyes, just look at your feet. But Mom, what does he eat? This is my home, and you're just passing through. This is my home, but I I blocking your view? If you can see through me, just walk a little faster. I am not asking for a coin or a crumb. All I am asking is the cops don't come. My camouflage of convenience, my hood of invisibility. I come here to disappear in the woods. I hear you say hi, and you know, it felt good. Talk about that performance part of it. So you say you're sort of leaning on the participants to make the show happen. Oh, I'm absolutely leaning on the participants.
And it's an engagement then where you can say, here's these things, here's the material, here's what's been created. What are you going to do about it?
Well, sort of. I mean, when I perform, it's interactive, and I have people come on stage playing various roles, and it's pretty apparent what they need to do in that context. Most students, I also find, are very self-conscious about. I'm an educator too. I studied education when my son was a baby. I'm a supply teacher, but I'm not really doing it now. But so I think most youth, I will say, I refer to them as students, but most youth are quite self-conscious about doing drama. But once you give them a puppet, that changes everything. And
just got a new vessel.
Yes, to see that transformation was quite magical to me. So then it was just all of my performances had puppets, and whether you'd see someone get really engaged about doing a pig, or they'd hide behind a large tree puppet and not show their face. Either of those experiences are completely valid. And so with my stories, they're all in verse, and the audience might make the sound effects, and so people would come up and use the puppets in my show, which of course makes online shows somewhat challenging.
Oh, for sure. Everything online is somewhat challenging, isn't it? Just a little bit.
So I had to figure out, some of my pieces I would do all the puppetry for, and I had to figure out ways that me and my family could fulfill those roles, and I had them hung on hooks on my set, etc., and tried to move several at a time, although they're bigger than me. Yeah. This is a highly interactive number. What species made these feces? Where there are puppets up front that the children from the audience can come and use. Ola the troll had a really bad itch, so he put down his sandwich. He turned around to scratch on a tree and plop. Oh, ick. Oh, ick. How rude. How rude. Ola saw a toad come hopping by. Did you drop a load on my food? Oh, my word, not I. When a toad is on the potty, its turd is as long as its body. These are teeny, tiny, shiny little pellets. I can tell it's not mine. Then what species made these feces? Oh, ick. Oh, ick. How rude. How rude. Ola saw a deer trip-trapping by. Did you take a crap on my food? Oh my, not I. My herd makes higher, drier piles of turds about 13 times a day. These are teeny, tiny, shiny little pellets. I can tell it's not mine. Then what species made these feces? Oh, ick. Oh, ick. How rude. How rude. Ola saw a bear come thumping by. Did you take a dump on my food? Oh no, I don't go like that. My scat goes splat. I make a flat patty of mush in the bush with berries, bones, hair, and fur. Not mine for sure. I can tell it smells though. I can't even see this poo. Can you? Then what species made these feces? Oh, ick! Oh, ick. How rude. How rude. Ola saw a bird come swooping by. Did you do a poop on my food? I might. I don't defecate like you. I pee and poo simultaneously. It's a matter of black and white, right? Sure hope you catch the sticker, though. Toodaloo! Oh, what species made these feces? Oh, ick! How rude! Ola saw a hare come hopping by. Did you do number 2 on my food? Honey, a bunny's got a funny habit. We give the plants that we chew another chance to go through. You eat your own poo? We do! Ew! Then what species made these feces?
I also want to geek out on the, and this will touch on what you're currently doing, and we're very interested in what you're currently doing, but that you're using natural plant material to create dye, to dye your wool, to create the puppets or any artworks that might come from that. Can you talk to us about that?
Yeah, so I think that process was inspired by an experience I had felting with commercial wool, and my hands turned this god-awful shade of pink red and it wouldn't come off. And so I started doing some research on the dyeing industry, and it's heartbreaking how destructive it is to the environment and to our health. Although, when we're wearing clothing, it's not necessarily coming off on our bodies, but as a felting artist, it certainly was. And as someone whose work is nature-based, I thought it appropriate to explore ways of doing natural dyeing, and I got just as hooked on that as I was on felting. Yeah, so in my residency, I actually had a plot at Hibner Park where I was growing some woad and coreopsis, I believe. I had a lot of goldenrod on my own property, and others as well. And black walnut, of course, makes a great brown. Experimented with using kitchen waste. So when we're soaking black beans to make burritos or soup or whatever, then you use the black bean soak water to make a grayish color. So my Huron Park puppet was made with that. And then avocado pits. So I had fun working with different skin tones, and I was very aware of skin tones. I found myself, staring at people's faces to study both skin tone and features. And I'd have to catch myself sometimes. Oh, sorry. And so one of my puppets actually looked like Carrie Kozlowski, who was my coordinator for the residency at the time. So avocado pits would make the sort of Caucasian flesh tone mixed, and sometimes I'd mix it together with some black walnut. I really experimented with different types of skin tones. Was one of my main focus. Yeah. And then purple. My husband is actually, one of his roles is as a violin bow maker. So so he had a bunch of Pernambuco shavings, Pernambuco wood. So that would make my purple pink. And then depending on whether you put baking soda in or vinegar, it changes the color as well. So there's a lot of chemistry involved. Yeah.
And how are you getting the character in those faces? They're so expressive. How is it almost like you're kind of sitting there, you kind of commit to this idea that this is the face you're going to create?
No, it just happened that Bright Up Park puppet looked a lot like Carrie. So I don't know how that happened, but the faces just kind of create themselves in a sense. I was studying features a lot. So as I said, I was staring at people a lot. And I'm not a trained artist. And, it was always something I was really insecure about, especially in school. And I'm still, I still have a lot to learn with drawing. My children have surpassed me, but I never say to them, I can't do this and I can't do that, because I don't want to model that type of behavior. But so I really prefer to work in 3D. And it was just through creating the puppets that I discovered I had a gift for faces, which is something that I always avoided recreating. And I think it was that 3D element I could grasp. Yeah.
Something that really spoke to me that you said earlier was the idea that, you can hand kids a puppet who might not otherwise want to stand there and perform the way a magician or a juggler would, but rather, I just remembered how, as a kid, in the summertime, I put on weekly puppet shows for my neighborhood, and I would sell tickets. I think like it was $1.
Cool.
And
$1?
Yeah.
It's expensive
Yeah,
back
I know,
then.
in the 80s. And I had like a record player, and so there was music and everything. And I did the backdrops all out of Bristol board and cardboard.
Oh, amazing.
And I felt incredibly safe under the picnic table.
Yes.
And I made sure nobody could see me because there'd be a blanket or something. And I could do anything as long as I was under the picnic table with my arms sticking up kind of thing. Right. But I would never have imagined standing in front of even a small group of people.
Right.
So that must be, like as you said, that must be incredible to see a kid kind of be able to come out of maybe their shell or transform in that way to perform.
Well, yeah, it is. And with the oral storytelling as well. No, they're not behind a barrier. So they're right up there with the puppets. These are large puppets. I don't ever have a partition or anything. It's not that type of puppet show. So the operator is fully visible. However, a good puppeteer will look at their puppet to direct attention to the puppet. So, and because it's hands-on, because it's tactile, for those kids who have those kinds of instincts, it brings out a whole other side of them. And, teachers are often very surprised. I will often see students in these projects who typically struggle at school, working in an oral art form and working, again, with puppetry, not only art that is stationary, but something that will come alive. I've seen them, get high grades for the first time. And that is really inspiring. So I think there are areas in our school system that are very underrepresented, even though it's in the curriculum. And I'm not being critical so much because, we're overwhelmed. It's the way that our society functions in terms of what's prioritized, as well as, class sizes, et cetera. But I've always been very empowered to bring something different, where some students that typically don't struggle will struggle. It will struggle with the oral, and those that, typically do struggle will thrive. So that, I think, was the main thing that actually propelled me forward in continuing to apply for funding to do these projects in the community, et cetera. And even in what I do now, working with youth with growing. Yeah.
And let's talk about that. Let's talk about the work that you're doing now. Mm-hmm. So there's a lot of planting involved, right?
Yeah.
Or am I taking it in the wrong direction?
There's planting, there's planting, there's maintaining, there's figuring out how to build structure.
Okay. Talk to us about
dealing with diseases and a lot of research. And so I guess it all started with, it didn't all start with COVID, because I was growing things for plant dyes, but I've been growing food for my family, and I worked on farms in Norway, when I was studying folk music there and storytelling, et cetera, like 25 years ago. I was working mostly with animals, but also growing things. And so it's something that has been, very much, I wouldn't say in my blood because I didn't grow up doing it, but I would say it's been something that has been important to me. And so when my kids, I have a 13-year-old and a 10-year-old, and when they were young, I was growing a lot of vegetables on a small property. Our tree came down in a big windstorm, thunderstorm, and I thought, okay, well, here I have sun. And so, but then, as they got older and they kind of lost interest, I started doing permaculture with hazelnut trees, peach trees, Asian pear trees, different kinds of berries, etc. And it was successful, but the rodents went to town on them. So when COVID hit, I had all my kids home. We have 2 vulnerable people in the household, so they stayed home. And my eldest was doing a poster on climate change. And he basically broke down and he was crying. And I said, this is quite the project for you, a poster about the dangers of climate change for somebody who is entering this difficult era. And I said to the teacher, you know what, we're not doing this. We're going to build a cold frame instead, because Soren was interested in doing winter growing and doing a cold frame.
Instead of glorifying the horrible parts of it, why don't we do something positive?
Something.
Thank you for this perspective.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, and I don't talk with my kids about climate change per per se. Well, maybe more now, but when they were younger, I was very sensitive to that because I remember having an environmental breakdown in my teens. And it's just not where I go to produce that kind of anxiety. So I had grown starting in May. Actually, we were watching a movie in like during the first lockdown about a farm that they started, and my kids said, "Hey, let's do that." I said, "Okay." So since 2019, we've only purchased, I think, onions and maybe some carrots, and potatoes, but we've basically lived off of our small property, so then I started doing the winter growing. I built hoop tunnels. So a lot of it was problem solving with materials that were available. I don't have a car, so how can my kids and I carry things, walk? What kind of materials can we get where we can walk back and forth to the hardware store and et cetera. So then I grew every day. We had fresh salad, fresh greens from our property throughout the winter. And then it became a real passion to do protected growing and to grow greens in particular. So in the summertime, I was holding free workshops on my driveway for growing greens year round. And then this fall, I've been installing some winter gardens for people. And I'm starting a youth group from the ground up because I've gotten overwhelming response to a job posting for a youth. And so I have these models of entrepreneurship that I'm dreaming up just now, moving forward in what I do with Gransco Greens.
Mm-hmm. This is fantastic work. I'm finding myself I keep coming back to you talking about protected growing and winter growing. Can you tell us what that involves?
Yeah. So in the summertime, I like to say that growing in the summer reminds me a lot of running after a toddler. There's a lot of weeding, a lot of disease, pests, and I can't
never
quite
stops.
keep up, right? And things bolt, they go to seed. Whereas I feel like I'm not just winter growing, but it's, fall to spring, and spring things really burst into life. It's a euphoric time, early spring, March, April, even February to be growing is a euphoric time. But it's kind of like dressing a toddler. So there's a lot of securing down the plastic on the hoop tunnels to make sure rodents don't get in, monitoring the temperature, covering it when it's cold, and opening it up so everything doesn't bake at 4 degrees. It can be a lot of sort of, kind of nitpicky work in certain ways. Chipping at ice to, harvest your dinner, to open up the tunnels, that kind of thing. Yeah, but there isn't, there's no weeding. This year is unusual because of the warmth. I have to say the aphids have been going crazy, but typically, I won't be dealing with the pests. And it's everything's slower. Everything's slower, but I love it. Yeah.
Sat at the base of a tree and seen an old face looking at me long ago. So it was told every tree would hold a spirit, and if you stay as still as a stone, and if you are willing to come alone, you may hear it. Every tree has a protector. It's expected you respect her, for unless you do, she will mess with you. When a tree was cut into piles of wood to feed a flame, to build a hut, to whittle a fiddle, it made a table, a stable, or a set of chairs, a pair of shoes, or a flight of stairs. When a tree was cut and it became wood, its old soul true would remain in the grain. Every tree has a protector. It's expected you respect her, for unless you do, she will mess with you. When the ground was frozen and a tree was chosen to be the keel of a sailing ship. From tip to tail its keel was laid, and homage paid to the spirit. They respected and revered it. They feared it and adored it. It could protect them from disaster, or will it too? It was the next master guardian of the crew. Every tree has a protector. It's expected you respect her, for unless you do, she will mess with you. One day a sailor was pacing the deck, thinking about his place by the hearth at home, of the loving embraces around his neck, and the traces of his wife in the faces of his sons. And above the steady foam of the sea, he heard what he knew were two guardian trolls. The journey was not too bad, said the first. Oh, but what work I had! The holes in the hold would have sunken the ship if I hadn't stopped them up. The masts would not have lasted if I hadn't propped them up. And the sails would have slipped away if we hadn't held on tight. But I tell you, pal, we'll be bailing tonight, for the crew on board have failed me. While I work hard to keep the boat afloat, they all gloat of the skill at sea. They'll check on the loads of coffee and cotton, but they have forgotten me. Every crew has a protector. It's expected you respect her, for unless you do, she will mess with you.
Living this life you're trying to live, and yet you have to work your ass off it.
Oh my gosh.
Because there's constant resistance to it.
It is, and urban growing is hard. I helped run a rural farm, and urban growing is expensive. And it's hard.
I also mean what you're surrounded by. A neighbor of mine who moved here from France a few years ago, I remember her first time in Costco, where she said to me, "What's with all the packaging? Like, why is there?"
That's something I struggle with in selling to a
everywhere?
Food co-op was trying to find I ended up sewing fabric bags from scraps I had and just said, I'm still trying to figure out my packaging. It's so expensive to get sustainable packaging. And, the owner just said, well, most people do plastic bags. I said, I'm going to have a hard time with that. Mm-hmm. Like, I couldn't bring myself to buy 500 plastic bags, but like, what do you do? Mm-hmm. So that's why I prefer, people to come to me with a bag, or I have a paper bag and I give it to them or whatever when they purchase. But I know it's a big problem. Yeah. But when things come from California, they need that packaging. So that's kind of the movement that I'm involved in is, growing locally urban environments, which is a huge learning curve. Yeah.
And were you a good fit for the Artist in Residence program? Like, did you find, hey, this is my spot here for,
Oh, definitely. And it was transformative.
Yeah.
I also, dabbled in making shoes. So I have a lot of shoes without soles, because that's part of Kitchener's history. But yeah, I created, not as a requirement of the residency, but sort of the residency was a catalyst for me in creating, natural spirits, I guess, that were based on various natural areas. I got to experience natural areas that I wasn't aware of before. And yeah, I think the residency for me, any residency is not really, it's a gig. It's a lifestyle, right? So you sort of give that whole year. And granted, the Artist in Residence program in Kitchener was very protective of the artist's time. And so I really appreciated that. And I was, constantly ensuring that I'm not overdoing myself here. I think it worked out really well for me, and it was a good catalyst for my direction. And I think it was relevant to the city, etc. So there's still a tree, the tree that was created officially as part of the residency. I think there were 500 people who made leaves, and it was up at which community center? It was up at a community center, and then I think because I needed more space with COVID, it came down. So it's still looking for a home. But doing a project on a scale like that for me was really exciting. It's a life-size tree, and so I just started working bigger and bigger and bigger, and my puppets started getting bigger. Yeah.
Can you tell us about the musical element? Because you mentioned that you studied folk music and storytelling, which me and Marshall talk storytelling all day long.
Yeah.
Marshall's a writer for the Waterloo Chronicle, and that's what we do with this show is storytelling. So tell us about that portion of your project.
I actually started storytelling, many, many years ago as a context for the music that I learned. As I said, all of my work is in a sort of intricate verse. But with the residency, I was creating works based on Kitchener's parks, whether it was interactions that I had with homeless people or, sort of comical songs about different creatures that you'll find and why it's important to stay on the pathway. So I did Jack and Pulpit puppets. I did several of those. Hi, I'm Jack in the Pulpit. I live here under my hood. And when the years are good and there's lots of rain, I can become a Jill again. And when I was a Jill, I had 3 big leaves. And I could make berries that carry the seeds. It was a year ago last May, and I was still a Jill. I heard some kids at play, and all the kids go, ah. And they came running down the hill. I heard ah. And I turned back into a Jack. There you go.
Do more of that.
So yeah,
Fantastic.
and then there's the chorus is sung. And I was working with Amy Scott, local musician, but then I roped my husband into working with me. So when we do shows, he's a Baroque violinist, but we do our own compositions, and it's a lot of music now. So he either does background music for the stories or he does accompaniments. And then my son, who's 13, is big into jazz piano. So he's been joining us as well. So we're working on a sort of family group.
What do your kids say when their friends say, so what do your parents do?
Yeah. Because Marshall talks about this question a lot because Marshall has his hand in a lot of different things. He's been an artist, he's been a teacher, educator, he's been a writer, and now he's a podcaster.
Yeah.
And
I also don't like being defined.
You
by
don't like
my
being
work.
defined.
No.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know that they ask those questions so much. Friends, that's another interesting concept because during COVID they were home the whole time. So my 13-year-old, both of my kids, they played with my 3-year-old constantly.
Thank you.
But they were pretty happy with that. There was an 8-year-old boy down the street that my 13-year-old really connected with, but he seemed to be okay. Like, I think we put so much emphasis on the social. He actually really connected with birds and insects. He would go watch birds for hours and hours, and he'd study insects. And he's still teaching me in the garden about their behavior. That's real science.
Yeah.
So, where did I get on that tangent from?
We were asking our question.
Friends,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I don't know what they say. It is kind of complicated, and they probably refer now to my mom's a farmer because I refer to myself as a farmer.
Good, I love that.
Yeah. And then their father does natural edge cutting boards and salad bowls. So the salad bowls and the greens are a good connection. So we're trying to build on that one. But
fantastic.
So our kids work we didn't have a lot of work during COVID, so I was selling seedlings to support us. Now my kids, now we have some orders. They work on the cutting boards and they work for our business. Yeah.
That's great.
Are there things about Norwegian culture that are distinct from all other maybe neighboring countries? Are there things particular about Norway that you can share?
That's not just a Scandinavian umbrella sort of, or not to.
Well, like I've lived in Sweden as well. And, of course there's regions of Norway. Like I've lived with the Sami people up north. And there, various regions of Norway are going to be very different from each other. I guess where I predominantly learned, so I went to Norway sort of on it's kind of an accident. I was, funny enough, I was actually apprenticing with a puppet theater company in Edinburgh. I dropped out of school from Trent University. I was studying. So I was taking some oral narrative courses and I realized I really didn't get it, and that bothered me. And so I told my prof, even though I had this big scholarship, I said, I'm going to go and learn about oral culture. So first I thought of, Scotland, and I ended up, apprenticing for a puppet theater company, and I was learning to play fiddle on my great grandfather's fiddle. And I ended up on a boat to Norway, and it was there over the Christmas holiday. And then it was there that I met a few relatives and started to really feel, especially with the language, felt a real connection with the language and the land. At that time, I hadn't really heard much folk music. But then, I returned and I went hut to hut skiing with my fiddle on my backpack. And my first cultural experience with Norway, I would have to say, was with the Sami people of the north. And there were, especially at the time, good grief, 25 years ago at least, there was a definite distinction from that culture with Norwegians. And so I found when I came south, I was often clarifying things for the Norwegians on their sort of stereotypes of that culture or their impressions of that culture. So that had a profound experience on me. I mean, I didn't really knock on doors. You just kind of went in. And the whole experience, I have a song called the Coffee Song in Norwegian and English, and where I'm sitting in a cafe and they sit there and they wait and they wait and they wait. And then all of a sudden it was time to herd the reindeer and, we were gone. But in that time I met a man who could speak 7 languages because he heard the tourists, and so this whole hardworking people, but they also could, sit and give you time, and they just look out the window and stare at the horizon for a long time. And so I was learning music from them. And so yoik, you would yoik somebody. You don't yoik about them, but you can't yoik your own yoik. So it's kind of a wordless singing. And so I was learning some of that music. And I actually got to follow the reindeer migration with the family that yoiked at the Lillehammer Olympics. And I brought out my recording device, not sure how they would react to it. So it was the older woman, the sort of maternal, figure of the group. I was just like, can I record you? And she shook her head. And this was in her home after we got back. And I thought, oh no, what have I done? And so then she went to the cupboard and she brought out 3 CDs, I guess they had done, and she didn't see what the big deal was, right? But she handed me the CDs. It was pretty funny. But it was, it was very much a profound experience. And I remember one of the things that they told me, because I learned to carve cups, etc. They gave me some very special items. I have a pair of sealskin boots that I used to perform in. And they said to me, we have few things not because things are unimportant, but because they are important. So I always think of that when I'm cleaning my house. And part of the reason I do the gardening is because I want fewer things in my workshop. As an artist, things just kept piling up. And so, I don't know. That to me, I guess my cultural heart is really a lot of ways with the Sami people, even though, the folk music is in my genes in Southern Norway. And, culturally, that's what I bring forward because that's what I can own.
So
This Artist in Residence Celebrating 25 Years series has been made possible by the City of Kitchener. The theme song for this series is original music by Janice Jolie.
Welcome to Bonn Park.
Welcome to Bonn Park. I'm Sarah Geidlinger.
And I'm Marshall Ward.
And I'm Caroline Varon. I'm with the City of Kitchener Arts and Creative Industries. I'm the program administrator.
Welcome to our special series on the City of Kitchener's Artist in Residence program. We're celebrating 25 years.
Over the next several weeks, we'll be speaking with some of the past artists in residence at the City of Kitchener.
2020 and 2021 looked quite different for us in terms of the Artists in Residence program. So we're very excited to celebrate and look back on the past artists in residence, their projects, and celebrate their current successes.
Caroline, tell us about Sumera Tazeen.
Sumera Tazeen was the artist in residence in 2018. She's a visual artist, multimedia. She's also an educator and curator. She's originally from Pakistan. And during her residency, she really focused on the female experience. Her residency was entitled Healing and Surviving. And she worked with women newcomers that have come to Canada fairly recently. She wanted to give them an opportunity to make art and to perhaps give an opportunity where there could be some healing and some bonding and conversation about their experiences as women that are coming to a new country. And that resulted in a great collaboration of not just telling stories, which she recorded and presented at the end of her residency, but also this beautiful tapestry that was a common creation by herself and these women.
Thanks, Caroline. Here she is, Sumera Tazeen. Sumera Tazeen, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much.
We're excited to talk to you.
Same here.
Marshall and I are very moved by your work. I was incredibly interested and excited and surprised that there's an entire department and a BFA for miniature painting. This was not something I was super familiar with. Can you tell us about that kind of work?
Oh, yes, certainly. I am now Canadian, but originally from Pakistan. And I graduated from National College of Arts, Lahore, 1996. And that is the time where I get to know about South Asian miniature painting. It's a whole school of thought, and it's mostly associated with that region specifically, and the history goes back to China. Then it traces to Persia, and then through Mughals, it came to India and Hindustan, or subcontinent, you can say, which was basically India and Pakistan together at that time. And then so it's basically it's an art related to book illustrations. So you can say it's kind of similar to illuminated manuscripts as well, but it is more story based. It has more narrative, and it's highly stylized school of thought, very decorative. And it's used to be courtly paintings mostly, and it has a very specific style of painting in which you make your own pigments, make own colors, and there's a certain way of depicting the imagery. So, and it's more to do with from region to region. Even in miniature school of thought, there are several schools and styles that distinguish one from each other. So that's how it is. And I have been trained at National College of Arts in this genre, and basically it's an art school, right? So it's a traditional artist practice. We got trained in that, but eventually we were open to have our own expression, right? Because we were exposed to drawing and painting and sculpture, printmaking, all other genres of art, right? And we were not bound in a Mughal court to just do those small paintings, right? So in the end, in the beginning, you basically reproduce just to learn the style of painting, just because there is no specific teacher or examples that are there. So you reproduced from the old masters' paintings. and then you create your own artwork, just whatever you think or you want to, the way you want to take it forward. So that's what is South Asian miniature painting is.
That part about reproducing the master's work, it's like learning music, right? You can't just start by creating something, or not typically, you don't just start by creating something. You learn how the masters did it and take those tools to move forward.
Yeah, it's exactly the same. And I think in almost every art practice, you have your masters to look forward to, and then you kind of carry that ideas and learn from that.
I love this idea of a school of thought. It sounds so romantic. Is that how when the education begins on miniature paintings? What's the starting point there? Like, is it the history first?
It's basically, obviously, the first examples that you see is through books and some paintings that are there in the museums, right? In the Lahore Museum and the Punjab Museum. So, but then it's basically, obviously, once you start looking at the paintings, there's a history of Mughal emperors, how they used to live. These were basically book illustrations, they're albums. So obviously it's history as well. But then there's a certain style of painting. Usually the portraits are not frontal. It's always a side profile or a 3/4 profile. And landscape is very stylistic, and the line is very fluid. So it's a different way of
and I guess the compositions too, because you need to keep things contained.
Yes,
to tell
the
story.
It's basically you can say it's not linear or atmospheric perspective. It's a pilot perspective, because it used to be said that when the emperor is standing far behind, you cannot show the emperor smaller, right? You have to show the dignity and the this grandeur of the emperor. So you make them bigger, even they're standing far behind. So later on, there are a few distinctive perspective tweaks, but not really.
And I guess there are parameters that you learn in terms of this is what it is and this is what it isn't. Is that how it's approached?
Kind of. They're a bit kind of restricted rules. But now, since first you learn and then you unlearn, right? So once you get to know the rules, then you take the leap to take things differently. That's what I think.
I noticed a lot of rich reds and golds and thick color in some of your other works as well. Can you explain why that is part of your work?
Yeah, it's this thing is that when I graduated, when you come out of an art school, you always want to find your own path, what you want to do, what you want to say, because art to me is an expression, right? Like poetry or music or whatever. So for me, I had to find what are the things that I want to express. So I took on from there, and I found it, the ideas that were running parallel to my own life as a woman, or somebody who lives in a different culture, and which is more male oriented. I do talk about rights of humans and females, but just because I am a woman as well. So yeah, I just saw the local pottery, and those motives were very closer to the imagery that I was looking in my traditional paintings. So I took on from there and then started making stories of my personal stories that were more related to gender issues, the behavioral issues, what was going on, the marriages, the style, the way marriages used to be done in Pakistan. So, and the dowry system, that's how I started making my artwork. And that I just, eventually my work started getting minimal. Instead, the school was so complex, my work started, and I was just using specific straight one motif. And that way, my color palette also started getting minimal. And I don't know, I'm still stuck in that palette of using red, blacks, and golds. And otherwise, I hope I will get out of that someday, but still using that.
Doesn't
Yeah.
every artist go through, a
I
blue
think-
period? Or
Yes,
something
I
similar?
think it was just the inclination, probably.
There must be something. Now, I'm guessing for you. Maybe you can clear it up for me. But I feel like there might be some freedom felt with changing your style from this complex, compact work into something more minimalist.
Yeah, it just automatically happened. I just can't see any reason, but I was enjoying that thing at that point. So
As well, making your own pigments, like that's like
Yeah.
just to be able to revel in the kind of like the painting of a painting kind of thing. It's just
Yeah.
understanding your medium so well that you can make your own pigments.
Yeah, it's like making my own paints, water-based. I use pigments and then grind them, mix the binders, which is gum arabic to us, which is more water-based. And and the special thing that we made is the paper and the brushes, the squirrel hair brushes, which are very fine.
There's squirrel hair.
Yes.
Are you familiar with these brushes?
No, I don't
thought
know.
you would be. Yeah.
No, I know lots about brushes.
And why squirrel hair? You said they're fine. How
Yeah,
do they behave?
it's actually it's human nature. Wherever you are, you use the resources that are available to you. So basically, in that region, artists were familiar with cat hair, Persian cat hair, and chipmunk hair, or the squirrels, small hair, because they're very, very soft. And to make that fluid line and very fine detail, you need a kind of single hair tip brush, which is very, very fine. I should have brought it along here.
It's very
that you
interesting.
can
Something
see.
that pulls easily. It's something
Yeah,
that, I mean, I had this art teacher in high school who always, I think it was actually drafting, who said is easier to pull a line than to push a line. And I always think about that when I'm trying to create something of my own, because it's so true. To try and
Yeah.
push that squirrel hair would be a disaster, right? You have to pull
Yes,
that through
yeah,
the work.
I get it.
Yeah.
And so it's like here sable is more for watercolor. Sable has been used more, so that could be the reason that I think is for the squirrel hair brush.
And do you also make like a gold pigment paint? Are you using gold?
I don't. I just use the available shell gold or the leaf that is gold leaf, which is 23.5 carat.
It's so hard to work with, I think. It's
Fragile. Yes,
There's a
fragile.
patience.
Yes.
That's necessary.
This patience is required for miniature painting. I think it's super important. Yeah.
What was the vibe like in your department for education? Was it a competitive kind of space amongst students, or was everybody really there to support and cheer each other on? Like I've been through 2 fine arts programs, and the one felt quite competitive. And
Well, there is obviously there is a healthy competition. I won't say nothing negative, but yes, but everybody was supportive as well, because National College of Arts is the college that gathers students from all over Pakistan, not just one place. So we have a hostel where all the students from different cities come and live together. So obviously there's a whole friendly community along, because we all support each other in our difficult times as students when we miss our homes or things like that. So it's a very positive, healthy, productive art college, I would say. So all the good art students go there, and my dream was there to go in that college. I just, from grade 7, I knew that I wanted to go to this college. If I have to learn, I will go to this college. If not to this college, then not any other college. So this whole thing that I wanted to, and I really worked hard for it.
And does that program provide you with an idea of where you go afterwards when you're done school? Where do you go from there? And how do you build a life for yourself as an artist?
Yeah, because in that college you get exposure to almost everything. And I was part, there were different clubs that we initiated as well as already existed, like music, and then puppetry, drama, theater. So all sorts of artists performing and visual art practices were there, and our teachers were the role model for us. So, and they're all big names and international as well as Pakistani art scene. So
that sounds like a dream art school.
Yes, it is
actually.
It is. And there are a lot of international students now come and study here.
And do you see the influence of those instructors in your work now? Can you kind of see, I kind of see how my own style developed? And I know myself, my painting teacher, her name is Michael Manson. I can still see, every time I draw, I see a little bit of Michael in my work. It will always be there.
Yes, I still see a glimpse of my teacher. His name is Ustad Bashir. Ustad is a master in Urdu or Persian is Ustad. So when the way he used to paint the portraits, that kind of a little glimpse, just I see that it's there in my work as well. But my work has now more sort of metaphorical rather than illustrative. It has gone in a different direction now.
And you're also an educator?
Yes, I have taught for almost 15, 20 years to an art school, different art schools in Pakistan. The moment I graduated, I started my first job 1999, or 2000, I think, as a lecturer in art school.
What was your first impressions of Waterloo Region when you moved here?
Oh, it's quite welcoming, actually. When I moved to Canada, I came to Oakville, and we moved here in 2017, and so we bought a house in this region, so just moved in there. And this residency, the artist in residence for the city of Kitchener had an open call. So I thought, why not apply for it? So I actually applied for this and then eventually get in.
Oh, as an unknown. Right? Not many people on the committee probably would have even gotten to know who you are before you applied. Usually when there's a call, usually you have some idea who the artists are in town.
Yes, it was just...
What an accomplishment.
But the application process is very rigorous. You have to prepare a proposal.
Oh, yes,
you have to show your past work.
Yes.
So that would have been...
Yes, the usual call for submission, which is always very hard to answer so many questions and stuff.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, you must have really wowed them and they thought, this is going to be wonderful. What did that year look like for you as artist in residence?
I think it was the most happening interaction for me, coming as a new person, as an artist to this region. It made me get to know this region, especially the artistic community, as well as it made me do my work. right? So it was a big boost to me, and obviously it promoted me, and I was open to do my own ideas. So that was kind of good thing to do. And I when I moved here, my experience as an immigrant were most important to me, and I kind of worked with those ideas, continuing forward those personal ideas. So I came here as married, and recently, and in that whole married life, I faced the issues like more emotional abusive relationship, and it was all reflected in my artistic practice. And I feel that when you come here as an immigrant, that financial struggle is the biggest thing that come up in your relationship, especially when you come from my culture, like South Asian culture, because women there are mostly tend to stay at home moms. It's specifically not for me, but in general, right? So when you come here, there's a whole deal of juggling with raising a kid, getting a job, and just all that paying your bills, all that financial struggle.
You're supposed to do it all.
Yeah, what else are you doing though?
Yeah. So that struggle brought in the conflict between relationships, and it made many things complicated. So I wanted to work with new immigrant women, and I wanted to collect their stories. So I did one project earlier at Art Gallery of Mississauga where I actually interviewed women, and I wanted to carry that idea forward. So I took interviews of women, and I did community outreach programs and did some workshops with them and took their stories and then incorporated them in my work. And I still feel that when there's a negative side, there's always a positive side as well. So there's hope for that too, and I reflect that hope as a metaphor of iris that I use as a symbol of hope in my work.
With your Artist in Residence project,
Yeah.
the title was Healing and Surviving.
Yes.
And then maybe was it The Grass is Greener?
Yes, Subsbar. So yeah, the Subsbar means the grass is green. Subs is green. Bar is a garden. So the idea of it's like the grass is always greener on the other side of the road, right? So when you come from a third world country to a first world country, kind of, so you always think that everything will be goody good, right? But it's not the case. You have everybody, whoever is on any stage, has to go through that rigorous path of, or the struggle to come up, right? So that's how I coined this term of Subsbar. And when it's the concept of bar is garden. Garden is basically, you can say, the garden of heavens, where you think that everything is going to be in abundance, and you will get everything freely. That's the concept, right? So that's how I coined the term of that, and then the positive and the negative aspect is always there.
And really inspecting how those two had to flow together for what experience you were going through. You're expecting one thing and then facing so many struggles that were never anticipated. We never anticipate big life struggles, right? They just sort of happen and we find our way through them. And how did you find the community work aspect of that project?
I think that aspect is obviously, it made me come out of my studio.
Sure,
that's for sure, which is a good thing, right?
Us creative types we like to stay inside alone.
Yeah. So I think it was good. It was more interactive, and I attended not just I didn't I took many I participated in many events as well that were happening in the city, and the culture and festival, the music festival. I was part of that because I had some interactive project that I wanted to have people bite marks. I took the idea of when Native women make birch bite patterns and markings, although not in a negative sense, but I wanted to, I feel that when you bite your teeth or clench your teeth, that shows your frustration or anger. When you're angry, then you kind of tend to do this behavior, and it's since your childhood, that's the way you express. The bite is the first expression. So I took that idea, and then I did performance-based work where I actually bited the birch bark, and to reflect my frustration, or to the idea of venting out. So that's how it came, and then in that I asked people to take their teeth marks on the birch barks, and then I created a pattern of sunflower that's basically more androgynous, and which reflects the male and the female together. So I wanted to show it as human. They're mostly flowers that come in my artistic practice. Yeah.
I guess there must be some incredible moments of where you see them triumph, at some point where they seem to really, something clicks and they've created work they probably think they weren't even capable of creating.
Yeah, I made them do my miniature painting, which was obviously something very new to them, as well as different and very detailed and minute, that they actually created the iris flower with me. So they were painting hope.
That's beautiful. Can you tell us about was it the ROM exhibit that you curated, a South Asian
Yeah, it was.
ROM exhibit?
Yes, it was South Asian Heritage Day. It was a single day event where I actually curated a small show with South Asian miniature paintings along the artists that are here, and some different artists from India as well.
And what all does that take? I mean, I know curation is an entire master's as well, but what all does that entail in trying to create an entire exhibit? Like, where do you even start?
Like a big cohesive body of work by different people.
Yeah, it's I can't call myself a curator, but yes, I did have like arrange exhibitions in different events, and obviously it's not easy to bring along different artists together and show your research or what you're trying to say through it. It's difficult.
Mm-hmm. A lot of coordination.
Yes,
I would think.
Yes, people are not very familiar with this kind of artistic practice here, and sometimes it's difficult to tell what exactly you are doing and how your artistic practice is. Especially when you go, and I have given artist talks in the university as well, Waterloo and other universities, but it's for the talk to students, because they don't know what that region's artistic practice is and how the artists are taking that whole tradition and creating contemporary artwork and thriving in an international art scene.
When you arrive to get to work, is there a sense of belonging? Have you got everything you need here in Waterloo region to execute what you want to execute? Are there, I think especially about do our art supplies stores have everything you need? Or are there things about living here, working as an artist, that are very different?
Finding an art store is a big problem here, I would say. in terms of my artist in residence program, city coordinators were really helpful. They actually made me meet people. They helped me make contacts from different organizations, different people. They set it up meeting for me, and which was not easy. It would have not been easier for me if I would have done it on my own, because that channel was very good for me to find the right people and to what I wanted to do. So they actually pinpointed that these are the places that you can work with this idea.
I now see my time as the artist in residence in a very different light. I think I used to see it as a singular year in my life, 1999. And I don't know if I made a big connection between the ones that came before me or the ones that would come after. And it wasn't until we spoke to Dwight Storian and Stefan Rose and some of the other artists about how Susan Coolin, about how it's almost like a relay, like somebody's running and passing on the baton.
Do all past artists in residence sit then on the committee, or is that just something you can do? Like,
I know I did. I sit on the committee.
Yes,
did you do that as well?
Yes, I
think it's
am doing
imperative.
that. Yes, it's kind of.
What was that
you have to
experience
serve.
like looking at?
I think it's a big exposure. I think it just it's very good. It just I'm learning, I would say.
Aren't we always? We're always
always learning, right?
Yeah.
So get to know different types of projects, how things have been handled as public art projects. It's giving me exposure. So I'm happy with that part.
And do you find you're able to be an artist in your everyday life? Like everything, the way you think about things, the way you take care of your home, and just everything you do do you see yourself as an artist when you wake up in the morning?
No, sometimes I'm a very disciplined mom as well.
Same.
I'm not artist all the time. Yes, well, in some ways, in fact, many ways, I am an artist because I think out of the box. If I compare to other people, to myself, then yes, I think I was a different child, and I still think that I am a bit different from the rest. But I'm a normal human being as well, so I have my own frustrations and stuff, the routine stuff that I have to handle. So yeah.
And what are you working on now?
Uh,
aside from being a disciplined mom and a normal human.
I have a
Those are hard enough for all of us.
Yeah, I know. I have a 7-year-old. So I work from home. I have a studio. And last year, because of COVID, when nothing was working on, I had to do some kind of art that I can survive on. So I started my own business venture, and I opened up an online store, and where I'm making home accessories and offering my services and products, and making coasters in the South Asian style of miniature painting. And otherwise, I'm working on an exhibition at Homer Watson Gallery in February 2022.
This Artist in Residence Celebrating 25 Years series has been made possible by the City of Kitchener. The theme song for this series is original music by Janice Jolie.
Welcome to Bonn Park.
Welcome to Bonn Park. I'm Sarah Geidlinger.
And I'm Marshall Ward.
And I'm Caroline Varon. I'm with the City of Kitchener Arts and Creative Industries. I'm the program administrator.
Welcome to our special series on the City of Kitchener's Artist in Residence program. We're celebrating 25 years.
Over the next several weeks, we'll be speaking with some of the past artists in residence at the City of Kitchener.
2020 and 2021 looked quite different for us in terms of the Artist in Residence program. So we're very excited to celebrate and look back on the past artists in residence, their projects, and celebrate their current successes.
Caroline, tell us about Stefan Rose.
So Stefan was the artist in residence back in 2010. And he, at that time at least, was really interested in sort of how landscape and geography influences our lives and how we kind of respond to that. And because of the Grand River here, and I guess, that part really being fairly prominent in our geography and landscape in Kitchener, he reached out to residents and chatted with them, got their feedback about their relationship with the river to kind of reflect if there is one and what that is. And sort of going back in terms of how that might influence their sense of community and living here in Kitchener. And some of the things he did, he posted some photos and poems from these encounters with citizens, these conversations about the Grand River. He put them up in different places. And one of the places was on the GRT buses, which was, I thought, very interesting idea just because of accessibility and kind of the unexpectedness of having artwork in a public space. So yeah, I'm excited to see what he's doing now.
Thanks, Caroline. Here's Stefan Rose. Stefan Rose, thank you so much for joining us today.
Well, thank you. It's great to be here.
We're very excited to talk to you. You are the sixth person that we've talked to for this Artist in Residence series, and I'm ready to totally geek out here about photography. That's my jam. Okay. That's where I live. When I was viewing your work, there's a few projects that I want to really dive into, and I'm going to go back in time here a little bit and talk to you about your Death by Chocolate series in photography.
Okay.
There is something that I love about this, and it's the, I think it's like the old-fashioned, like 1950s use of horror light, right? Do you know what I'm talking about here? Sometimes it's used for dramatic effect for romance. Sometimes it's used, in heavenly type bodies, stuff like that. But for this series, it's used in that, okay, we're only seeing what we're supposed to see. And something that shouldn't be scary is now scary because of the lighting.
Well, I think that the lighting definitely was a function of the idea behind the work. And Andrew Wright, one of the other former artists in residence for City of Kitchener, and I thought, okay, this would be a really interesting project. Andrew came up with the idea. He loved the fact that I was doing large format photography. And I mean, Andrew, up until then, probably hadn't even actually owned a camera. He was kind of a photographer without a camera. He would rent cameras for projects and, do things, or he would, create large, sort of pinhole cameras for doing his work. But he knew that I did large format photography, and he thought, hey, the stuff you're doing fits right in with this idea of Ouija, the sort of crime scene and social life photographer. And why don't we do something that uses that chocolate syrup from the Dairy Queen, and because they use chocolate syrup in the old movies as blood, because in black and white it looks exactly like blood. And so we were interested in doing that kind of thing, and it would only make sense to make the photographs at night and to have some sort of light. I mean, we had to have some kind of lighting. Large format film is not terribly forgiving in the fact of, you have a larger camera, you need a bit more light in order to expose the film. So you have to have, at least a couple flood lamps to do things. And Ouija shot with, flash on his camera, like those old flash bulbs that would go poof, and then they, one use and they're done. We didn't go quite to that extreme of emulating. We had a couple rented studio lamps that we used, and then shooting, at dusk and into the early evening, at the Dairy Queen that was just around the corner from both of us. Well, right beside the place where I was living, and just around the corner from Andrew's place. And we thought, okay, this lighting will give the drama. This gives us something that is a pastiche. It's an homage. It's it plays on a lot of different levels. And so we wanted to have something that was fun, but then also had the dark side to it. But then on the flip side, from a photographic standpoint, if you want to geek out about photography and thinking about, what is the intent behind the photograph? We're inviting people to come to the Dairy Queen and fake their cinematic death. And, we give them a white t-shirt. So you've got the high contrast of the white t-shirt against the dark background. And then they've got the chocolate syrup that they can apply to themselves in whichever way that they want. And so, people come up with their own concept. And, that's one of the interesting parts is having that, concept of people bringing something to the work. And then, we record that, but we do it in our artistic sensibility. What's the angle that we're going to use to photograph? And for me, using a large format camera, a 4x5 inch format camera, I've got one shot that I can make. So I better make it right, and I better make it good.
There's no photoshopping this later, people.
No. I've got one sheet of film for each person because I can only, shoot at that time. I rented a bunch of film holders, and so I only had 40 shots per night that I could do, and that was it. So, one per person, no do-overs, and then, on the and because it's black and white film, it was a contrast to Andrew's use of a color digital camera. So to be able to set up that that opposition between the color and the black and white and two different photographers' viewpoints, because he would shoot from one angle, I'd be shooting from another one, and we'd have that sense of the drama occurring from that opposition of those two types of photographs.
This is a beautiful thing. And I was just thinking when we were joking about Photoshop there, I thought, there was a little bit of Photoshopping, quote unquote, that I would do in the darkroom. Remember dodging and burning in the darkroom?
Yes.
I just had a memory of that. I thought that was a long time ago that I tried some of that stuff. That's about the only control that you can have at that point, unless you're actually altering a negative. And did you ever do any of that kind of work, actually? Did you ever alter any of the large format negatives, or is it true to the form?
I'm a bit of a purist. I like to stay true to the form. Although in my undergrad days, I did play around with modifying negatives and collaging things, cutting out and pasting things together and creating something that was unusual and not a pure reality. But what I'm really interested in is a kind of purity to being true to the medium itself, and the kinds of light that one can record and then reproduce in black and white from a black and white negative, which is different from what you can get with a digital color image or a digital black and white modification to an image. And so I'm interested in what is that reality that I'm seeing, and how can I translate that into something that becomes part of a series that has images that resonate from one to the next.
I've been listening to you and Sarah talk about lighting here, and I don't know, do photographers have some insight into when you go into an antique market, if you were to see family photographs or something from the 1930s, let's say, they're often framed. I know you're talking about lighting here, but also, is there something else at work? I don't know if the photographers of that time were all like, we all need to create this mood. This is what these photos are going to look like. But there's something throughout all those photos you see. I'm going to, again, pick a decade, the 1930s, whether it's a baby photo or a family photo, or maybe outside a store, that all have this mood to them that I can't quite place why that was back in those days. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, I think part of that has to do with the types of studio lighting that they would have, or if they're doing other portrait work outside of a studio. Part of it is controlling some of the lighting. Using many photo studios, for instance, would have north-facing windows so that they would get a kind of flatter light, but then they'd, enhance that with the studio lamps that they would have. So in the studio setting, they were able to, really control, with 4 or 5 lamps, perhaps, to really control the mood and the setting, and they'd have, whatever backdrops they would be using. And so that gives some of the mood, and then how they process the film and then the prints would, enhance that, adding more contrast, or the kinds of papers that were being used at that time had different characteristics from modern papers. They were slower papers, you couldn't use them, they wouldn't be as fast exposure times in the darkroom, or, you'd process them in the chemicals and they'd give a different kind of black surface to them. So it was a combination of those factors, and, perhaps as well, they might be using different kinds of toning of the negatives as well. So it's a real mixed bag of stuff.
I was reading about one of your projects, and what really got me thinking for a while about this idea is that I don't remember the title of it, but it had to do with putting vision to sound, and why you might do that and why you might not do that. Can you talk about that? That's a really interesting idea to me. Was
that the Wave Farm?
Yeah,
project?
That's a Wave Farm.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
So that was a project with Victoria Fenner that I did, and she approached me because we've known each other a long time through the photography work that I've done for New Adventures in Sound Art. And we'd met at conferences and, different concerts and things that NASA had put on. And so she knew my work. I'd known some of her audio work that she'd done with CBC. And she approached me and said, I like your visual style. I've got these audio pieces that I want to bring some visuals into, because she said, when I kind of exhibit my audio pieces, let's say in a gallery setting, there's just audio, and people come up to me and they say, well, what do I do with my eyes? And in a similar sense, in the New Adventures in Sound Art concerts, they would have these audio pieces, you'd have an audience in the place, and you'd have the lights dimmed down, and there wouldn't really be anything to see. You would just be sitting in a darkened room with this audio. And so for Victoria, she was interested in seeing what would happen if we created video pieces to go with, the audio that she had created. And that way it would give the listener something to look at. Now, the difficulty with that is that, and what I've experienced before, is that if you have a visual, that visual overtakes and in some cases overpowers the audio piece. I've seen that occur with video projects that I've done with Pankratz E-string quartet. And they've asked me to create a visual piece to go with a piece of music that they're performing, and suddenly the audience is so riveted by the visuals, and they are in some cases, in some ways, distracted from the audience or the auditory experience. If you didn't have the visual, you would be just focusing the one sense on the audio. So it becomes something very different for the audience member to have the visual and the audio, which is an interesting thing to happen. So you have to sort of do it with, I wouldn't say a light touch, but you have to be very careful about what you're thinking about in creating those video pieces.
So when you're thinking about that, where do you go? What types of things did you create and how did that work for you?
Well, we had 3 visual pieces that we were working on together, and Victoria wanted me to do something that was, me taking the visual lead, one that she was taking the visual lead, and then one in which we were really collaborating on the pieces or on the third piece. And so, she did a piece that she shot all the video and created a piece called "No Time for Silence." And there was all of these audio pieces were already existing. She'd had them played on radio or in a concert, audio concert setting. So "No Time for Silence," she had video footage that she'd shot in Ottawa and various other places and in nature as well, and combined them together. And we were interested in having a slow progression of the visuals to move from one thing to the next. In fact, in all 3 pieces, we kind of did that, slowing down some of the visuals, changing the tempo through the visual and through the, to match up with the audio. The other piece that we had was "Looking for Light," where I took the lead on the visuals. And that was, I had been thinking about plant edges as being somewhat ominous in a way. Like, the edge of a leaf can be serrated. And when you get up close and look at that, it can be, it could be intimidating if you thought of it in a grander scale, jagged edges and, sort of sharp edges or, thorns. These things have that sense of danger, yet you've got these beautiful flowers that come with those at times. So I was interested in shooting those kind of close-ups of flowers and edges and doing a slow progression through her audio piece with images. But then I found through the project that it ended up being a lot about the insects that I suddenly found when I was looking at the footage. Oh, there's a bee on this one, or there's a wasp over here, or there's an ant, or there's, something else crawling in through the picture frame. And it was like, okay, here's something where, these, flowers are looking for light. The insects are looking for the light, or they're looking for the center of those things that are looking for light. And so, created video montage that looks at those in that way. And then the third piece was also related to insects, but because the audio piece was very representational in that it had recordings of people talking about honeybees. So that she had an apiarist that she recorded talking about the role of the queen. And she also did an audio workshop with participants who did some poetry and other performative kinds of things. And so she was interested in something that went opposite to that very representational sound, rather than sounds from nature and from, from a cityscape like the other 2 pieces had. It was a case of here's a human voice, which is very distinctive, or a series of human voices and poetry. And then, how do we do something that allows the voices to sort of come through to the forefront? So we did a very, very abstract version of a hive of bees using date pits attached to little sticks and a scrim, and then using the shadow of those, shadow cast onto the scrim of those sort of waving sticks, and doing them sometimes in front of the screen and sometimes in behind, and slowing that footage down considerably so that you have this abstraction of, oh, these are supposed to, suggest to the viewer there are these bees flying around, but there's the artifice of the stick, and there's the artifice that we have to suspend our disbelief, and but then there's also that sense of the belief in, here's somebody talking about the role of bees in this audio that we're listening to, and so you get these plays back and forth between the sound and the visual.
Mesmerized by this image in my mind right now. Were you too? I saw you looking out the window to the trees in the back there, and I thought we're both imagining this. It's something that I never do in my own photography work. I mean, I'm taking pictures of people mostly, but I never really think ahead. It's not the type of art I do, I guess. I never really think ahead to add elements to create something totally different. This is not something I'm ever doing. So I'm fascinated by this process. And then I also wanted to talk about, you have a series that's local to the Waterloo region called Twin Cities. And again, this is something that takes a lot of setup and patience, because isn't this still a current project of yours? Because these things span so much time.
Yes, I mean, that's been an ongoing project for, over probably 15 years, I think. And
so there's patience in your work, Stefan. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes. Yes, I have to be a very patient guy. Part of it is in thinking about working in series, and also working with a very large camera as well, because for the Twin Cities project and for the Grand River Grand Conversations, City of Kitchener Artist in Residence project, I was using a 8 by 20 inch format view camera. So it's an ultra large format view camera that has the bellows and the lens on the front and ground glass at the back, and I have the hood over my head. And just to make one image on that 8 by 20 inch sheet of film that I slide in after I've decided what is the picture I'm going to take, that requires a level of patience and care there. The large format film is not cheap. Each shot is now costs probably about $18 or $20 per sheet of film.
Yeah, you're not just shooting away with digital camera here and thinking, I'll fix this in post. This is the patience required to work with film.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And especially large format, because I'm only taking 6 sheets of film with me at a time. So I wouldn't say I'm stingy about what I'm photographing, but
intentional.
It's very intentional, and that's in some cases, the intentionality also carries through into what photographs I'm going to make. So I may walk around a site that I know that I want to photograph and decide, no, I'm not photographing this today. I'm going to come back to it another day. I'm going to see, what the season or the lighting is at that site before I make an image that, I know I have an idea of an angle that I get from walking around a place. But the intentionality, the choices that I make are that, yes, I want to come back, when it's just snowed, or yes, I want to come back, in the fall when the leaves are off the trees, or, some cases it's, there's something that just happens in that moment, whether the lighting, light is shining on a building a certain way, and, you won't get that kind of lighting for another year or for another 6 months, or whatever the case may be, and I'll make a shot right then and there, and it'll be yes, that's the definitive image of that site. But with the Twin Cities project, in photographing the sites, I was looking at historical, we'll say older buildings. Some of them could have possibly been designated as historic properties that fall under the wrecking ball because of the fact that cities change and and have to go through some renewal in some way. And so making photographs of sites that have been identified or that I've seen, the sign goes up out front, there's a zone change, there's going to be something big happening here. I go, oh, okay, I better get the camera for this. And photographing that site before the wrecking ball comes in. And then at some point during the demolition or during the foundation building phase for the new building, I'll return to the site and choose a different angle of view for photographing. And then later on, when the building is nearing completion or is completed, I guess I like the things that are somewhat in between their final state and original state. So photographing the buildings before they're quite complete, before all the cladding goes on the exterior. I'm interested in, what's that below the surface that we then see, what are some of the rough edges? And so I, photograph the site a third time from another angle completely. So, you have, in a sense, a cinematic experience reduced down to 3 images. And then within those 3 very large format negatives, because I'm like Ansel Adams would shoot with f/64, I may be shooting at f/64 or maybe f/90.
Whereas
longer
for
exposures.
reference, sorry to speak over you, for reference for people, who don't know the geeky part of photography that we love so much, if I'm taking a picture of someone for a portrait, I'm in the f/6 and below, right? This is close-up work. This is very close. So to speak in f/64 or 90 is wild, right? This is a different type of work. I just wanted to make that kind of clear.
So, what that does is it turns the aperture in the camera to a tiny little hole to allow the light through. It requires a longer exposure, but what it also does is it puts, everything in the scene in focus. So everything from, the blade of grass that's 5 feet in front of me to, the trees, a couple kilometers away. Those things are going to have the image in focus. So the entire 8 by 20 inch negative that I'm creating is full of these magical worlds of information. So if you were to take, a 2 centimeter square on, anywhere on that negative, you'd find something that you could isolate as its own image. And in fact, when you consider the size of that, 8 by 20 inch or, call it 20 by 50 centimeter inch negative, that's a huge amount of information available, but the whole is greater than the sum of the parts, although those individual parts, those can be really quite beautiful too. So having those large negatives allows the eye to have a cinematic experience tracking across the image in its own way. So, although it's a still image and there are only 3 of them of a site, because they're from different angles, you get different details, you get, different seasons, you get so much more information that gets packed in.
And it's something that I still don't think is doable digitally.
Well,
I know we can talk about file size and pixels and all this stuff, but I don't know. I don't think it's the same. Maybe it's just me being nostalgic. I don't know.
No, it isn't quite the same because the negative, because it's a chemical solution that it's been dried onto the paper or onto the negative. The chemical is not going to be as ordered in a grid formation as a digital sensor has a very ordered and kind of rigid formation, because it has to be, because it's been designed in order to be consistent in how the sensor is recording these things, pixel by pixel. the photographic negative has, it'll have a couple layers of those photographic emulsion chemicals overlaid over each other. So it's a more randomized array of image or of light capturing points. And so you're going to get an overlay and randomness of those points. And so for me, I believe it gives a more beautiful image in the end. But there's that conceit, or not conceit, I suppose, of the image as being black and white. This is not recording true reality. And in doing the processing that I do in the darkroom, I will do some dodging and burning. I, will process negatives a little differently depending on what the lighting of the day is when I made the image. Or there are variations in the chemistry as the chemicals start to deplete after I've put 8 or 10 negatives through a solution, in the chemical baths in my darkroom. The chemicals will start to wear down, and they're going to give a different effect on the 10th negative from what the 15th negative is going to be. And by the time I get to about the 18th negative, then I just really need to add some more solution to the chemical mix just to refresh it a bit and make it work better, because it loses some of its effectiveness. And so this is not, what I'm doing is not reality being pictured per se, or it's not, the end result is not true to reality because it's been stripped of color, but it gives an essence, and it gives a really interesting range of silvery tones throughout the image, because it's a silver-based process, for the negative and also for the final print. That I take this 8x20 negative and I place it on directly onto the photo paper, and then squeeze it between board and sheet of glass so that they are in perfect contact with each other, and then shine a light through from my enlarger, and based on whatever I determine with little test strips that I process before I commit an entire sheet of paper to it, I will then decide, okay, this is how I want the darks of the image to go, or this is how I want the light parts to be within the image, or okay, there's a little bit of light that didn't get quite captured at the corner of the image because it's such a large negative, and the lens of my camera has limitations. So there's a little falling off, or there might be vignetting. It depends. Do I need to add a little bit of light here, add a little light there, just to get an image that, for me, becomes representative of that specific time that I made that image.
You're making me very nostalgic for the darkroom.
So you were born in Leeds, England, and you came to New Brunswick, I think, in 1977, yes. Right? You've lived in Quebec and gone to school in Quebec. Yep. And then you've lived here in Waterloo region.
No, actually not. No, I actually haven't gone to school in Quebec. No? I went to Mount Allison University here in New Brunswick. Small little liberal arts university, and currently ranked number 2 in undergrad universities in Canada, but it has been number 1 for a very long time. And I did 2 degrees. Started out in the science program, and then switched into fine arts partway through. So I ended up with a couple degrees from the same university.
Right, that's where you got your BFA, right?
Yeah. Yes.
So where does Waterloo region fit in for you here in terms of when you first saw Waterloo? What things did you see in this town that were different than where you'd lived before, and what kind of feelings do you have about your time here?
My first visits to Waterloo were to visit friends who had moved to go to U of W, and they'd graduated from university long before I finally graduated. I spent 7 years at university, and so my friends had graduated either 3 or 4 years before I finished. And some of them came up to U of W, and so I'd come and visit. And I liked the atmosphere in the city. It wasn't the hustle and bustle of Toronto. It didn't make me feel hemmed in or closed in. And people seemed pretty nice. And then when I finished university, I was looking around for work and ended up in KW working at a part-time, like it was a half-time position in the fine arts slide library at U of W, when they were using slides as teaching aids for the fine arts students. And they had just this, essentially almost like a student position, but because I had worked in the slide library at Mount A, it got me a foot in the door. And the head of the department's daughter had gone to Mount A. I knew her, so he actually offered me the job. But when I came here, I ended up here just for 6 months, and then I got a job at the Fine Arts Slide Library in Regina, Saskatchewan. And it was essentially a contract position out there, and lasted for a couple of years. But while I was here for 6 months, I fell in love with the girl in the Fine Arts department, and she ended up going to Regina, and then I followed her back to Waterloo. So I had 2 stints, one for 6 months or 7 months, and then over 25 years, and at my place in Waterloo, I was actually living in the same apartment for about 27 years. So, a very long time to be in one place, in one community. But the thing I really liked about KW is it gave breathing room for being creative. There were things about the community, as a growing community, there's always something happening from the standpoint of place being made continually. Whether you see the transformations that happen in downtown Kitchener, that people are returning to the core, or you see the developments and sprawl that happens at the edges of the city as well. There's something that happens in the making of place, which I've always been interested in the sense of place and what happens in a place. So for me, KW was a great spot to have as a home base for looking at both the local area, as well as looking at things, within a short distance. I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on in, southwestern Ontario, lots of things and projects that I thought, over a longer term could be quite interesting. For me, having known who some of the previous artists in residence were, and knowing some of the work, was interesting for me to apply to the program. Partly because it is about placemaking and recording the time that one is in, and looking at the city in different ways and community in different ways. So each artist in residence prior to me, did something very different. Whether it was you or Nick or Ron Hewson or Andrew Wright, or everybody had a different approach. Now, something that my wife pointed out that was interesting was that in the more recent years, there's actually been there have been a lot more female artists in residence, which has made me happy to see that, because I mean, each artist is selected on the merit of their proposal, and having sat on the selection committee, you make those choices and determinations based on, what's presented to you in that year. So, who is going to be the most interesting to represent the city? And, but, to have the kinds of people who did the kinds of things that they were doing, whether looking at sort of intimate scenes of the city, or, being an artist who, is doing drawing in a studio, that's not my artistic practice. But in looking at the city from partly as an outsider, having not grown up in the community, but having come in as an adult, with all of my different perspectives and interests, by coming into the city at that point and looking at it from the perspective of, what are the bodies of water that the city is influenced by? That the Grand River passes around the periphery of the city. It's not through the city like in Cambridge or like, so many major cities. There are streams and creeks that run through, but, it's not a major transportation type of waterway for the city of Kitchener. And so I was interested in looking at it with a sideways glance, and then, which is a different approach from the other artist in residence. And then to be able to be on the Public Art Working Group committee that then helps select, who the next artist in residence can be, or the next one. And, to be able to select Dwight, as a video artist, as opposed to, or, a documentary type of art creator. And, we selected a musician. And, so you have this layering and building of both institutional and social fabrics that, become part of the city, when the works become part of the city's collection, that are selected by the committee. And so you have an analog of geographic layering or sedimentation, call it sedimentation, a leaving of evidence that happens with each subsequent artist in residence who makes their mark, who records something of that time of the city. And I'm so thrilled that Kitchener was the first city in Canada to start the program, and to be a leader in that way, because there are things about the community that both Kitchener and Waterloo, that people have taken initiative, and they've taken chances, and they've taken risks, and yet they've built something that has meaning and depth and I think longevity. And that's what's been really exciting for me to be part of, and also to have you folks kind of doing an exploration or excavation of some of that, and what's happening now for a person.
This Artist in Residence Celebrating 25 Years series has been made possible by the City of Kitchener. The theme song for this series is original music by Janice Jolie.
Welcome to Bonn Park.
Welcome to Bonn Park. I'm Sarah Geidlinger.
And I'm Marshall Ward.
And I'm Caroline Varon. I'm with the City of Kitchener Arts and Creative Industries. I'm the program administrator.
Welcome to our special series on the City of Kitchener's Artist in Residence program. We're celebrating 25 years.
Over the next several weeks, we'll be speaking with some of the past artists in residence at the City of Kitchener.
2020 and 2021 looked quite different for us in terms of the Artist in Residence program. So we're very excited to celebrate and look back on the past artists in residence, their projects, and celebrate their current successes.
Caroline, tell us about today's guest, Mary Abdel Malek Neal.
Mary was our artist in residence in 2019. She was our first community musician, and she was very active. She really did a lot of workshops and participated in many events. Her goal was to engage people in music, so very participatory concerts and events where sometimes the participants and residents, they had a chance to build their own musical instruments from throwaway items, junk items, as Mary called them, and they composed music together. She really tried to reach out to very different communities. She worked with a Spanish group. I remember she was at the Belmont Village Festival that happens every year. It was a lot of fun, I think, and it was all ages. And it was very interesting because, again, it was sort of our first experience with kind of a full-blown musician. Sometimes it was interesting for myself as an administrator to find ways to solve some challenges. So kind of excited if I could work again with somebody that works in music or even theater and performance. But yeah, Mary was amazing.
Thank you, Caroline. Here's Mary Abdel Malek Neal. Mary Abdel Malek Neal, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
We're really excited to talk to you. We had the pleasure of having you on Bonn Park, episode 61, where we got into how you are a community musician, which is something I actually hadn't considered before we started talking to you. I had seen some of your work or an installation at the
Waterloo Town Square.
Yeah, what was that called again? It was like change, something for change.
Sonica.
Sonica? Was that what? Oh, you were in, yeah.
No, that was the last one.
Yeah.
Alarm.
That's what it was. Yes, thank you so much. And for change was in my mind.
Was like the last one. It's Alarm.
Maybe we leave that in there because there's been more. I had seen a KW Junk Music installation at Alarm at Waterloo Town Square, and we thought that was so cool. So when we had a chance to talk to you about what you do and how you get it done, we were so excited. And then you were so generous to share your Songs of Kitchener project with us and some of your music that we included in that episode. And we really appreciate that as well. So we'll get into that, but why don't you explain to us about community music?
Yeah, for sure. So the way I approach community music and my practice as a community musician is really about being inclusive. It's bringing as many people to music as possible. And it's just dropping all those barriers. So I do that a number of ways. Like one of the ways I do it is through what I call junk instruments, which is basically making instruments out of materials diverted from the landfill and recycling plants. And then having these instruments means that, like, because it's made out of everyday items, it's not like they're accessible. They're not, people don't get worried about playing it right, because how do you play it right, really? Because it's not really a conventional instrument. And so it allows people to be creative and not have that sort of like, sort of release their inhibitions when it comes to like playing with the instruments and not feeling like they have to play it right or a certain way. And so that kind of increases the reach of like accessibility and increases the reach of inclusivity in the work that I do. And then the other part of how I do it is like the way I host workshops and events. Some of them are very unstructured and basically drop in, welcome, come and just like play along, stay as long as you want. There's like, I'm not going to direct or anything. And sometimes some of the ways that I do it is through a workshop where there's some facilitation, but there's still a lot of like in terms of the process, whether we're creating a piece of music or a soundscape or whatever, it's very much driven by the participants themselves who are within that circle of that event. So I don't come in with a pre-structured idea of like what this is going to turn out, like my outcomes. Like I want this to be about this topic and this thing. I really let the people who come to the space kind of dictate where the direction is. And so by doing that, it makes music all that more just like open to people to come and participate in without having to feel like they need it to be an expert or they need to have training, or they just get to come and be themselves and explore.
Part of that concept is reminding me of parenting. You know, I mean, if you try to hold on to control and try to plan what the outcome is going to be, everything's going to backfire. But, you know, if you give everyone the tools that they need and some guidance, you might end up with a beautiful thing.
Yeah, absolutely. That's basically been how I've operated for several years now. And really, I'm always amazed at bringing all these, often it's like people who don't necessarily know each other. Like a family might come together, but then there may be like 4 other families or 5 other families in the space, and they're all coming together to create something, and they've never met each other before. And it's so interesting to see the type of work that comes out of those interactions.
I've never thought of it like this. I guess much like how many murals are site specific, that's what community musicianship can be. It's the music's coming alive, and it's only happening that one time in that one way. And the part of that could be, or a contributing factor could be, the space around it, is what you're saying.
It's definitely, for sure, the space is a factor, but it's a whole host of things. It's actually something that I've recently, like, I'm publishing an article in the International Journal of Community Music, and it's all about this. It's like about affective atmosphere. So this idea is like, when you all come together in a space at a certain time, there's so many factors that come into play when that event is taking place. So there's the space, and is there contention in that space? Is there history in that space? Is there specific meaning for the people in that space? And that's going to feed into the artistic process. Is there, like, what are the other factors? Are there histories in the participants that are coming to that space? Are they part of the same culture, the same community? Do they have, like, all these pieces that come in are going to interplay in what happens in that particular space? So, for example, I hosted like a Christmas Eve family service at a local Anglican church, and at one point there was a group that came in to participate, and they were all Egyptian. So before they had all left, we're like, you know, we'd love for you guys to like share a song with us, and then we got Jingle Bells in Arabic. So it's like that just happened to be in that space in that time because of the people who were just in that moment. And so all of these workshops that I've done, and then the resulting pieces that have come out of it, are all very much like context heavy and specific as to how these would happen. If I did it all again, they would probably be completely different pieces. And that's what makes it all the more exciting, because it's like you could do it over and over again and get different products and different pieces of music every time you did it.
That's so great that you brought that up, Marshall, because I often hear you talking to artists that have a public installation about how that becomes a public gathering space, and the art reflects with the environment, or even in a closed gallery situation. I hear you talk about that a lot, and I always consider that because it's not something I think about, but once you put that idea in my mind, then you know, oh yeah, I'm experiencing it without thinking about it. But I didn't think about it in the context of community music in this way. And everything that you're saying about, you know, my first thought was, oh, the nature sounds, or the room that you might be in, you know, all those acoustic type things. But I didn't think about all the different walks of life and all the different experiences that people are bringing to that.
I love the idea of considering the history of a space. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. I always wonder, when you're at Center in the Square, for example, like Johnny Cash has been on that stage, and so many people, I always think, I wonder if there's something still alive here, you know, in this room that's from decades now of music and performance.
And then there's the other side of it where it's like the contention that could be coming up in a particular space as well. Like, for example, a lot of workshops and a lot of things happen in rental spaces that are affordable. And some of the most affordable rental spaces in the region are in churches. And churches have their own, like, you know, meanings and their own like histories and interactions that we have. So when you take a group of like Syrian refugees coming, and they're mostly Muslim, and you're going to bring them into a church setting, like, it's got a very different feel for that group, right? So there's an element of understanding that there could be a sense of needing to offer some form of welcome so that they feel comfortable in that space. Unlike the rest of us, where it's like, oh yeah, we're so used to like churches being the places to rent for in this area because there's so many of them. They have all these like large spaces and their rentals are so affordable. We're so used to it, whether we're religious or not, we're kind of used to it. But not everybody has that same interaction, that same comfort in that sort of space. So it's thinking about all those pieces when you come together.
Can you tell us about some of the instruments that have really surprised you? Maybe it's something somebody brought you or something that I remember seeing you one time with, I think, like one of those big jugs that you put your water in your home, the big water jugs.
Yeah.
Or I imagine somebody's giving you something that at first glance, maybe you hadn't really thought much about it as an instrument, but really surprised you.
Yeah, I had... I worked with this gentleman. He's a retired welder, and he just thought what I was doing was really interesting and wanted to do something. So he would just randomly bring scrap pieces of metal and like start forming things and then say like, could we do something with this or could we do something with that? So in the exhibit that you would have seen in the Waterloo Town Square, one of the pieces that he created was like this dangly sort of intermixed piece of metal that had like all these different components to it. And they were like U-hooks that he had welded together to create this. And that was what we were using to strike the wind chime, for example. And it's just really interesting. And so when he went out and said, I found this on Kijiji. It's a one of those oil, like 5-gallon oil barrels, and it's free. And I'm like, he's like, could we use it? I'm like, I'm sure we could use it. So we actually chopped off the top third of it and then, made sure that we welded a smooth edge to it. And it's now just like a steel drum that we use. And it's one of the favorite instruments of kids because you can take a dowel with a tennis ball at the end and like whack it and it makes like this amazing resonant sound.
Very satisfying for children.
Yes, it's very satisfying. They're like, wait, I get to bang this? Mm-hmm. And I get to be so loud. And I actually just recently used it. It was like one of the featured instruments that I used. I was most recently in a theater production actually at Impact 21. And it was the instrument that we used to create the sound of like an impending like army assault happening and like that sort of threat and doom that was coming in. And that was all the sound that was for like that particular scene was just that boom, 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 boom of this like steel oil barrel drum.
With that ringing, it would have been very creepy.
Yeah.
And you start in an
quiet,
effective way. Yeah.
And then you work your way louder and louder. And it was just the things that, especially when you're not thinking about it, it just happens organically. Like you're watching something, you're like, you need to create some sort of sound for it. And you kind of rummage around and you start playing. Those are always like the most interesting things that come up. But the other thing that are very popular are these pots that I think were found at Value Village. And they're cooking pots, but they don't have handles. They're just all metal and they're smooth. And if you hit them with like a striker on the outside and you like run it all the way around, they sound like singing bowls.
Wow.
And they all have like different pitches. And yeah, those are also popular because they get very loud and very resonant. And it's like they could fill a whole space. So yeah, those are like sort of the interesting things that have popped up. And
what about the rubber chicken dog toy at Dollarama? People
we have one of
things
those
like that,
just for fun.
They make that quite a sound, right?
It's an assaultive sound.
That's how my dog Chester makes music with us.
That's awesome. Your story about the pods being like the singing bowl, it's just gave me such a vibrant memory of I used to climb on top of the counter in my parents' kitchen when I was little, or our family kitchen, and get to the top shelf in the cupboard where the good crystal was, so I could fill the crystal glasses with different levels of water and make my own music. And I always got caught because they were probably thinking, what is that noise? What is Sarah up to? But it was worth it. Every time it was worth it. I mean, I was never like, you see these videos of people who are creating quite beautiful music with the crystal and the water levels, but I was just experimenting and having fun. Just somebody must have taught me that trick.
Right,
And then I
yeah.
just couldn't stop because it's such a beautiful thing.
Yeah. And so what I try to do is provide that opportunity with things that are not as breakable.
Well, that's why I would have been in trouble because it was crystal. Who buys crystal anymore? I don't know.
Mary, I'm really intrigued by this idea of space around you when you're performing. When you think of something like, let's make a comparison between the outside of Kitchener City Hall, so Carl's Air Square, right?
Yep.
And then Uptown Waterloo, that as a space. Do you see great differences, or do you have interact with those spaces in a similar way because of what's the materials that are around you? Or is there something very different between Kitchener City Hall and Uptown Waterloo?
I actually find that I've stayed away from like municipal buildings, to be honest. Like I find that when people are in the spaces that they most use, that they get more creative because they're more comfortable. So like my most creative places have been like in parks and in like green spaces. And there's always like all sorts of different materials to work with, and people get really creative, or even indoor spaces that like a community centers, or I just find that the places that people feel the most comfortable is then when they start exploring. So I've done a workshop at like the Kitchener Public Library, and people are like, I know the space because I come here every weekend. And so I think there's a level of familiarity that then feeds into the process. So when I go for open spaces, I tend to go for places that people like Victoria Park or like individual communities, green spaces and parkettes that they have. And I find that people are more engaged in those spaces than just in a square like that, where it's very open and very used by a lot of people, maybe not as commonly used by the people coming to the workshops.
And you've probably discovered like the perfect marriage of things. I'll give you my example is at the St. Jacob's Farmers Market for many years, there was a man who played an instrument. I don't know what it's called, but it's like
The pan flute?
Is that what's called, pan flute?
With the sort of reed?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was beautiful, and it was always there throughout
Always
summer, and that man has passed away now. But I always thought there's some beautiful connection between that instrument and the hustle and bustle of the farmers market.
And I do think of him when I round that corner that he was always on. And I think,
for sure.
I think of the music and I kind of hear it.
That's a real testament to like the way that music plays into our subconscious thinking and like the way that we interact with, like, I imagine that the people who've worked with me in like different spaces also remember the music that we created in those spaces and maybe think about it when I know that, for example, my kids do that. So they came to a couple of my workshops, and whenever we pass the spaces, I can like, my oldest is like humming the song that we that we created in that space. So yeah, music has this ability to be able to like pull memories, and like I agree. I think because it can kind of sit in the background, it can really become part of like an ambient atmosphere that then feeds into like the way that we think about spaces and how we interact. And yeah, like that's really interesting, Sarah, that you still think about it.
I still do. But Marcia, I think I hijacked your question. And you often ask musicians about, I'm going to repeat that because I stammered so much. I think I hijacked your question, Marshall, because you often ask musicians about the distractions in an environment and the noise that people make, or maybe the people drinking beer in the bar while someone's trying to perform a ballad on a stage. Were you going in that direction?
No, but what that's got me thinking about is how what really works beautifully in your favor, I guess, is you're not a musician who, it plays in a bar to the sound of glasses tinkering, people talking, and you long for the day when you can just sit and on a stage and have people sit and listen. That's not at all.
No, I'm the opposite.
Yeah.
I'm in the group drinking the glasses.
Wait, should we record these drinking glasses, guys?
Yeah. But I always think like singer-songwriters must be like, oh, I hope one day I can just sit and play my original songs and people will listen. Mm-hmm. But this actually, your environment lends itself very well to you, wherever you are,
Yeah, that's like
could be construction going on in the background.
There, when we recorded one of the pieces for my residency, it was outside on the porch of the Schneider house, and like you heard a siren going by while we were singing the song and while we were recording it. And I'm like, oh, that's just like, life happening around what we're doing here. I think that is definitely the case for the work that I do with like KW Junk Music and my junk music, like workshops and events and what I'm trying to do with that side of things. I do understand where the singer-songwriter piece kind of falls in when it comes to some of like the community albums that I'm working on, and because the music is very much more in line of like, there's a message, you want the message to be heard. It's hard to be heard when there's like all these other things going on. But even in those pieces, like the way that they were created in a bit more chaos than a regular, than just a standard like songwriting, like singer-songwriter piece would go, right? So I kind of embraced the chaos a little bit in that way. So even with the songs that I'm doing with community, where they're very much situated, like they're definitely got messages about some of the issues that are happening as our region is growing so rapidly, things like affordable housing crisis and homelessness and things about the opioid crisis and sustainability. Those pieces were created with so much, how should I say this, noise, like so much input. People were like, a lot of people having the conversations about those things, listening to those conversations that are happening over social media and in our news, and all those people with lived experiences and the politicians that I've spoken to. So I am very used to like creating music in a lot of noise and then putting music out there with a lot of noise, like not necessarily having it being the center of something, but maybe having it being like the peripheral thing that feeds into the greater piece.
In the 90s, the musician Bjork always kind of blew my mind she was going out into the world with her tape recorder and recording these, sounds of the desert or sounds of the forest, and incorporating that into her music. And I know a lot of musicians do that now, like Billie Eilish and her brother, Phineas O'Connor, they do all that. I love that there's something so special about what you're working on, where that's more embraced with community musician, and that's what's explored more embraced with community music, and that's what's explored more than the final pop product or whatever that
it's
might
so
be.
pure.
It's pure. Thank you, Marshall. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's that's how my take is, right? That's my practice. And like my community practice is very much I've embraced the raw. I've embraced like even the recordings that we do, even if we do them in studio for the sake of having something that you can actually hear, as opposed to the chaos that ensues when we're trying to record something like outside and the sirens go by. We are definitely like, it's not necessarily about a perfect product. It's about bringing people and just bringing them as they are, where they are, and like having that put out into the world. Mm-hmm. So for the Songs of Kitchener album, there are junk instruments in there 100%. They're not fully in tune all the time. There are kids singing on there. They're not fully in tune or on beat.
You're actually opening up my mind to, because I have heard the Songs of Kitchener music, as you said, and you're opening up my mind to maybe more of what it's supposed to be. I think I had my own take on it for a while.
A cacophony can actually be a really positive thing.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. And like, if we go back to that exhibit that you talked about in the Waterloo Town Square, it was designed in a way where like all the instruments were in the same key, and the music that you could play along with was also in the same key. So you could bang anything in any direction and it would still sound like it fit, but it would still potentially be chaos.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So like, there's a way to be able to structure something like that so that people can explore, and it doesn't have to fit a certain structure or sound a certain way or like fit our ideals, but still be able to like make music and something like interesting and meaningful and put together from that.
And I remember my daughter was hitting that PVC piping that was installed on the wall with a flip-flop, right? And she was saying to me, "Wait, are these pipes in tune?" because she recognized that this is what you had done. It's very, very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What kind of feelings went through you when you were given the news you were the City of Kitchener artist in residence?
So I was very excited. I would have said I was a very early career artist at that point. So the fact that somebody saw like the project that I had suggested and the work that I do as something that could be citywide like that and could be put into a residency like that kind of gave me a bit of validation to the work that I do, got me really excited about like the possibilities of what I could do, because I had done it for a couple of years, but never really anything that structured, and that like the project was really something to like push me out of my comfort zone. So up until that point, I had KW Junk Music, but it was definitely more just like workshops and events, and not necessarily something so that we could produce like a piece of music out of. But these workshops were designed specific, like the project that I had created were designed specifically so that we would create music all along the year, and then be able to like put that music out there somewhere into the world, and really get people to think about like what they feel about their city, their neighborhoods, their communities, how they identify, the things that like their challenges, the things that make them super excited. So there was a whole kind of realm of things that like, so the emotional, the emotional part of it, and also like the music production part of it that I hadn't really explored. And so when someone was like, yeah, we're going to give you the chance to do that, I was like, great. And then I got a little nervous, like, ooh, I've never really done this before. This should be interesting. Yeah, the Songs of Kitchener project was definitely something like we explored what people felt about their city, their community. Like it got really specific. I mean, people were talking about the Kitchener Public Library and what they loved about that whole system, that whole community that was created by an organization within our city. There was conversations about just the things that they love to do, like skating at City Hall and going to porch parties. And then there's conversations about how the porch parties really bring our community, our neighborhoods together. So there's a lot of conversation about what was happening, how people identified within their community and their neighborhoods, and that gelled together to the City of Kitchener, and we got to see different scales of that. So the scales were as small as like a neighborhood event and as large as like our city landmarks. So we got a scale of like all the things that we could do. So, and then I'm working currently on another album, and this one is I call it, it's also a community album, but it's got a different scope to it. So it doesn't happen through workshops and people coming together. This actually happens through organically as issues come up through in community, in like news and in social media as these things pop up. So for example, the affordable housing, like homelessness issue that we have, which is like ongoing and has been ongoing for a very long time, but has definitely kind of hit an all-time peak in the last little while. That song, for example, would be in collaboration with, like, I would do social media and media analysis of what's going on. What are people saying? What are people saying in the comments of like the record articles that go up? What are people saying about what our government is doing about this issue? And then conversations with like politicians that I connect with, and conversations with people like organizations that are working around it, like the Social Development Center of Waterloo Region. And then I also speak with people with lived experience of that issue. And then I work collaboratively with one person in particular with lived experience to actually write the piece of music once I kind of bring all those pieces together. So it's a different kind of inclusivity in the way that these pieces are created, but it's very similar to the like my overall practice of bringing everyone to the piece and like having music created with all these different voices and all these different like inputs in. And then those songs are going to be part of an album called I'm Who I Am, and I'm hoping to release that album this year. Those are definitely situated more in our larger community issues. So and the challenges that people are having. So this is discrimination, sustainability, like all the sort of big, the class challenges that we're having in this region, where there's like, it feels like there's definitely a growing gap between the haves and the have-nots. And those are the sort of the themes that are coming out of that particular album. And that album, I'm grateful to have had funding from the Canada Council of the Arts and from the Region of Waterloo Arts Fund in order to make that happen. So hopefully early next year, it'll be my second album in 2 years, which is kind of crazy because when I started this whole process, as you were asking me before about how I felt when the residency started, I did not at all think that I would be releasing an album. And
you're a recording artist.
Yeah, apparently I record now. So definitely not. And that only happened haphazardly as well, because it was, so the artist in residence was definitely leaning towards more visual artists for a long time. And it's only very recently that they started to branch out to like different genres and different disciplines of arts. And so at the end, they're like, okay, so there's a commissioned work. And I'm like, well, I can't produce you a physical piece of work to put up anywhere. But I could give you a recording or recordings of these songs. And so they were very, very accommodating to the fact that I had to kind of twist things around a little bit for this particular, for the artist in residency thing, to allow for me to be able to produce these recordings and then be able to give those back to the city so they can use it however they feel they'd like to use it in the future.
Have you had any opportunities to interact with street folk who play music? A couple of people who come to mind is Martin Tarback was a very prominent street person for many years, and he had a guitar that he carried with him everywhere. I never heard him play it, but he was with him until it was stolen one day when he was sleeping in Victoria Park, his sister told me. But also there was a man named Mojo, Maurice Dorian. He's passed away now, but he played his guitar in downtown Kitchener. Have you had any opportunity to interact with anybody they don't necessarily need to be homeless, but rather just they're out there and they've got their instrument? And
yeah, so there's been some challenges as a result of the pandemic. I haven't been able to have as much like interaction as I'd like. Which
is the base of
what
you do.
It's been we've had to pivot quite a bit. Like interviews happen on Zoom now, which is also a little awkward, or by phone. So it's been a little more challenging to interact with people musically. Often what has been happening lately, and I feel like it maybe will branch out a little bit more, is we've been sending, like, people would have to record in their own homes and then send it to us. But I do have, I did meet a lot of people within community, like Jarima Harvey, who plays the djembe.
Oh, yeah.
Like he's on one of my upcoming
that's
tracks.
wonderful. He's always at all the multicultural festivals and at the farmers market.
Yeah. So I've made some connections, but mostly through, rather than being able to interact with them on the street or finding them out, it's been by word of mouth. Like I'd be like, I'm looking for somebody, and then I'll get connected that way, which I'm very grateful for. But it's just been really hard to make those authentic connections through the pandemic. It's definitely created some challenges in the work that I do specifically, because I am very much like, I want to walk alongside people, and it's hard to do that when you can't walk alongside people. And so there's been a bit of challenges, but I think we've done really well to still be able to make those connections, even if they were virtual connections.
This Artist in Residence Celebrating 25 Years series has been made possible by the City of Kitchener. The theme song for this series is original music by Janice Jolie.
Welcome to Bonn Park.
Welcome to Bonn Park. I'm Sarah Geidlinger.
And I'm Marshall Ward.
And I'm Caroline Varon. I'm with the City of Kitchener Arts and Creative Industries. I'm the program administrator.
Welcome to our special series on the City of Kitchener's Artist in Residence program. We're celebrating 25 years.
Over the next several weeks, we'll be speaking with some of the past artists in residence at the City of Kitchener.
2020 and 2021 looked quite different for us in terms of the Artists in Residence program. So we're very excited to celebrate and look back on the past artists in residence, their projects, and celebrate their current successes.
Caroline, tell us about today's guest, Behnaz Fatami.
Behnaz was our most recent artist in residence in 2020. She's originally from Iran, and it was interesting because typically every artist submits a proposal, and it's loosely how you sort of follow the proposal as you deliver the residency. For Behnaz, unfortunately, it was when COVID started. So she was just about to start her residency, which was called the Pegman Project. And she had a path planned out, and we had to really, at the last minute, she had to alter a lot of the plans in her proposal. So she worked both with residents virtually and in person. And she used clay as a medium to explore the idea of healing and also explore the idea of how cultural background, any past experiences, and social values can shape people's attitudes towards immigrants and refugees. Because we had, again, limited resources in terms of presentation, we had a wonderful opportunity to partner up with ArtsPay at the end to showcase that work. That was made by residents, so there were art kits that were sent out to residents to make clay sculptures to respond to that theme, and they were showcased with ArtsPay in their space on Regina Street, which was window space. So that was, again, a great way to view safely during the pandemic.
Thanks, Caroline. Here's Behnaz Fatami.
Okay. All right, good. Behnaz Fatami, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you so much for having me.
We're excited to have you on this show as part of our Artist in Residence series. You're actually the 7th artist that we're talking to, although you've been the most current artist in residence in the 2020 to 2021 time frame.
Yeah.
That's an interesting time to go through.
Yeah, exactly. And challenging.
Yeah. Probably changing what your original scope was and rolling with changes all the time.
Exactly.
Making adjustments to your programs because I think you had to go virtual for some of your work also.
Exactly.
But let's get right into that part actually because we're talking about it. I'm very interested in the Pegman project and how that came to be and your use of clay and working with the community. Do you want to tell us about that project? And
for sure. So I want to start about when I saw this opportunity. So I saw this opportunity at Akimbo website. And then when I saw this open call, I was shocked. Oh, this is great. Like, you can apply for a position or opportunity that you can do whatever you want. You have a lot of people to support you to do your project. And then, for me, because I was new in Canada, it was a great moment to just involve with my community. So, but I never thought about that I will accept in this project. But I said, okay, it's okay, I can try. And because in this process, I can learn a lot because of, we have to write a proposal for that. We have to I spent a lot of time, and then I said, okay, I will try. Let's see. I wrote a proposal. On that time, I was new in Canada. I faced with a very, issue as an immigrant, and I experienced homesickness, same as another immigrant, language barrier, cultural shock. Everything was new to me, and I guess all this experience I collect all this experience in Pegman project. So I wrote, my proposal was about, all about engaging community with art, especially immigrant but at the same time non-immigrant, to showed to create a human-like sculpture through clay workshops to show the experience and feelings about immigrant and immigration-related issues. I wanted to create something not serious, like through art, and because it's, people can involve and they can show the real like experiences. So yeah, I wrote the proposal, and I was lucky that my proposal was accepted, and I was very happy. So for this project, I designed a lot of like workshops. I wanted to work with variety of people, different ages, different level of people, like just not artists, like ordinary people, like non-artists, different ages, all the people. So, but I did this, and again, I wanna specific about the material. I choose clay as a material because clay is flexible. Yeah, so if people make mistake, they can destroy it and again make their sculptures. And yes, and it was about the concept behind the project, and I had planned to collect all the project at the end of the Pegman, and then I wanted to show them in the art gallery, and it's it represent again the community. Yeah, all these sculptures at the same time together, created with different peoples, with different backgrounds, with different experiences. It shows our community, same as region of Waterloo. Yeah. And if I wanna explain more about a Pegman project, so it was the main idea, but COVID came and changed everything. So on that time, I had two options. One of the options was like postponing the project to the next year, which is 2021, or continue this project and do it virtual instead of in person. It was difficult decision because I wanted to have this project in person because I wanted to see people all together making their sculptures and sharing their experience. Even in this time, they can make relationship connection, or they can communicate. Maybe something good happen. But I was thinking a lot, and I talked a lot with Caroline. Oh, thank you, Caroline. She helped me a lot. She supported me a lot. And then after a lot of discussion, I made my decision because I said I will do it during COVID, because I feel that people need something funny, something relaxing, and probably it's a good time to just again engage our community with art because they have more time, probably because they are all at home, and also at the same time families are get together, probably they can make one sculpture together. And yes, and then I said I want to do it, and but it was very difficult because working with City of Kitchener has a lot of rules, and especially COVID, it was a very, very serious things. So we were thinking how we can make it happen virtually, because people, for making the sculptures, people need materials, and everywhere were closed. And how they can make it, because non-artists are thinking about how we can make a sculpture. It's very difficult for us. So I changed my proposal again, and I said I changed it to I made a kit box, and I put all the materials in the kit, and I design a catalog for that. And for example, when we buy things from IKEA, we have a catalog. Yeah, we just need to follow all the steps, and we can make it.
Sometimes.
Yeah, it's very difficult. Yeah, I know. Yeah. And I made all the steps and took photos, and then made the catalog, and then write a small sentences, a small text. Just I wanted to keep it simple and understandable. And with help of Artshine, again, Paul helped me a lot in this process. So with the help of Artshine, we made all these kits together, and I gave all the kits to the Paul, and then because it was a safe way to just one person are connected to all these boxes. So, and then Paul collect all these kits and send it to the participant.
That's a beautiful answer. That's perfect.
Yeah, it really made me think about something I hadn't really thought of before, that being an artist in your own studio can be a very isolating experience. You're working and sometimes struggling, but then you add another layer of isolation, which is what the pandemic brought, and somehow you persevered through that layer as well.
Exactly.
And at some point you must have realized that what you were doing was very important for our community.
Thank you so much. Yeah. It was very challenging because we have to, email back and forth to make all these things happen. I have to email Caroline have to reply me, and I have to email Paul. And it was very challenging, but the result was, for me, was amazing.
So Marshall and I have been looking at a lot of your work online leading up to this interview, and we've been gushing about you, just excited to talk to you about all the different things that we've seen. And one of us will make a compliment and the other one will say, well, what about this one? What about that one? So we've been very excited to talk about your work. We're both mesmerized by your pencil sketches, by your pencil drawings.
Mm-hmm.
There's a real gorgeous, beautiful element to these drawings. And this is newer work, maybe 2015.
Mm-hmm. And these are the some of the old work.
And some of the old work, sorry.
Yeah.
We were sort of going back and forth, Marshall and I, talking about, there's a nature element. There's an animalistic element. Sometimes there's like a flesh and bone element. And then I was saying to Marshall, I was reminded of the Rorschach test, the ink blots?
Yeah.
The ink blots used in psychology, because there's this mirrored symmetry
exactly
in your work, and when we just get lost in looking at them. Marshall, how do you feel?
Yeah,
when
like
you see these?
the mark making is kind of like there's these ghostly kind of traces of previous images underneath, and you can kind of see the whole work in progress. And on one hand, they're beautiful in their simplicity, much like your triangle pyramid pieces, but they're also like full of so much energy, and just seems like just what's like like there's automatic painting. This is like automatic drawing.
My artworks are visual perceptions of my society. Yeah. And my artworks are about human and their behavior in general. So they reflect my emotions and my experiences in life. So for all of this, I usually use symbols to show these feelings, these experiences, because I live in a country that I couldn't be myself because of the because of the rules, because of the politics, because of the government. So it was a way to show my feelings, my thoughts, and to work as an artist and to be as an artist. So all these elements has meanings for me, and I try to use elements that can connect with another people, can make connection with other peoples. For example, bones, for example, like some like roots or these kinds of things.
I even felt like we saw like maybe veins or flesh.
Exactly.
And
they can be so primal and dark,
Yes.
and yet somehow so beautiful.
yeah.
So it's a weird
Yeah,
juxtaposition, right?
Exactly, juxtaposition. It's a good word. And yeah, because I saw several things in my life. I mean, when I was in my country, that that we couldn't, judge about, or not judge. We couldn't complain about it. So as an artist, it was like the way that just draw whatever I see, or make a sculptures, or it was like a relaxing time, or it was for me like a meditation to just be calm as a human, to see these kinds of things happen in my country. And if I wanna like again be specific about my artwork, is all about humanity and the relationship between humans, the people who have power, or
Did you get a sense working with Caroline Varen, a Polish-Canadian artist who herself would have experienced great cultural duality? She came to Canada when she was 12, and the paintings and work she worked on from there, kind of, a lot of it was about her past back in Poland. But as the years went on here, like these formative years, her teenage years, and then into her 20s, she herself was changing as a person, now living in Canada. And she found herself really trying to figure out, was her memories of back home, even were they really as accurate as she remembers them? Or is there's this odd blurring of, change and time? Have you experienced any of that in the short time you've been here?
Exactly, yeah. So, yes. Now the triangles that you mentioned,
The sculptures?
exactly,
Yeah.
sculptures, and also I have some drawings. These are all happen in Canada. So, as a person who immigrant to Canada, and as a person who experience a lot of things, here everything is very different from my country. Here, everything is, you can be yourself, you can express yourself, you can be yourself. And so first it was too much for me,
Like overwhelming?
Yes, and how people are nice here, people are very nice here. And like when I saw like the act of government, it was I was shocked. I became shocked at the first, because I didn't expect that, government has power. They can do whatever they want, but they respect their people. And the like differences between here and my country.
I think about how when you say you can be yourself here, and I understand what you mean when you're making a comparison between Canada and maybe another country like Iran, but also there's another layer to being yourself, and that's finding your authenticity, being able to be authentic. And you can grow up here, and it can take a long time and your own life experience to have to kind of move forward before you can feel authentic. But are you saying you also feel like you can be authentic in your art now as well?
Yeah, exactly. And so the shape of my artworks are different now when I want to compare it to Iran. For example, now I am just focusing on triangle. It's like a it's very, and they are become more simple, like minimalistic and more calm, if I want to say. And from the global, it changed to from the like local, it changed to global issues.
Sarah, those triangles, for me, what resonated with me is triangles and pyramids are incredibly powerful. Strong geometric images, but on top of it, there's a texture and a layer that Ben would add to it. Where is it that you think that imagery came from, first of all? This kind of, obviously you must have fallen in love with this idea of triangles and pyramids and that kind of the simplicity and balance of them, right?
Yeah, exactly. So, when I'm thinking about the form, like triangle form, it because of several things. So Iran has a very it's a historical country, yeah. So there are a lot of historical buildings, paintings, and when I'm seeing these paintings, there are a lot of geometrical patterns behind them. So first, for example, one of the reasons probably it's because I am far from these forms. So now, because when I was in Iran, I never think about like being a Iranian artist or represent Iranian patterns in my artworks. But now when I came to Canada, it suddenly happened, like geometrical form in my artworks, but in my way, not, in like very traditional way. Another thing is, again, it's triangle. It's a symbol for me. I guess it represents myself. So it's a fixed form, triangle, as me as an artist in my artworks, so that it can experience several things. So if you see my sculpture, triangle shape sculpture, all of them are like the outside shape is all are same, like repetition of triangles, but inside the triangles are different. So it means I experience several things. So sometimes like good things, sometimes bad things, sometimes
Again, inspecting that human behavior part, even in yourself.
Exactly. If I wanna, when I was in Iran, I was thinking about human and their behaviors. But when I came to Canada, for me, I am one of those human. How can I explain that? Yeah, I am one of those human that she is experiencing many things. So, for example, one of the questions that I always ask myself is why I had to leave my country. This is one of the questions. So it's because of the government that are in Iran. I have to leave my country and come to another country. I mean, I love Canada. It's very good. I always like to go to another country to, experience life, to, see another culture, another people. But when it's forced, when I have to do it, it's different.
And is some of that homesickness that you spoke of earlier with your immigration story, some of that must be represented in this this rawness of the triangle.
Yeah. It's like it makes me feel safe when I go, for example, to these triangles. I made a video. So, these triangles like a tent to me, to just can go into them and feel safe sometime and experience something and be myself and do whatever I want. Yeah, these are
when you were
awesome.
surrounded by Persian art, it's so intricate and so elegant, you must kind of be able to look back and say, oh, I can see how this left an indelible mark on me, and the work I'm doing today just inherently is because of what I saw when I was living back home.
Yes, I guess I cannot say I put everything in my country, and all experience are together. Yeah, they make another experience. And so I came to Canada when I was 27 years old. So I experienced a lot of things. I cannot forget them, and I can these are all part of that one. The view that I have, it's all because of my experiences in Iran. And and the things that I saw. So, for example, one of the things that happened around me a lot, it was seeing people that just wake up, go to work, do their work, come back home at late of night, and then sleep, and again wake up, and again go to work, and this again and again and again, because they have to work to survive, and it makes me feel very sad and very bad, because even they don't have time to think about their life or what's going on around them. So I made a series of human-like sculpture, again symbolic way. The shape is between human body and animal bodies, and I cut all the heads. Heads is very important for all the people, but I cut all the heads to show they cannot think. They are like impassive bodies. So I made more than 300 of these sculptures and just installed them on the floor. So it was one of the series that was about the people around me. Yeah,
and those are beautiful figures. They're very kind of stocky and strong, right? Kind of a industrial almost, eh?
It takes a lot of time to make these sculptures, because these are small, but I had to draw all them separately, individually, and then because I wanted to show at the same time, I wanted to show the difference between these humans, and I added a code on each of them to show they are human. We have to think about them more.
And I find when artists make multiple of a certain subject, even if they're all different, it kind of represents infinity. Like it just looks like it could be thousands, right?
Exactly.
Or more. How much did you enjoy collaborating? For example, when you became artist in residence, you would have realized, we can collaborate here with Art Shine and other people. What did that bring to your experience, being able to work with others?
So it was great, honestly. Yeah, and I love to do like collaborating project more than just being myself in my studio and doing my artworks. I just want to do more collaborative artworks because I experienced it very helpful, very, in this way we can learn a lot. And the people here are very welcoming and very supportive. I found that, for example, when I wanted to apply for artist in residence, I was new, and it was my first experience to apply for an open call. I go to the website and I found Sumaira Tazin, and I said, she was the previous artist in residence, and I emailed her and I asked my question, and she helped me a lot to just the process of my writing. She gave me great ideas, and also Art Shine Paul helped me a lot. She gave me a lot of ideas to how we can make this project happen, how we can do it better, and it's very good. I had some more collaborative project. For example, one of them was I guess less than 1 month ago. It was art exchange with the Pat the dog. So me and some of the artists collaborate together and making art. We did a poetry together. So it was my first experience, and it was very great. I love that because I don't know any people here, so it's a great way to make connection with art community and also people.
Yeah.
And I feel I am in my home. I mean, in my country with my friends. When I make more connection, I feel more happier. Yeah.
Yeah, the power of community. That's something we're certainly experiencing with the podcast, right?
Mm-hmm.
I want to ask you a bit more about your drawings. And so some of the pieces look like maybe it's ink on paper, I'm not sure, but there's a ton of beautiful marks in them. Talk about that process and what you're doing when you sit down and create those works, because they're gorgeous, but they look laborious and intensive. And
Like a lot of time spent, a lot of work. Yeah.
So these drawings happened during the COVID especially, and I was thinking, how can I use less materials, like just one pen and like a cardboard, because during the COVID everywhere were closed and we couldn't go to the art store and buy the materials. So I was just choose a pen and cardboard, and then thinking about the concept that I want to show, and just start my art piece. And then, you know, I'm usually have an idea, but during the work my idea probably sometime will change. So I don't know what happened after, for example, 5 hours. I don't know, probably I will destroy my art piece, or it will be very perfect. I have no idea. I just work and work and work. Sometimes it takes 5 hours, but sometimes it takes like 2 months to complete a piece. So it depends on the process, and it depends on my feelings and how and when I want to finish this piece.
I think of it as you're telling a story about bridging your past with the present, and you're allowing yourself to do it in also kind of abstract ways, meaning you don't need to be literal about it, and it's okay if not everybody fully understands what you're getting at, but rather people can just revel in the beauty of, again, I'll say like mark making, or the beautiful simplicity of your sculptures, you know?
Yeah. In my new series, I feel like that. Yeah, my artworks are more abstract and more minimal, and but you know, the concept behind my artworks always was more important than the final result. But I am thinking that with a proposal, I can explain it to, like, having a proposal at the exhibition, people can probably make more connection with them,
like a statement.
Exactly. A statement. Yeah. And also, you know, the installation of the artworks are very important. So for example, I am making all these sculptures, but when I install them, the meaning probably will change, you know. And
they'll react to the space around them as well, right?
Yes, exactly. And for this project, a statement is very, very important, because with a statement I can explain the project more, and people can understand it better. So before that I was thinking that a statement is not important for artists, you know. People have to come and see the work, and they you know, the art have to connect with people. But now, because my artworks are more abstract, I think a statement is very, very important.
I want to move back to the pencil drawings for a minute, if we can. I found it so interesting that you talked about how creating these drawings could sometimes be like a meditation. And it made me think about how in almost all of these drawings that I saw, what I took away from it is there's always a focal point. Yes. And this art is coming, like this work is coming out from that and sort of dissipating towards the edges. It might be smooth, it might be hard line with a new texture, but it's kind of like a Buddhist mandala, right? It's that repeating shape in circles and concentric circles and in patterns until you get to this beautiful piece. With yours, there's these focal points, and it's not necessarily geometric per se like a mandala is, but there's these almost like meditation marks going through and coming out and dissolving towards the edges. Would you start on that center part and work out, or was it just wherever you would start?
No, honestly, I don't have any plan when I start the piece. So, but all of my artworks have a focal points, because it's like my hero. in the piece, and this is the main idea. So I wanted to have a focal point to say the things that I want to say, and then another things are like related topics such like that. And repetition is very annoying for me. When I see something is repeating, it's make me like nervous, and it's not a good things for me to see, but I'll do it usually. Probably I don't know why, but I am thinking that it's when I am doing it, it makes me like it's like I am doing the things that I don't like it. It's very complicated, and I don't know why.
Well, I would think too, when you're a multidisciplinary artist, as you move between the mediums, your drawings in some way are speaking to your sculptures, and your sculptures are maybe speaking to another multimedia piece. And can you kind of look at your work, at your whole body of work, and see that interconnectedness between how one artwork kind of sets up the next, like a cause and effect kind of
Yes,
way?
sure. Yeah. I always like to have sculptures and drawing together. It's kind of my like signature of my way. I don't know, because in this way I can make them more understandable, I guess, and more interesting for people, I guess. Because for me, if I go to, for example, to a show that I just see drawing, it's not interesting a lot. I don't want to say that, but I like to give audience more opportunity to connect to these pieces, like through sculpture or through painting or through drawings or installations. So because I am talking about something that is not, I can say it's not beautiful, or it's not, because when people see my art piece, they feel like sad. So that's why I want to give them some interesting things, and at the same time more option to see these artworks and make some question in their mind to think about like humanity more and be more sensitive about their surrounding.
Well, this has been fascinating for me. You just made me realize something, that the reason I'm so drawn to an artist in town named Bruce Taylor, who was a professor at University of Waterloo.
Yeah.
He does a lot of spheres, right? So sculptural spheres made out of, I don't know, concrete, like very porous materials. And then he does these gorgeous sketches of these spheres. And I never know if like he drew the one first and created the one, or he created the one and he drew it. But you're absolutely right. There's an amazing relationship between drawing and sculpting, especially when you exhibit those together. And I think you just made me realize why I'm so drawn to Bruce Taylor's work. I don't know if a week goes by where I don't think about Bruce Taylor's work. And I can totally see how you feel like you're achieving that with combining drawing with sculpture.
Yeah, I love his artworks.
Yeah, they're gorgeous.
Yeah. Art residency was starting, opened many doors for me. During my residency, I was connecting with many people. I was connecting with like Clay and Glass Gallery, like some art shows, some artistic talk. And then after that, one of the cause that I accepted at the art awards was art residency, because they saw my project. And then being in the artist in residency, like 2020 artist in residency, makes me confident to work as an artist in a new country. So I said, okay, my proposal was accepted. So it was great for me, and it was very like huge opportunity for me. So after that, I trying to like do more and do more and do more. So that's why I never forget this opportunity. It was the first things happened in Canada for me, and it was great. I want to mention that when I saw this opportunity, it was like a dream for me. So I really hope that it will continue. I mean, people support it and have this opportunity in the future also. So I really see this like position very, very interesting and very, very helpful for artists in our community. So, and for example, when I am seeing these years and when I compare all the artists together, 24 artists with 24 different backgrounds, experiences, and ideas. So it's really interesting. Some of them did like music, dance, sculpture, painting. And now I feel like that we have more artists in our community compared, for example, to the 3 years. And when I'm talking with my friends who is an artist in our community, and she's living in KW for more than 15 years, she told me now we have a lot of artists like compared to past. I mean, probably it's because of the support that we have, and I feel if we like continue this project, it will be very, very interesting, because now the position is like more open. Like, I mean, I feel like that, for example, I did more like sculptures, and they support me to do whatever I want. And like last year, 2 years ago, Mary did a great job. She worked with children through like music. And then I can see that if we continue it will very, very great things will happen. For example, something very, very conceptual, or something like performing art.
This Artist in Residence Celebrating 25 Years series has been made possible by the City of Kitchener. The theme song for this series is original music by Janice Jolie.
Yeah.